Thank you so much. Well, a very good afternoon, everyone. A question which ponders my mind right now. Have you noticed what Mumbai looks like just before your flight lands? From above, everything feels connected. The highways merge into neighborhoods, the coastline meets the city, the local trains, office towers, homes and markets all become part of one vast landscape. It's only when we get closer that you realize that each part is moving on its own rhythm. Yet together, they make the city work. India's marketing economy feels much the same today. What feels like separate forces on the ground, be it culture, commerce, media, technology, AI, creators, and consumer behavior, are in fact deeply interconnected. A shift in one changes the direction of the other. A viral reel influences a search, a creator sparks that purchase, a retail media shortens the path to checkout, AI is transforming how the marketing is being planned, created and measured, and none of these forces operate in isolation. Together, all these forces are reshaping the way brands are built, discovered, and chosen. So what really drives India's marketing economy today? Is it technology? Is it media? Creativity? The answer is all of them working together. And this is what the theme of this year's summit is. What drives India's marketing economy? As the old rules give way to the new realities, the brands that will lead tomorrow are the ones that understand how the forces work together. Not as separate trends, but as an interconnected ecosystem. And that's exactly, ladies and gentlemen, why we are here today. On behalf of Social Samosa, my name is Bhavna Bhatia. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you to SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit 2026. As a communicator, as a host, I always feel the due credit should be given to the team right at the start of the event. So can we first have a huge round of applause for the entire Social Samosa network. Come on, everyone. So Mumbai will always have an interactive round of applause with each other. We'll have some great conversations. We're delighted that we have India's leading CMOs, marketing heads, agency leaders, platform partners, and industry experts with us today. So let's leverage this platform right away. Over the next few hours, we're going to be challenging conventional thinking. We're going to exchange those practical perspectives, and we'll also hear from people making these decisions every single day. We hope today's conversation spark fresh ideas, inspire new approaches, and answer your questions. Let's find what lies ahead. And once again, welcome to SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit 2026. But before we kickstart today, I would like to take a moment to thank our partners who made this event possible for us, and thank you so much to their entire contribution. So as it is displayed on the screen, we have with us Fabel Chocolate, handcrafted chocolates by ITC, Master Chocolatiers. We have the Sweet Karam Coffee, we have the Curl Co, we have the Skin Deli, and we have Brand.me. Let's give a warm round of applause to all the gifting partners which are displayed on the screen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for today's conversation, I'd now like to invite on stage the driving force behind Social Samosa and the visionary behind the summit. And I think it's only appropriate to call him right at the very start for his welcome address. Please put your hands together as we warmly welcome on stage the founder and CEO of Social Samosa Network. Please give it up for Hitesh Rajwani.
Can you guys hear me? I mean, I think I can't match the energy of Bhavna at the starting of every social samosa event. And when I hear her talk, a lot of what she says is actually a part of what I would also want to talk about. So I try to keep it pretty short. So welcome to SAMMIE, the Marketing Summit. I think I know how difficult it is to invest your time and attention into something which is stretched on for hours, and a lot of it is very active consumption of information for you, which like the attention is what we are lacking these days. At social samosa, we spend almost every day tracking what brands are up to, like agencies which are working in the ecosystem, platform perspectives, creators, and because we work at the intersection of all of this, we are party to a lot of information that should be floated around in the industry. I'm not talking about gossip here, but at least insights or information that could be actionable for people who are working on the other side of the spectrum. And what we realized from our years and analysis on ground is that marketing has never had as many CMOs as it is having right now. And let's say, whatever Bhavna also covered, and that is probably the session also that we would have through the day, just to pinpoint that say AI as a development. I feel that AI has changed a lot of how everything around us operates. It's changed discovery in a way that now AI answers the consumers before your brand can. And at this point in time, your first landing page is not your website or your social media, it is the AI, what the AI tells about your brand. Similarly, I feel that this is one of the conversations I had with someone working at Meta. She mentioned to me that it is that the whole definition of funnels and flywheels is very dated, and today consumer journeys are an infinite loop, and your consumers today don't think their path to purchase is very different. It's not linear at all. They might just stumble upon something on an AI search and just end up buying things rather than just waiting it out and moving it down the funnel as brands see. And I think these conversations actually push us to work on a theme which answers a lot of sharper questions which are out there. It also helps us put together a construct which says that whatever we did in our yesterday's problems, and we need to look towards the future and solve the problems of today and probably the problems of tomorrow. And we had, like I said, we had the privilege of being in a room with almost all the ecosystem, all the members of this ecosystem, and we thought that we would put together this room to bring all these voices so that all of us collectively could think of the answers to some of the questions that I would put across or Bhavna put across, or even in your day-to-day work, you would also come across. And that's the intent. I mean, the intent is not to have like a full of, it is about having conversations which are very real, very raw to each one of you, and our working with the moderators also helps so that we try to keep the conversations as close to what each of you would be feeling. And even like the marketers will know, I thought is to get them to do like this group study before that next exam that they would have. So like we are at the brink of a festive season, so probably the notes that marketers exchange on this stage today might help them plan the next half year. I'm not saying that it would, like whatever they say today will last for another 6 months, but at least for the next quarter, at least it makes their lives a bit easier. So yeah, again, thank you so much for coming. I'm actually quite moved to see so many people in the room at this point in time where there is games. I understand that there will be meetings last minute, what meetings which have come to a lot of marketing leaders. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you have a great day over learning. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Hitesh a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, as you rightly set the context for the summit today and the intricate details which goes behind planning the theme of today's event is, of course, something we would all like to give credit to Social Samosa for that, and thank you, as you rightly said, on behalf of Social Samosa for all of you to join us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the stage set for our upcoming discussion. And we feel that the first topic of conversation, titled When Truth is the Campaign, the Hindu Strategy. Now, of course, the opening address which set the stage context-wise, we now move into an exciting lineup of conversations that explore the forces shaping India's marketing economy. In the era where trust has become one of brands' most valuable assets, this conversation will thereby explore how authenticity, credibility, and thereby purpose can become powerful marketing strategies. I'm no better than the head of marketing of the Hindu group addressing this for all of us. So ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart with our event, SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit, let's call upon stage Aparajita Biswas, the head of marketing, the Hindu group, in conversation with Rinal Mathur Rajwani, the editor-in-chief and managing partner, Social Samosa Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, please round of applause as we welcome all the icons on stage. Thank you, Ms. Biswas, for joining us and taking out your valuable time. And over to you, Rinal, to take it forward.
नहीं सही है लाइट सही है लाइट सही है
Thank you, Baba. Welcome to Social Samosa Rajada. Thank you so much for flying here. I had a chat with her previously, and she is such a wonderful in everything. She's done such.
When I, read the theme, I thought that, I have to be here, and I'm so looking forward to this conversation, especially because after spending 18 years marketing caffeine, alcohol, connectivity, I think marketing truth as a product has been the easiest, because you don't have to remember the lies you told before.
Such beautifully she has summed up the entire journey. She's been with such beautiful good brands like Vodafone, Cafe Coffee Day, the Carlsberg, and that's how the connectivity, caffeine and everything, the conversation came. And okay, so we are going to talk about truth, and the Hindu is one brand that we have seen that it's a legacy brand for us. We have seen that over decades, it's built on trust, it's built over credibility, it's built over editorial integrity. But we are also living in times where the environment around is that brands are often pressured to be fast, to react fast, to speak louder. And one thing which we all talk about is chase attention from the audience. So when in such times, how do you think that truth translates into marketing campaigns? How do you think that truth and credibility becomes part of your strategy?
So for me, any marketing strategy or any marketing team or a marketeer can reflect a brand's value through the choices it makes every day. And what you said about editorial integrity, about truth, about credibility, these are not just the values that belong to the Hindu's newsroom, but they guide every decision, every organizational decision, every business decision, and every marketing decision. Hindu has spent 147 years earning the trust of its reader, and I believe that it's the role of the marketing team and the head of marketing to protect, to strengthen, and reinforce that trust through marketing communication.
But Prajita, these are very strong principles to hold. And when you talk to an agency or a creative partner, what are the non-negotiables for you that becomes part of a brief that, okay, this you have to keep in mind?
I wish, we had talented or Ogilvy with us and they would have vouched for this. But, it's very simple that every brief has one principle, that any idea has to be rooted in the brand's value, in the Hindu's value. So that has been a sacrosanct and non-negotiable when we see a creative idea, when we see a great concept. We respect creativity, but it has to be rooted in Hindu's value. And every idea, interestingly, passes through 3 filters. One is that whether it is authentic to us, does it strengthen the trust in the brand, and does it add value to the audience. And when it comes to gauging any creative idea or evaluating any creative idea, through their different lenses, but then with one core and common objective, that every idea has to be rooted in the Hindu's value. And that's very simple. So I think we make it very simple by sticking to who we are.
So these might look like a simple thing, but it isn't. And as a marketer, I would want to understand from you that does these guardrails make a creative process simpler, or it has just complicated, or it has sharpened the work that you do? That how are they shaping the entire marketing strategy or the campaigns that you work on?
So, in fact, I was trying to make my job look more fun.
It isn't.
Rather
I
than
have
saying
marketers
that.
here. I have people, marketers watching it live on YouTube. So I'm sure that they all know that it's not easy and fun.
So, as I said that, we have strong guardrails, and when we respect the brand we inherit, and we understand the distinct role of marketing department, of editorial department, of business department, drawing these lines become very, very easy. In fact, you would have seen newspaper changing their masthead for advertisers. We don't do that. We never, will have a masthead that will say chocolates of India or noodles of India, because what we believe that the masthead, it's part of our brand identity. It reflects the 147 years of trust, and it has been sacrosanct. So, as I said that yes, we kind of taken some hard decision in terms of business, but then we have never let down our guardrails, and we we maintained, and we have been true to the brand values.
Amazing. And we have spoken about these campaigns, and we have spoken about what makes these campaigns. I would want to discuss about one of the recent campaigns that which made a buzz over the internet, over LinkedIn. Everyone shared those images. It's written by journalists.
Yes.
We have seen their hoardings. We have seen it in ad. It's a very simple ad. I think the precise reason that it became popular was because it was simple, it was direct, it communicated what it wanted, as simple as written by a journalist, which is like a given thing.
Correct.
So, in such a category, if you would want to walk us through what happens in it, in a conversation where we think that these campaigns are generally not that simple, do you want us to walk us through what happens?
Yeah, sure. In fact, can we see the AV? I mean, I'm assuming that everybody has seen the campaign and they do remember, written by journalists, those 4 quirky, brand videos. So can we have the AV, please?
Dinner chapilla, breakfast chapilla. Notiku enda cheyandanu.
Why are you being difficult?
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
So we had 4 such films, and as you said that it's a difficult category. And I understand that, see, we live in an attention economy, and where brands are, every day competing to be louder, to be bigger, to be more provocative. For us, the question was, especially with WBJ, was not how to make more noise, but how to make the truth heard. And we had a very simple truth. Today, we live in a world where misinformation is spreading faster than the facts. The trust in, news sources is eroding, and the entire news media organization is troubled by the way in which, the news is getting curated, disseminated, and consumed. In this entire, keeping these in the background, credible journalism becomes the answer for all these, questions and all the worries that the entire organization is going through. And for us, we wanted to tell that why credible journalism is important, and we use these metaphor, where we kind of showed that what it feels like when you consume glossy news, unverified news. And we asked the audience simple question that who writes the news you read, who writes the news you hear, and who writes the news you share. And the simple answer for all this is that Hindu is written by journalists who are trained professional, journalists who go through editorial process and rigor, and they are known for, manufacturing truth. And that's the answer to all the questions, and it simplifies all the questions that we have in mind, whether to trust the source, or whether to follow this, or whether to share this, or whether to read this piece of information. And when you have such a powerful truth, you don't have to overstate it.
But tell me, did it reinforce the existing readers that what you believe, they believed in the brand is true, or did it help you that you connect with younger readers more?
Well, our guess is that, the feedback in entirety has been very positive. We have, when you see the campaign, it has multiple phases and different elements resonated with different set of audience. Say, for example, we launched the campaign with a print ad that showed the entire rigor, the editorial process, the constant balancing of priorities that, whether to publish the news or verify the source once again, whether to pick up a personal call or continue, pursuing the job you are doing. So this actually, made the entire news making process, the journalists very, very human, and it made these journalists become closer to the audience. And for us, in fact, there were multiple indicators of success. Of course, we had massive, reach and visibility in terms of the numbers we saw. The campaign had a reach of almost 400 million. Then it strengthened the perception in the brand, because a lot of people came forward and said that this could have been only, done by Hindu. And we knew that, a Hindu could have taken this position. And while, of course, it sparked meaningful conversation, we had feedbacks, positive feedbacks from our readers and from the industry, from various people, even competition. And the overall campaign resonated with the industry, with our readers. What was very, very interesting, was that it created a behavioral change. And when we launched the campaign, within 3 months, we saw 85% growth in search volume for terms like credible news, authentic news, the best newspaper. And to me, I think the exciting fact was that the campaign seeded a behavioral search, that the term called Trusted News India. It was not, there before the campaign. And post the campaign, when we kind of saw the numbers and saw the result, the search grew by some 3,000%. So it's amazing that, when you can move beyond just creating conversation, but also change the way people think about a category. And that's what the behavioral shift, did to us. People started looking for credible sources and credible, news sources.
Actually, we do need like a credible source. We do need like a trusted source where we can, in the times when news is consumed over Instagram and other social media channels, we do need like, if we don't need the fastest news, we need a credible and in fact-checked news. So that is definitely a must. But Hindu also works on more topical, more tentpole ideas and concepts, and there are campaigns that are like, if it was Stop the Habit or World Day Against the Child Labor, then there is Voice of the Wild. There are a couple of campaigns that I've gone through and I've seen, and we've shared multiple of campaigns of Hindu in past, and they've received well. But when we talk about these subjects, they also come with some sensitivity attached to it. And when you talk about these campaigns, there has to be some approval process associated with it, that makes a campaign worthy enough.
Yeah, sure. So our approval process is less around seeking sign-off and more around building consensus. And especially, when you said about topical or picking up social causes, marketing doesn't work in isolation. We work in collaboration with the editorial team. In fact, from the beginning, from the early stages. And few of the causes that we have picked in past, it has germinated from the newsroom, where editorial team, they have identified these topics to be important, and then we have stepped in to amplify those causes. And a very good example is the World Wildlife Day that we did 2 years ago. The campaign was called Voice of the Wild, where we highlighted endangered and critically endangered species. And this entire campaign basically nudged people to become the voices for all these voiceless. And this was not a standalone creative idea. This was complemented by an entire in-depth scroll story on digital. Then it had a very powerful editorial piece. In fact, I think I have shared couple of the pictures and couple of the cutouts. So if you can show,
can we play that AV?
This is the editorial piece they did. These are the endangered species, and if you can see this is the ad, where basically we nudged people to become the voice for the voiceless.
And we do have an AV.
Yes, it's the in-depth scroll story, where basically we talk about the editorial. They built the context, and they brought a lot of insight to the campaign by digging into these endangered species, and they highlighted that what are these species for public consumption. So can we play the AV, please?
Like we were discussing, these campaigns does need like a in-depth, not just in-depth research
Yes.
from one marketing side, but it has to be have editorial teams around with it. When you do these, how do you pick a moment that, okay, this is the moment I would want to be, this is the cause I would want to be associated with, and not just any other? It's not that something just taking off anything that comes in the calendar.
Okay, so I was talking about that how we understand distinct roles, right? So, for instance, that whenever there have been moments where which spoke about say policy change or political movements, editorial has taken the lead, because people do not just need news, they need understanding, they need insight, they need context, and that's editorial's job. And we have never created campaigns around those moments, because we do not want to be seen as a brand endorsing a particular ideology or taking sides. And these are very, very sensitive, topics. So we, ask the editorial team to, of course, take the lead. And that's why when I said that, when you have such guardrails, it's easy to draw lines. But whenever there have been moments where we felt that this particular issue or cause needed public attention, that's where marketing stepped in, because then marketing complemented the entire message by creating conversation, by creating platform for people to come and join the conversation, by building a campaign around it. And in fact, our response to this very unfortunate incident which happened a few years ago, where a pregnant elephant and its unborn calf, they were killed after the elephant consumed watermelon, laced with firecrackers. And instead of sensationalizing the entire communication, we created a very thought-provoking campaign around it, and we questioned that, what is the real meaning of calling ourselves the mightiest species when we are capable of such cruelties in the name of, convenience, in the name of urbanization, and in the name of food.
When we talk about all these things, there is something that is underlying is the trust. And through all the campaigns that you've mentioned and you've worked in past. But tell me, the core, not the core job, but the job of marketer, also a marketing campaign is also very much an outcome driven, but trust is something that you can build over years. And especially for a legacy brands, when like the Hindu, how do you manage that they're both things are achievable? How do you manage that you are not just relying on the digital first things, but also building on a long-term plans so that trust is just not one component, it's the thing in your long-term strategy plan.
So that's what, I think, in fact, whenever I speak to, the young marketeers or my team members, I tell them one thing, that do not build brand around what's trending, but build it around what's true. And I think, trends will come and go, but trust compounds over time. And trust is not earned in a day, but it is earned by doing the right things consistently. It's earned by sticking to your values, and it's earned by reinforcing those values through your communication. So
I think I wanted to end this session with one lesson that you would want to leave for the marketers watching us here, or like live or in the room, but I think you have summed it up already.
Oh, sorry.
But it's but I think it's good and it's a wise advice.
But yeah, it worked for me. I don't know whether it's wise, but it worked for me. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sparing out time for us, for being here with us. It means a lot. I'm sure people in the room had a lot to take away from this session and the campaigns and the work that you have done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mridul.
Thank you so much, Aprajita. Thank you for joining us. Please, let's give both of them a big round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Biswas. What an exciting fireside chat it was. As she rightly towards the end said that trust is earned by doing the right things consistently. May we request you to please stay back. Pranal, we'd like you to do the honor of giving a token of appreciation from the Social Samosa Network. Well, truly the Hindu marketing truth as a product, true to their brand values, even in an attention economy. Thank you so much, Aprajita, for highlighting all those wonderful, thought-provoking campaigns. I'm sure a lot of us had so much to take back from those presentations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, post this, let's get set for our next conversation in focus. Well, our first panel discussion of the day, we're talking about the marketing reality check beyond the binary. For years, marketers have been asked to choose between brand and performance. They've been asked to choose between creativity and data, or long-term equity and short-term results. But today's marketing reality isn't about choosing one over the other. And that's exactly how we started today's summit. It's about finding the balance and understanding how seemingly opposing forces can work together to create lasting impact. To explore what this new reality looks like, we have an exceptional panel of marketing leaders who are navigating these decisions every day. And I'm sure a keen hearing from all of them are going to give us those right insights which we are looking forward into understanding. We have leaders from Ispravava, we have from BKG Foods, we have from Stellantis Food, and of course, an advisor at large for Martian.Inc. who's going to be joining us. Now, it is my cue, and I know the stage is all set and ready to welcome all our leaders. So please, first, let's give it up for Amrita Kumar. Let's give Amrita a warm round of applause. Vice President Marketing of Isprava. Thank you, Amrita, for joining us. May I take the opportunity of welcoming on stage Neha Rao, Vice President Marketing, BKG Foods. Rahul Pansare, the Group Marketing Head of Stellantis India. And leading this conversation is someone who has spent decades shaping brand strategy and marketing thinking. Please give it up for Karthi Kumar Martian, Advisor at Large, Martian.Inc. Such a pleasure, Karthi, having you on the seat right here. We look forward to your expertise curating it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. I was telling her, sirf decades nahi bolti to kitna acha hota. But I guess my beard gives me away anyway. Show of hands, how many people from brand here? Everyone else is agencies or publishers? Is that what I should assume? Okay, so that sets us up. We'll be largely speaking to that table. I'm kidding with you, yeah? Okay, so we've been set up with this now very popular idea of the binaries. And I wanted to tweak it a little bit, but we have to pay our piper first. So we'll do some of the binary stuff. After that, we're going to have some fun. So, dil tham ke baithe, etc., etc. The binary actually got slayed in Cannes, no? Mark Ritson and Byron Sharp, two people from two opposite ends of the world, debated this thing of differentiation versus distinctiveness. And then they finally decided to settle on what Ritson called bothism. How many of you on board with this? Bothism idea, differentiation, distinction in advertising? I also didn't go to Cannes, by the way. I just read about it. So no shame in accepting that we can read about it and learn still. All right, cutting to the chase. Roti kapda aur makan almost hai yahan pe. Neha represents roti nahi, usse bhi zyada maze wala bhujia and 350 other products, I am told. Makan to hai hi, Isprava mein, bahut sare sundar makan apparently. And गाड़ी है, कपड़े की जगह पे गाड़ी है. And गाड़ी के बारे में एक चीज़ है, young colleague of mine long ago bought a car so fancy that forget his pay grade, it was above my pay grade, it was above my boss's pay grade. And his answer when somebody gently asked him कि ये तू गलती नहीं कर रहा है, and he said, खाना भले लंगर में खाना पड़े, गाड़ी सौंडनी होनी चाहिए. Yes, this is true. Yes. So what's the binary on spending money on homes versus cars? Let's start with that.
I think home is more of a necessity. It's an asset. Especially what she's selling is the holiday homes, which is a luxury segment. But for the common man, I think it's more of an asset and a long-term investment. Car is more of, I think it's a depreciating asset as we know, but it's more for fun. The brand that I represent, especially Jeep, known for adventure. So it's more of a fun vehicle, and that's the differentiation between the housing and the car.
Okay. Do you accept or do you want to challenge that? आपके तो बड़े शानदार घर हैं.
Actually, slight tweak. I'm in the second home business, so not necessarily so much as an asset, more than much higher in the Maslow's hierarchy of experiential living life, certain designing your life the way you want to. So yeah, definitely not essential. But what is interesting is that over the last few years, the buyers are becoming more younger. Earlier, second homes would be older, like 50 plus. Now suddenly the average age is anywhere between 35 to 40, which is interesting. So, up for debate on if people see it as essential or not.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Neha, you want to step in?
I have a question. Are these the first homes they are buying? I won't be surprised.
People choose. We actually have cases where people choose to stay in rent in their place of work and prefer to buy a holiday home in a Goa or a Kasoli or an Alibag. And there are cases like that. And it's the first time I came across this, I literally scheduled a call to understand why the hell has he done that. And he said exactly what I said. It's about designing one's life, and people are getting more aware and they are very, very sure of what they want their life to be looking like. And that's what makes them make this decision.
Okay. Neha, I'll come to you now and say, tell us about one marketing decision where all the data pointed one way and you went the other way, and what happened? So this is the data versus creativity binary that we are, paying the piper for.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier, but I think for us, we recently did a regional campaign. We barely had presence in that state. The market leaders were sitting at 60% plus, not doing anything at all, and suddenly the investment expected was supposed to be really high. So like you said, everything was pointing towards do we not. We kind of decided to take a punt. And I would say punt was also strategic, right? Because sometimes what people don't understand is when you're zero, you're going to go up if you're making an effort, right? Are you going to the 10% initially? No, you won't. But my point is, for us, moving the needle was more critical than really to be able to say, okay, did we go to 20? So our goals were very realistic, but like I said, from all perspectives, the data was pointing towards us not getting to a certain point. If we choose to do it with a certain budget, we chose that. But from the KPI perspective, we would have hit about 102%. So yeah, including going away from our current brand ambassador to a new regional one. So from all perspectives, Ogilvy did this for us. So the agency changed, the brand ambassador changed, we went digital for the first time. So this was more of a paradigm shift, I think, than just calling it a campaign. I think we did some tweaks to our DNA this time.
So moral of that story is trust your gut. Is that a fair way?
Not always. I think you need to have data is important. The only reason I'm sitting here and telling you this is because we got data to say that trusting the gut helped. I'm not sure for how many times and how long. This, like I said, there was data to also prove there's going to be movement, right? So this is about whether you take that risk or you don't, whether you take change management or you don't. So, I'm not going to say it's 100% gut only. That would have, yeah. So we went in with data, but the decision to do it was definitely gut more.
All right.
Yeah.
Rahul, I'm going to ask you the opposite if you don't mind. Tell me an instance, and it doesn't have to be from your current employer, so you're not outing any bad news. You can just say history, where you ignored the data and something blew up in your face. है ऐसा कुछ कि everything has been chakachak?
No, I think, to be honest, never faced that kind of a situation. See, what happens is, whether it's gut or data, right? Even the gut feeling that you have comes through a lot of experience and data, right? You always have that in the back of your mind that you've done this in the past, you've seen the results, and either you burned your fingers or you've come out of it, right? So there has been situations, there has been failures in marketing. I think it's always, the way I have always planned my marketing campaigns is a 10 to 15% budget is always kept for experiments, right? And let's go out and do it. We may fail, we may succeed, but we'll always learn. And that's been the approach.
Okay.
So that's how I'll answer this question.
Fair enough. You answered it as I predicted you would. So I'm going to push again and say, is there, for all of you actually, is there a marketing belief you held very strongly 5 years ago, which today you say, sab bakwas?
Sab bakwas nahi hai.
I mean, one idea, one belief, one principle.
I think the whole marketing fundamentals are changing slowly as the new channels are brewing up, right? Recently, just to give a recent example, we did a TV campaign which was a very different kind of a TV campaign which did not have spots. What we did was we did a lot of integration into the show. So the show, the story in the serial or the telecast itself was an advertisement. So that was an experiment, and I think it did wonders for us. So cannot say that what we learned 5 years back, the way we were doing TV advertising was bakwas. It's still there, the traditional way of doing TV advertising, but we need to evolve with time.
Okay. Amrita, Neha, anything you want to pick this up, or?
I think what has changed for me, and it could be because of time, things changing, or even the industry. I've gone from agency to aviation to now real estate. I think earlier digital had to have a very clear CTA, ROI, all of that. And now in the category I am in, digital plays a very large role for discovery and validation more than conversion, while 1 out of 3 homes does come through a digital attribution. But I think now it's becoming, it's a very, earlier digital would be more on attribution, all of that. Now for me, I think I fight more for a brand building, storytelling, all of that. So validation is becoming...
You said brand building trumps attribution, really?
In luxury real estate, it does.
There's a
in
qualifier.
Luxury real estate, it does. Not when I was in e-commerce in Air India, for sure. But here, and so that's why I said it's not because of, maybe it's also the industry change and the role it plays. But in my current avatar, digital plays a very larger role for discovery and validation.
Okay. Since you brought up Air India, I didn't. I have to ask you, when the Tatas took Air India over again, clearly they had a challenge to rebuild trust for the brand. Would that have been done satisfactorily with a budget overweight on performance marketing? Could it have been done?
No.
I know what you did, which was not that.
No, it wouldn't have just happened on performance.
So say a little more about that.
No, so there...
Maybe you'll convert some people in the room.
There it was a more nuanced problem, right? Because a transformation on an airline and aviation is very different than a FMCG where, formulation or a package change happens faster. With aviation, there are a whole lot of rules and regulations, and hence you can't show the transformation journey quickly. If you order aircraft, it doesn't come overnight. There's a 3-4 year wait. So what is important is to show what does change digitally very quickly. And so what we did is we created an AvGeek community, which is about aviation enthusiasts. We showed a lot of fundamental, like food was the first to change, so create a lot of digital buzz around that. So what journey could be shown faster on digital than taking risks, experimentation. So I think, yeah, it makes sense to really have them clued in. I have a sync up once a week, literally on, numbers, what's happening, new launches, everything. And it makes so much of a difference in, seeing a similar goalpost and, fighting for it.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that. Going back to the one-word answers. One trend that's overhyped.
One trend.
AI.
AI. Okay.
I was going to say AI.
Is Kedar in the room already? Not yet? Okay.
No.
Kedar is going to stand up here and do a keynote on AI, so we'll...
I think generally trending content.
Trending
in my
content.
guess, yes.
Yeah, I would say trending content, especially again in the category I am in. I think macro influencers would be another one for me.
Okay. I was waiting to see who, if anybody, would say influencers at all. All right. So on that note, again, segueing, influencer or celebrity? Binary. If you had to pick, who would you pick? Or is it not an either or?
I would say the right influencer, or what I call the key opinion leader for me. So,
Celebrity for me.
Celebrity.
Yeah.
Because of scale. Well,
Key opinion leaders.
okay. One trend that's underappreciated. Perhaps an emerging trend. Perhaps a trend that something that attempted to be a trend and passed like a ship in the night because all of us were looking at some other shiny object in the room. And some of us with relatively more vintage may have more examples.
in my category, I would say literature on the product. It's a very old school, but it still works in my category, and innovation or making it interesting only helps us. Yeah.
So long form content, is that a way to think about it?
Long form content, literature, information, all of that.
Okay.
I think the marriage with quick commerce and e-commerce right now, in our category, it's still very transactional, and it's a germ of an idea together, because the exponential is great right now, given the industry trends and where they're going. So yeah. So
elaborate on that thought.
Yes. So I mean, for example, collaboration with e-commerce and quick commerce, while it's there, I just feel that as of now, it's slightly transaction is not just the right word, but it's slightly more about orders, fulfillment, and all of that, right? But I do feel that collaborated well, you can actually be doing 5x not just business, but even brand value with them. Because today, the kind of, you look at brands like ours, there's always talk about Gen Z. What are they eating? Why are they eating? What are they not eating? Very often they're telling you they're eating this, but eating something else. And there's so much going on that these are the folks who still have a slight pulse of it, right? For example, we've recently learned from quick commerce guys, quick commerce, cart building has started happening. Now, cart building was not the case with quick commerce earlier. Now they're charging people for deliveries. So the slippery fingers of I'll make 5 orders in 5 hours has moved to cart building. Now, cart building for my industry is great because people don't immediately forget. You might need milk immediately in the house for tea. You don't necessarily need bhujia in the house immediately. You might need nuts in the house when there's a party coming up. What's happening is, because of occasions are very different, so in something like the whole quick commerce and e-commerce, the insights we're getting for consumers without having to go out to these consumers who really we don't even know where ours are, right, in that sense, given our business, this helps a lot. So I think a lot more collaboration and literally working together with the businesses is bringing a lot of method to our madness as far as this industry is concerned, because it's very new. So there's not, she talked about literature, but there's really isn't anything. We're all reliant on monthly reports coming in and working on that. So for us, that really helps us to understand small data set as compared to a larger one, but still I think with our growth, this will be a large chunk of our business in the next 3 to 5 years. So it helps to know it now and to be able to understand the data and consumer preferences. So
Super.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neha. Rahul, you have gone public to say that the product differentiation in the automobile industry is practically near zero now, or some version, diminishing. You said diminishing, to be fair. If cars are becoming increasingly similar, where does competitive advantage come from? What's your view? And I'm not putting you on the spot and saying about your brands or your cars, all cars in general.
Absolutely. So when I said that statement, Karthik, what I meant was there is a constant fight to catch up with the market. So every product is trying to copy each other. Everybody is trying to bring in new features and trying to be one step above its competition. What's happening in that race is that you're losing the core essence of an automobile, the fun of driving a well-engineered vehicle. What a vehicle is supposed to do is not just to take you from point A to point B, but give you that thrill of driving a well-engineered machine. And what's happening in the race of the feature war is that we're losing that essence of true engineered, well-engineered cars. And that is what I meant, that if all the features are looking the same, every car has a sunroof, every car has a big music system, or
25 microchips doing all kinds of things.
Exactly, it's become more of a gadget rather than a engineering marvel, the way the old cars used to be. And the differentiation will come from two things. One is how the car makes you feel when you're behind the wheel, how comfortable it is, how the engine really connects with you when you rev the engine and go attain that speed. And second thing is how the brand makes you feel. And when I say how the brand makes you feel, it's your ownership journey, right from you own the car to you fall in love with the car, and then probably 10 years, 7 years down the line, you sell it for another car, right? So that entire journey, how the brand really treats you, how the brand experience you come across, I think that is where the differentiation is going to come. And I think we all are realizing that now CRM and personalization has taken a step above in our marketing mix. Today, it's no longer just sending an SMS or a WhatsApp message. It's gone more beyond that in terms of personalization, understanding the customer behavior and other things. That is where it's going.
A lot of this, what you described just now, is after sales, right? It's about engaging with the car, enjoying the car, and then living it, having the great photographs and the stories and all of that. What about before my decision to buy which car, and long before my thought of I need another car or I need a nicer car or whatever it is, how do you build memory structures in a differentiated way so that whenever I am ready to buy the next car, Jeep pops up first in my head or whatever?
So Karthik, I think falling in love with the brand starts much before owning it. We all know that, right? So there are brands which are highly desirable. Say, let's talk about a Ferrari or a Porsche or those kind of brands which are highly desirable. And you fall in love with those brands dreaming that you're going to own it one day. And if a marketer could do that for its brand, whether it's Jeep or any other brand, make the brand desirable for a certain set of audiences, the journey of building future customers starts much earlier. Also, once when I mentioned about the brand experience starts at the awareness stage. When you are aware of the brand, that awareness creates certain emotions and certain perceptions in your mind about the brand. Oh, this brand stands for adventure. This brand stands for performance, and so on and so forth. This brand stands for safety, for example. And how do you keep building and stay consistent with the image that you have? That is the entire journey, right from awareness stage to a person then falling in love, saying that I want to buy this car, going to the showroom, taking a test drive, and then owning it one day. And this entire journey could be anywhere between, say, 4 months to a year, depending on the person and the steps that he's taking in the journey.
And all of that can be done equally well via digital and mainstream.
Absolutely. CRM, as I said, starts through life journeys, through purchase journeys and other things.
Okay. Neha, Amrita, both of you have sat on both sides of the table, right? Both of you have sold to marketeers and you both bought marketing muscle as well. Which side mistrusts or misunderstands the other more, and why?
I think it's both sides. The trust totally depends on how much time and information each side ends up spending on giving. I've had, and on the agency side, I've had clients who treated us as partners and involved us from the beginning. So hence you end up delivering that much more. So it's like investment, right? The more you invest, the more you get back. But I've also had terrible relationships with clients who've just treated, you know, the agency is very transactional and hence, not ended up having a good relationship. And now that I'm on the brand side, I see exactly the same thing. No matter, sometimes I've given a lot of investment and information, but the agency is not delivering no matter what I've done. And me being from an agency background, I end up investing more, and then you turn around and say, okay, this is not working. So I think it works both ways. It's not agency.
Basically, the role creates the behavior is what I'm hearing from you. You get Stockholm to your seat. Yeah?
Yeah.
Neha, do you have a different answer?
Similar. I mean, I think largely it's very dependent on even company culture, right? Depending upon where, not just the profile, but the company culture. I've seen brands out shopping for agencies every year with the mindset that we will, and not just because they weren't performing well, but let's keep trying, let's keep negotiating and all of that, right? But on the other side, I've also worked with agencies, being on the other side where, like she said, how much ever you did and how much ever information went in, what kept coming out was, and we've had to put in that sad dialogue of who worked on this, was it the interns? so I think it's it's
how do we fix this?
Largely.
Isn't it important to fix the trust problem between the two partners on both sides of the table?
It is, and I think it's a perennial problem, and it's a very big one.
I think trust for sure.
Yeah.
But how? How to fix trust? So the stereotype I've heard very often is, and both sides, you stick your hand out to shake someone's hand, and then you have to count your fingers when you get them back, right? And it applies, I think, just change your hand and it applies on both sides. And without trust, how are we supposed to deliver breakthrough things, right? Campaigns, outcomes, whatever.
Absolutely. I think some of the best relationships I've had, whether it's from the agency side or the client side, is not necessarily when the judgment was on that one pitch or that one idea. I've actually seen the best of relationships work when maybe the pitch deck wasn't the strongest, but there was a culture match, there was a people match, there was an intent match, and hence from day,
let's say the first round, second round, third round didn't work, and when I was in an agency, the client turned around and says, you weren't the best, but we
want to give you a chance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've synced up well with you, and we know there's an earnestness to get there. And I think the same has happened with me now as a brand, that some of the best partners I've had, or right now have, is not the people who may always hit it out of the park every time, but I know that there is an intent to do so. And I think that is important, that it's not the shiny thing which wins every time, but the culture and the intent match which is important when you're shopping around for a partner.
Okay. Yeah. Neha has nodded vehemently.
Same, literally the exact same.
What is your take? You've only largely been on the brand side, is that fair? Yeah? So what's your take?
So I think I've been fortunate to work with amazing agency partners so far, but I agree with Amrita. What she said is it's the culture match, and it takes time, it takes a little bit of hand holding and a little bit of working together, but what I have understood is once you have that connection and the wavelengths start matching, you get amazing results. So I have worked with partners like consistently for 10 years. I'm not changing any agencies.
Okay. So one signal I'm getting from here is don't do a pitch every year if you're a marketer.
Yeah.
The second is that there is something to look for in the pitch, if at all you are looking for new partners, which is about a culture fit more than they brought a great idea to the table today. What's one practical tip you could give to the few brand managers in this room on how to smell that culture fit out while obviously the senior most person from the agency has come to pitch? And Day 2, once they won the account, it's going to be some worker ants, interns, whatever else, who are going to show up to do the work, right? So how to sniff that culture fit out? Any tips?
What I would look at is the flexibility and the willingness to adapt. If you go in a room saying that I know it all and I'm here to tell you how to do marketing, I don't think that would really fly. It's always working together. I don't know more than you, you don't know more than me. Let's come together and do great work. That's what I look at.
Mine's a little more pointed, how they take feedback. Those 15, 20 minutes give you a great insight into how the working relationship is going to be.
Again, elaborate. So I could be a yes man to you and say, yeah, you're very right, we screwed up, I'm sorry, and go away, and then come back with a 5%, 10% tweak and say, see, I took your feedback, here it is, I made the logo bigger.
You're right, which is why I said how they take feedback, right? Sometimes they'll push you a great idea, which you know is great, but it's not going to work for the category you're trying to push, right? And very often what we are seeing this more is with the seasoned agency partners, where they come back and tell you, we are sure this is going to work. But what we are seeing that they are doing is very TV first. In my case, I'll just tell you, very celeb first, TV first, all of that. But absolutely alienating certain business concerns that we've shared, right? Which means great idea, great ad, but did we need it? We needed something else. So I think that is very important, how they understand. I know most agencies come to you saying, we don't understand business, where I actually get a little scared saying, well, guys, you need to understand our business for you to be able to come up with solutions, because solution is not only an ad, which is the larger problem today, right? One creative pitch is not a solution. There's so much that goes into it for us. Eventually, everything that's going to be ancillary is the more critical part, right? So I think the understanding of feedback, and I think most agencies end up taking it only as a creative feedback, which is, like I said, how they take it is the most critical part. If they sit with it, come back and fight for the idea, great. Because then again, we sit with it and see, okay, where can you marry it? But yeah, so that's something, yeah.
You had something to add?
Yeah, I think one is doing multiple rounds, and I'm not talking about 5, 6 rounds, but at least meet them 2, 3 times. I think another thing which is very important to me is who all are talking in the meeting. If it's just going to be the top person or maybe one person, that's a red flag for me. If it is somebody, if it's a team where everybody knows, everybody has something to add, I love that, because that shows that it's not a typical, acted out pitch. The third is what she said about feedback, but I also see things like you saying, creative ideas are many, maybe a hit or a miss, or what sounds great today, your business environment changes and that will suit tomorrow. What is more important for me is for them to understand your pain point. If they understood what it is that you want to solve, there are many creative solutions out there, and that you end up figuring it out, and it doesn't really matter sometimes the idea comes when you help them flesh it out. But I think for me, what's important is have they understood the pain point? Is there an intent to understand the pain point, and how much hard work have they done to find out that pain point?
I'm going to ask you guys one more question. Meanwhile, I'm going to say, Bhavna, do we have audience questions? Why don't we just do that if there are any questions? Or else I have one closing question. Any questions? Anybody?
If you have any questions, just request the audience raise your hand and get the microphone passed.
Okay, just like it, so I'll go to my last question. Your product decisions are made in 6 seconds. Your product, both of you, probably 6 months, 6 years. Are the underlying principles of how to influence that decision identical or radically different?
Compared to
her product, FMCG or a pulse product like hers, versus a considered purchase like yours, or is like a dream or a house versus the next snack?
I think when it comes to automobile, deciding on what's going to be the next, it's actually predicting the future trends.
Because designing a new car, building a new platform and then launching a car itself is a 18 months process, right from concept level to what's going to change in this 18 months in terms of customer preferences, the market preferences, or like EVs is catching up, or certain features are catching up. Predicting that trend correctly and ensuring that you are ready 18 months after the current trend is the challenge.
That is definitely. And how often do you think automotive guys get it right and how often they get it wrong?
I think looking at the way the industry is growing and the Indian industry is growing, I think 100%.
Wow. Yeah.
I think in my case, the buying a second home or second villa is, or a holiday home is about leaving a legacy for your family, for your children. So I think there the decision obviously is very different.
Right. So what is the actionable from your point of view that makes it?
That this is the legacy. Out of all the choices and all the things you want to leave for your next generation, this one would be the most, the one you would have the pride over.
How does your behavior or your actions change compared to what Neha might be doing? That's my question.
I think the action is from immediate consumption to thinking about legacy and leaving behind a legacy. So it's a much more considered, much more delayed thought process.
I'll tweak the question for you, Neha. आजकल तो प्रोटीन का बड़ा हवा चल रहा है तो isn't it also you're allowed to research 18 months in advance कि this protein trend is going to be big, so I have to make protein wali bhujia.
I haven't made protein bhujia yet, but yes, I mean, we've been ready with our the healthier or better food range for 5 years now. We've had it around, but very often on the shelf life perspective, I'm nearing the end of the shelf life when it's go off the shelves, right? So there is a market, it's growing. Maybe I need to do performance for only that. Not sure, getting there. But you know, when I look, you know, this industry is also very, basically buyer's remorse is for like a few seconds. Now in his case, will probably be a long term for years. This is a definite legacy buyer's remorse. So I think from that perspective, things change. But you know, a few things that will always remain will be customer delight, right? How do you, for him, how do you feel when you sit in it? How do you feel when you stay in it? How do you feel when you eat it, right? And we talk about it, food is, you know, you're happy, I tell people this is me also. When I'm happy, I'll eat bhujia. I'm sad, I'll eat a little more bhujia. When I'm really upset, I think I eat a little more than that, right? So I think emotions could be different, but you go out for a drive for the same reason. You know, you're happy, you're sad, heartbroken, and multiple others. Customer delight is kind of there. And then of course there are trends, you solve for all of those, which we try. But like I said, low involvement category, remorse is very low, so you're okay. If something doesn't work, slowly fade it out. Fading in there is slightly challenging.
Super. Thank you so much. I think from that what I will derive, which is one universal slide which I think I can end on beautifully, is that emotion and sensory appeal. In all cases, घर हो, गाड़ी हो या भुजिया हो, there is sensory appeal and there is emotional benefits which are universal, and that can only mean one thing in my view, and I'm going to take the last word, which means that brand love has to be created and it can't be done click by click by click by click by click. Yeah, thank you very much. On a binary note, I've enjoyed myself on this side of the stage. I don't know about you guys. We'll find out in a second.
Thank you, God.
Thank you so much, Karthi, and to all our eminent panelists for joining us. May I take the opportunity of inviting on stage Hitesh Rajwani, the CEO of Social Samosa Network. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him once again. And we'd like to take the opportunity of having Hitesh first in the frame with all our panelists. And I'm sure Mumbai is known for that buzz. Come on, let's continue with our applause as we thank all our panelists for joining us. And Hitesh, if I may request, if you can give the token of appreciation. Of course, Karthi, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Amrita. Yes, we can do some weightlifting with that, for sure. Thank you so much, Neha. Thank you for joining in. And thank you so much, Rahul. Thank you for joining us today. Let's once again give all our panelists a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate their input. And yeah, hopefully happy smiles after having such an incredible gift right there. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, up next at SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit 2026. Our next discussion features a trilogue as the conversation shifts from efficiency to intelligence. Titled Moving from Marketing Automation to Marketing Intelligence, this session focuses on an integral theme: how AI is changing the role of marketing. And that is something I'm sure a lot of us would be keen on understanding. As organizations move beyond automating repetitive tasks, the real opportunity lies in using intelligence to make the better decisions, to uncover those deeper consumer insights and thereby creating more meaningful business outcomes. And what does it take to make that shift? How do marketers ensure that technology augments strategy rather than replacing it? To know this and much more, and to explore these questions ahead, please welcome our esteemed panelists, starting with Prasad Shijali, the founder and CEO of LS Digital. Let's give Prasad a warm round of applause. We take the opportunity of now welcoming on stage our next panelist, Rajneesh Bolia, Chief Innovation Officer of Gilby, India. Let's give Rajneesh a warm round of applause as we welcome him. And steering this conversation ahead, and it's truly an honor, let's welcome on stage Satya Raghavan, Director Marketing Partners, Google India. A warm welcome, gentlemen, and over to you, Satya, to take it forward.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be here at SAMMIE, and welcome, Prasad, welcome, Rajneesh. We're going to talk about how marketing is moving along that innovation to intelligence continuum, and we'll try and see if we can shed some light on that. Before we start, I'm going to use a framework of sorts. Both of you are from the marketing agency partner ecosystem. You are very familiar with the marketing life cycle. Everything from research to insight generation to creative, to then media planning, media execution, media optimization, and then measurement. Those are the 7 or 8 things that you do on a daily basis. I have the pleasure of working very closely with and more organizations in my day job. So I'm totally aware of what's going on over there. The other axis, if you can call it that, is I would also love to see how we can do both inside your organizations as well as outside, facing the customer and consumer, and some of the things that you are doing along that axis. So that's the broad framework that we follow. But before that, I want to actually find out how, what is the AI index of this audience. Folks, if you can stop looking at your phones, I know there's an important message or a blanket order to be done. But, oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, there's a Harry Potter thing going on Blinkit. So if you have kids, do that, maybe after the session. Yeah? But very quickly, I want to figure out how many here use some sort of AI in your daily productivity needs. So for example, wait, let me finish the question. For example, maybe it's in communication through emails or through summarizing notes, but for your own personal self, how many of you use AI? Put your hands up, please. Gentleman is not putting up his hand, so opportunity. Keep your hands up. I never told you to put it down. So put your hand down if you are not using AI for your marketing job needs. So you all are marketers of some sort. Maybe you are in the research side of things, maybe you are in the creative side of things. If you are not using AI, put your hand down. Okay? Okay, so one gentleman put his hand down, opportunity, great. Put your hand down if AI is stuck at probably the marketing level and not gone upwards to influence company strategy and the way the company thinks. So we have an amazing audience here, very high AI index, where they are seeing AI usage for strategic purposes as well as for marketing purposes and for their own personal productivity gains. So it's going to be fun. You can now put your hands down. Thank you so much. So it's going to be fun interacting with this audience, and we'll open it up to you all in some time. But I really wanted to maybe start off by understanding Prasad and Rajneesh. How are you personally using AI in your day job? And we can start with you, and then we can come to you, Rajneesh.
Your question is about day job?
In your daily job, right?
It's a loaded question, I don't know how to answer because, there's not a single
Prasad, tell them about what is in your pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll cover that, okay? But since you have said it, there is a small chip in my pocket now, which is listening to everything and going to summarize, and probably I can connect it through Claude and get more information and probably look through it, what are insights that we are going to listen to. But I would say that's one thing from productivity of mine.
Yeah.
But as a let me take you back around 30 years back, right? Okay, and how AI gets linked to that. Way back in early 90s, I entered my IIT Madras computer lab, and there's my colleague who had a small 1.4 MB floppy disk at that point of time, and he just dropped it in front. He just said, "See it," and he just dropped it, right? I don't know how many of you, I'm pretty old now, but you would have known that earlier those used to wear round stuff, which you have to be really careful. And that time, if I see it now, I realize that memory got democratized, right? Because it is no longer into those big revolving stuff in the... Then came a time, 1998, a friend of mine wrote a mail to me and said that only words I still remember. It said that try this, www.google.com, right? Next 13, 14 sort of, days, it was all on to me and I was searching everything. And if I look back, the knowledge had got democratized, right? As an entrepreneur, I always believe that we and my team can have a great brain and I can use memory and knowledge and build something which is really good one. And comes a day wherein November 2022 and the chatbot comes in, right? In the OpenAI stuff comes in, right? Apart from the novelty, I realized that brain infrastructure got democratized. And it is scary. Since then, not a single second that I have always felt so vulnerable that anyone can use it better than us. So the whole thing that we have done is a project by the name Project Matrix. So anything and everything, okay, that we do is around it. Now, there are two premises on we work because I'm quite sure just like every one of you, I personally went around trying to ask question, which tool? And very soon I realized it's not about which tool, but which is the workflow, which can be, I wouldn't say automated, but I can build something where it can help make my people Iron Man. Okay,
so hold that thought.
So
because
this is where, so I didn't know how to answer, because every second I live with.
Yes, you are on to my second, third, fourth, and fifth question already. So I'm going to ask you to hold that thought. Rajneesh, how do you use AI in your day-to-day for yourself?
So there are two parts to it, right? I'll talk about the personal side first. I think...
maybe if you could hold the mic a little closer.
Yeah, I think a lot of tasks in my day-to-day life, my calendar, my holiday itinerary, I've shifted off to AI, right? I also spend a lot of time playing around with open source tools, but that's for fun. Now coming to the work side of things, there are two work streams. One is client facing, and I'll go back to 2021, 2022 when we did SRK My Ad. That was the first big use case, with AI. And from there on, I think we've created multiple campaigns with AI at the heart of it, creativity at the heart of it, but more than that, real personalization at scale at the heart of it. And you're aware of most of those campaigns, whether it's My Birthday Song, whether it is Story of Us. Last couple of years, we have started looking inward. How do we make life easier for our people? How do we use AI to augment what they do, free up their time from tasks which they probably spend 70–80% of their time doing, instead of focusing on craft. And Ogilvy is all about craft, right? But if some of my top resources are spending 50, 60, 70 time figuring out insights, can AI do that job? Yes, it can. So broadly speaking, these are the three avenues where I use AI. I can keep talking about it, but in short, that's the answer.
And very quickly, right? I know it's still early days yet, but you talked about how you are looking inwards and trying to see how you can become a lot more efficient, maybe in the inciting area. Any early read on how successful it has been, how it is working? Have you saved hours? Have you saved resources or costs? Anything like that you would like to?
I think more than anything else, it is time. So I'll give an example. There's a tool that we're building. I'm not going to talk about what we're building, but essentially what it does is it takes a live listening tool, it takes two LLMs, and it gives you real-time insights, which essentially helps a strategist figure out what is changing, what is happening right now, how do I use that, and I know we are supposed to talk deep diving into it, but it is really saving time for strategists to actually do the thinking instead of doing the mining.
Awesome. No, I think time is a given, so thanks for highlighting that. I wanted to talk to you about, you are on operating companies under LS Digital. You do many things, but let's maybe focus on the media side of things. What benefits are you looking at when you deploy AI or AI tools or solutions on that inciting side of things? Are there, apart from time saved, is there anything happening for you there along different vectors in that?
I think efficiency is given, right, wherein it has to be. Apart from that, the quality and competitive advantages. There's the three buckets that I'm putting it, right, from the media perspective. Our ability, for example, I'll cover some of the tools that we have there, right? For example, how great it would be that, let's say we work with, more than 100 publishers. Ability of my person who is closer to the client and passing the brief, and then it's a rack system and getting the insight quickly, which probably would have taken around 2 days, getting it into 5 minutes, make a sort of a list of things, go to the buyer and say that get it better one, and then it looks into it. That's sort of a stuff. Another one from the quality perspective, right? And I'll quote some of the tools that Google also has. One of my favorite one is the crystal value, okay, wherein connecting it with the backend, there are multiple ways you can do it. Maybe not a direct API, but taking it into BigQuery, and then real-time understanding the customer value and tagging it onto it, saying that whether it's worth going for that sort of a bidding. Media use case. There are multiple such things which actually helps me from the quality perspective. From the competitive advantage place, how great it would be that I can have multiple data points and having everyday morning, having a very distilled dashboard with insights so that my people before 11 o'clock have a very solid understanding of those campaigns and have insights. Okay, so these are the three main buckets as of now we are working with.
Got it. So we've seen time efficiency, savings there, improvement in quality of insights, and also a competitive edge. So, and thank you for using our Google product for that. So thank you for that sponsored. Right. Let me come to you, Rajneesh. Again, we've collaborated a lot with you, and the latest is the creative studio that you all have built using some of our technologies. Would you talk about that a little bit, and how is it helping you?
Yeah. So I think you know this, that the underlying reason why we wanted to build this is from idea to the first iteration used to take days and weeks. What AI Studio is doing for creative teams is to bring the first iteration within hours, if not a couple of days. And more importantly, it is giving them the ability to explore multiple routes, right? Otherwise, earlier what used to happen is you have 5 ideas, but you were forced to select one because who's going to do the referencing, storyboarding, mood boardings, so many things before you even get to creating a animatics, for example. With the AI Studio, now each team that is using it is able to present 5 scripts in photorealistic manner to the clients. So the clients are able to visualize what the creative team has visualized, or they are able to see what the creative team has visualized. That's one part of it. Second part of it, the time that is saved. What we are increasingly seeing is we are in an industry where time is always a problem. Valentine's Day is 14th Feb. The brief has come on 14th Jan maybe, and in a month you have to mount a campaign, you have to shoot a TVC, you have to create an experiential campaign, and so on and so forth. In all of that, localization used to go for a toss. What used to happen with localization is dub kar do, chala do. With AI, there are 2 things that are happening. And one part is what is happening with the AI Studio is the creative teams, because they're able to iterate fast, they're able to think about cultural nuancing better. It's again, I'm going back to the fact that there is a lot of time being saved, and that means people have more time to think about the audiences beyond the obvious. Second part, which is not specific to AI Studio, but you are also able to do cultural nuancing. So it's not translation, it is actually adaptation for each region, each language, because I mean, India is, it's not just languages, it is also cultural context, it is also what is sensitive in one region and what is not sensitive in another region, and so on and so forth. So the teams are getting more time to think about it. So what we are seeing, and still early days, we're still adding more to it, but immediate signals are telling us that this is going to help us create a lot more meaningful work.
Yeah. And again, massive respect for you and Ogilvy, and I'll tell you why. Ogilvy, as you know, is a storied brand for many years, and possibly you all have your own way of doing things, and you probably invented this entire creative space as such, right? I personally was very pleasantly surprised when we decided to embark on this project to create the AI Creative Studio. Now, I know Gemini is, the LLM is, underlies that, but what do you think drove Ogilvy to think about embracing AI in this manner? Because you guys technically don't need to change. You guys are driving change through creative. But from a DNA point of view, what is this doing to Ogilvy?
I think the DNA is the same. But what is driving this change is the foresightedness of the board, of the leadership that we have. We all know AI is coming, right? People are using it. And the way we have sort of looked at it is, I'll give you an example. In the early days, you used to have storyboard artists, then came Photoshop, the process became faster. Then came AI, the process is now much faster. But the creative control is still in the hand of the person who is creating it, right? So the storytelling doesn't go away, and that's our DNA, right? So we are not thinking of AI as a replacement for the creative prowess. We are thinking of it as an augmenter, an accelerator.
No, awesome. I think it's a great story of coexistence of the classic and the new, right? So again, thanks for doing what you do. I wanted to come to you, Prasad. You also have creative teams now within your group. I wanted to understand, as you think about using AI across all your different organizations, how do you make sure that, brand identity still remains the way it's supposed to be? How do you make sure that, as you perhaps localize creatives or as you personalize creatives, how do you make sure that everything still stays true to that identity?
Interesting question, right?
I told you I'm going to mix it up.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So my understanding of, first and foremost, I completely agree. The idea is the core of it. You can't replace with, AI. It's more of and I also strongly believe is that AI is not human in the loop. We are not human in the loop, but AI is in the loop. Okay, so that's something that I look for, right? So and I also will agree sitting here saying that the amount of AI apps that we have in the creative are much lesser than most of the other places, right? So there are multiple reasons behind it, but where we come from is the brand identity is the understanding of the humans. Okay, I think we haven't touched yet that way, right? I'd be very honest on that. Where we use it more from the research perspective and what we were talking about, how do I render things faster, okay, so that it becomes the POC for the client to understand what happens, right? And there is a customer of ours wherein we have to churn almost 5,000 creatives in a month.
Wow.
Now, it's about, again, Google. I'm just saying it not because you're sitting in here, but every GitHub code that related to marketing which Google sort of releases, one of the things which we had looked into is brand aligner. Okay, anyone can see it, right? So we integrated that in our system. What happens is that you just give one URL where you have those 300, 400 creatives and the brand guidelines. It just parses through it and says that where are the problem across the 13, 14 areas. So we're implementing like those. So you have brand guidelines instead of human eyes. Can AI look into that?
So it's helping you stay on brand.
Exactly.
Faster, better, all of that. Okay, great. Let me come to one more part early on in this marketing life cycle, right, which is data, specifically maybe first-party data. We all know that brands are really discovering the power of first-party data. But from an AI point of view, any examples that maybe you can talk about where you have harnessed the power of first-party data using AI? Would also love to understand this new variable in your lives, which is the cloud. How does it help you?
It's very interesting. I think the wall between your data warehouse or your CDP and the ad platforms, okay, is the most costliest ones, right? Wherein this is where I think people are missing out on getting the value out of it, right? So there are multiple. One, I talked about the crystal value. Something which is very close to my heart. One of the thing is that for one of our customer in life insurance, when we added around 39 different parameters across AdTech, MarTech, and the CDPs. And when we ran a K algorithms onto it, okay, a traditionally Kotlerian way of looking at it is from very demographics and things like that, right? When you parse 39 parameters, what do you call it? Okay, you start calling it K1, K2, K3, K4, right? Those are cohorts, right? And they are so unique and distinct. And every one of those can unlock the type of landing page, the type of ad, the type of consumer journeys that you will have, right? That sort of unlock that can happen. We were very happy. Customer got really interested, and that is where probably your IT and your CISO has to be talking to the marketeer and get this wall disappear. When we added 40th parameter, the K1, K2, K3, K4s are really different. So one parameter can really unlock something which human minds just can't make things out on that. Okay, so those sort of use cases are getting unlocked now if you connect your first party data across your AdTech, MarTech and your CDPs.
And that almost in my mind is what I often refer to as an impossibility, right? It's actually helped you maybe tackle something that was earlier impossible to do, but now doable in a finite manner, in a cost-effective manner. So great to hear about that example. I'm going to shift gears to you, Rajneesh. We talked about research, insights, creative. As a creative agency, your job kind of gets over when the creative is ready, and literally it passes on to, let's say, the media agency to then execute and deploy and all of that. Any instances where you had to do things real time? The campaign has gone live, but customer or client comes back to you and says, hey, we need to make changes real time. Does that happen? And if so, any usage of AI in helping you solve that situation?
It does happen, especially on brands or clients like Mondelez who are, they're way ahead of the journey, the kind of stuff that we've been doing with them. There is real-time monitoring, there is real-time listening, and it's not just about numbers, it's not just about engagement, it is about, am I targeting the right people? Is the message right? Is the context right? Or is the idea right but the expression is wrong? And AI is helping us do that, not for Mondelez, but for a smaller, for a couple of smaller brands. But I see this becoming a much bigger conversation in the near future, where today we sit in silos. We create, they manage, and even at our end, it's strategy, then creative, then production, then media. I suspect that in the next 6 to 12 months, we'll all have to sit together, not just at the beginning and the end of the campaign, but we'll have to sit together through the campaign and evaluate things as they're happening. And AI is giving us that ability to do that.
Awesome. Again, to me, in my mind, that was an impossibility. The creative agency earlier would say, creative shipped, job done, but now you're actually understanding how you can actually partake downstream also and make an impact. So again, that's very interesting to hear. Prasad, let's assume that the campaign is live. You guys have built an amazing media plan and campaign has gone live, but then you encounter that dreaded word, which is optimization, campaign optimization. Folks, I was at the LS Digital office a couple of weeks ago. They did this amazing hackathon series where literally all their employees came up with amazing ideas for AI-based solutions and tools. I came across a couple of the entries also which focused on optimization. I would love for you to talk about how you guys are looking at that phase of the marketing life cycle and how AI can possibly help you there.
See, from the optimization perspective, I assume the question is around in the marketing value chain optimization related one, right? I think traditionally our teams would have data, okay, on the next day, right? And it is more of a rare, sort of a mirror view that you will have, right? So first and foremost, what we started doing it is that ability of the AI to look into what was planned and then split it across the days, hours, minutes is most critical one, right? And intuitively you will know that human mind always worked that ये ऐसा होना चाहिए था लेकिन ऐसा हुआ, and then someone starts digging into it, right? It's a basic problem, right? Basic problem, right? And this is where the team knew this is what they want, and then the team coming together and putting some tech architects and AI engineers into it, and they built something awesome wherein some of the algorithms that they came along, okay, including time series analysis, library which Google GitHub code has, put it on top of it and say that, and trying to say what are looking into last 7 days, 7 hours, and giving those real time updates. Now what happens, there are a few customers who could be making their CRM data available, and if you put an algorithm sort, there are around 2 or 3, not, I mean, I will bluff if I say that everyone has done it, but there are very few who are allowed to do that. Especially one big customer in general insurance space. When they start pushing that data, then you can start looking a lead is different than other one. The justification of why this particular cost of lead is higher, if you push that information back, then it is not just every lead is the same one, and optimization, you will be able to justify saying that this particular whatever is Google is doing or Meta is doing or whichever is ad platform is doing is valid to do what it is doing, right? So that's something that I see is happening pretty well.
Amazing. We're going to deviate from the script a little bit. I'm actually going to go to the audience at this point of time. We have time, but I'm going to go to the audience and see if there are any questions at this point of time. Gentleman there has a question, Bhavna. Yeah, please introduce yourself. Tell us where you are from and what you do, and then it'll be great if it is a question.
Yeah, hi, I'm Rakesh. I'm a founder of a healthy snacking brand. Yeah, hello, I'm Rakesh. I'm a founder of a healthy snacking brand. My question is, AI is, of course, taking over for doing things faster and better. Being a consumer brand, I want to understand, is it good to use AI content, visual content, when you're reaching out to your consumers? Because I've been seeing a lot of AI content. I somehow don't connect with that content as a consumer. So I just wanted your perspective.
No,
I still believe in, creating content which
we
is,
got it. Yeah. So let's hear from the experts. Thank you so much. It's a great question, by the way. Yeah.
If the content looks like it's been created by AI, then you're right. And that's where craft comes in, right? So it boils down to the people who are creating the content, how they are visualizing things. Think of it as a film, you would still write a script, you would write a screenplay, you would have a director, you would have a casting director, you would have a wardrobe specialist, a DOP. You still need all of that. What AI is replacing is only the fact that there is a crew and a cast on ground getting shot versus you're creating those things. And depending on the tool that you're using, depending on the proficiency level of who's prompting, is the person who's prompting a technical person or a creative person, that makes a lot of difference.
End of all that, you still can figure out it's AI generated or really shot with you.
I mean, I would love to show you some content which you won't be able to tell whether it's AI generated or not.
Challenge on. Well done. By the way, potential customer there for you. So please make sure you talk to him.
Thank you for answering that.
Sure. Can we get the
microphone? Can I add some data view on that?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Sometime back, Satya and I were discussing about the messy middle, right? Earlier the messy middle used to be a longer one. Now it has got shortened, right? Because, someone starts and there are more than, I think the one study says that there were 5 touch points used to be there, now it has 13, but those 13 is happening very faster. Now, where it is happening, okay, the content which is being generated, not necessarily only video, but all across, okay, is being, sort of analyzed by the foundation model and giving it to you, right? Now, my data mind says that, okay, because it's a data, right? Is that if you parse the citations for the prompts which are being relevant for your brand and find the correlation between your visibility over time, then you have amazing insights is that what is it those LLMs are finding it. Your messy middle, unfortunately or fortunately, is that at the end of the messy middle, which happens in 10 minutes, your potential customer can decide to go with you or decides not to go with you for years. So understanding those prompts with a very technical mind that way, just see how it, otherwise it was used to be looking into the data prompt and visibility from some SEMrush report. I said, this is post-mortem. Can I understand some insight into it? And anyone here can probably build some tool in next 48 hours with this, because you get the citation, pass it through any one of the algorithm, and you will find the R value across that.
Great,
So that's the beauty.
You got two answers for the price of one left brain, one right brain. A lady there had another question, or yeah.
Okay, we can take 1 second. Just allow me a moment. Satya, would it be fine? We can take 2 more audience questions after this?
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm Ria and I come from this brand called Ori Vista. We are a villa aggregator, luxury villa aggregator brand based out of Bali. So my question is basically if AI is practically optimizing, campaigns better than humans are, does competitive advantage shift from execution to just asking better questions? What does it mean for a role of a marketer in the future?
If AI can do campaign optimization better, do we need people? Is a TLDR version of her question, I guess.
I think I will look at, is the question saying that do we need marketeers to optimize the campaigns? Will they getting replaced?
Yeah.
This is where fundamentally the way I'm building my organization, saying that the marketeers are not going to get replaced at all. They will have this specialized tools. In the Iron Man, the machine is not going to do that. You still need a man inside who takes a judgmental call on things, right? Is he enabled and he has become superheroes. So the mundane jobs or analytical jobs gets passed on to the AI, and the real marketing, taking judgments is with us. Now, will I need 100 people to do that? No, I'll need those 10. What to do with those 90 people and how do I enable it is something which is the leader's job, right? But jobs are not going to get replaced. They are going to get enhanced.
She can still chill in Bali, but while she's chilling, AI can
learn what you can probably, start wearing those specialized suits for you to do that.
Yeah. Did you have a thought? Yeah.
My answer is very similar to his, but I'll articulate it slightly different, that a marketeer is the judge. What AI will be able to do is give you the signals and then leave it to you to decide what works for my consumer, my audience, in what context am I using it. So the AI's role is to assist you and not to replace you.
Thank you so much.
See, I think another one is like, the way I was talking, that 40 parameters that I talked about, right? The 41st is the human.
For me, that's the first.
You can't remove it. That's exactly what it is. I think I just flipped it from the other side. That 41st is you.
Are you, you're okay now? You're relaxed a little bit? Yeah, thank you. So team A is winning. We had 2 questions from this side. Team B, any questions?
Hello, good evening. My name is Sejal and I am the CEO of a marketing agency named as Sorted E-Commerce Solutions. I had a question for both of you. In the world where successful campaigns have been with human touch and human emotions, do you think that you have delivered a campaign which you expected greater KPIs, but it couldn't be delivered because the AI couldn't actually deliver the kind of emotions that were supposed to be?
So you said that one word, which is a trigger for Rajneesh, the word emotions, because he will now go on for the next 10 minutes.
No, it's very interesting. I was just having a conversation with him before we started this. There have been campaigns that we really betted big on, where technology was at the heart of it, and they failed miserably. And when I mean technology, it means really high-tech technology, AI, all of that. But it lacked human emotion, and it failed. And then there have been campaigns where the idea was very simple, but it was all about human emotion, and AI was just augmenting it, and those campaigns did really well. Like, I can give you an example called, we did this in 2023, when AI singing was not a thing. For a brand called Celebrations in the Mondelez portfolio, we created a year-long campaign called My Birthday Song. We didn't think it's going to do great because the output was not great back then. But because it solved for a very simple human need that, there's one birthday song in across languages, it's just the name replacement that you've been doing. And suddenly you have a 2-minute song for your friend, which talks about the friend, your relationship, blah, 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 blah. Our organic conversion was 60% in that campaign, right? So, I mean, in short, that's my answer for you.
Thank you.
Bang on. Team B, one last question from this side, especially the folks sleeping at the back. Any questions? Or should I go back to Team A? Any questions from this side? Okay, I have a question. And it kind of springboards from the human and the emotion part of it, right? The next or the current frontier that AI is at, there's one big thing that is happening which is referred to in various names, agentic or agents. I wanted maybe if you can give a 3 or 4 line answer on how you are thinking about agents, agentic technologies, where are you using it, how is it helping you, and then we can come to you, Prasad.
So, I spoke about the tool, right? Underneath that, there are 7 agents.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
One is a brand guardian, one is a platform guardian, one is a audience guardian, context, live listening, multiple. All of them put out their signals. The way we are looking at agentic workflows is they are going to be doing the grunt work. They're going to replace humans. I wouldn't say they will replace humans, but they will free up times for people who are doing the grunt work. At least in a creative agency, that's how we are looking at it. They're not going to replace the decision making. They're going to inform the decision makers. That's awesome. My take on that.
Anything, Prasad? Anything on the agentic side of things?
So, I think from my side, I don't know whether I should be saying it, but I don't look at it from the agent perspective, right? Because these are all technologies, right? Ultimately, we say, this is the problem faced by the person. Can I change, instead of sprinkling AI on top of it, can I change the workflow, okay, and make AI in between? It could be single agent, multi-agent, or probably sometimes it's just an algorithm. This is what we look into that.
Fair enough. We are pretty much in the last minute of our session. Some things that I have taken away which actually feed a lot into my beliefs is that yes, AI is being used across all of these stages of the marketing life cycle, and it is actually helping you, your customer, and so on, whether it is inciting, researching, or to campaign optimization and measurement. So I think that's great to see and hear from what both of you have said. The other thing is the human is emerging to be even more important, whether it is the first parameter or the 41st parameter. So the human in the loop, as they call it, is still very, very relevant. Human emotion is front and center, right? That's core to everything that happens across the life stages. So I think that is also fantastic. Last question for you. What do you think the Indian industry at large, how successful are we going to be at moving along this continuum from automation to intelligence using AI? What are your thoughts, hopes, fears, if you have them, for the industry at large?
I think the availability of AI is going to be, already there are tools available, and okay, I think it's going to be cheaper for sure, right? What we lack, or instead of that, what we have to really work on, converting as an AI organization. That's more of a culture. It's not a tooling problem. It's a culture. And most of the time, people are concentrating on the tooling part of it.
Gotcha.
They really have to move from the tooling to culture part of it. That's my take.
Got it. And that you think is the secret that can unlock and make them even more successful?
Long. Many of the people are struggling with it because there's so much of noise, so much of scare, so much of fears. Everyone is looking for what's that next model.
I personally think it's unfounded. I feel that we will also figure that out very quickly. So be it. What about you, Rajneesh?
I mean, I agree, it's unfounded. To me, AI is a tool. It depends on how you use it, who is using it, and what are you using it for. Yeah. You can use AI to to make
good morning WhatsApp
wrong
messages.
decisions at scale, or you can use AI to inform your decisions and make them better, faster. So the choice is yours, right? And one thing I know we're almost towards the end of it, but beyond communications, we've only spoken about communications today, but I want to touch upon the fact that AI has really unlocked a lot of things for us as a creative agency in the last 1.5 years, right, where we're solving business problems for clients.
Yes.
And very quickly, I'll talk about one example. De Beers, have been facing a big issue with lab-grown diamonds, right? And they came to us saying that, can you create a big campaign for us to, sort of, without saying lab-grown diamonds are bad, tell people to buy. We said, okay, we'll do the campaign. We made some beautiful films, but in the same process, we ended up creating a platform for them where today there are 50,000 retailers who sell diamond jewelry who are able to create, I wouldn't say Ogilvy standard, but I would say 90% there, assets using their own designs, and that's a platform that they have democratized for 50,000 retailers who are registered with them and GJEPC.
Great.
So
and on that sparkling note, sorry to cut you, time is up. A sparkling note where you've solved impossibilities. Thank you, Prasad. Thank you, Rajneesh. You guys have been awesome. This is it for us. Our time is up. Pleasure having you. And thank you, folks. Great questions and great engagement.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our speakers for joining us. Allow me an opportunity to please invite on stage Abhishansa Mathur, the founder and editor of Local Samosa, to please join us. Firstly, let's once again congratulate our eminent speakers with a warm round of applause, please. A warm welcome, Abhishansa. May I please request you to give the token of appreciation to all our panelists, of course, starting with our session chair, Satya. Please give a big, big round of applause, Satya Raghavan. Thank you so much. Prasad, thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you so much, Rajneesh. Well, it is said that there has to be some heavy lifting after the session, so I think the team is assured that just that. Come, let's continue with that applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to another incredible conversation on the other side right here at SAMMIE. Well, as media evolves, the conversation is no longer just about where brands show up. It's about how every impression, every interaction, and every touch point contributes to business growth. Our next conversation at SAMMIE is about media that moves markets. We're talking about CTV, programmatic, and retail media. Let's explore how the future of media is becoming increasingly addressable, measurable, as well as commerce-driven. The opportunity today lies in building connected media ecosystems that don't just capture attention, but deliver measurable business outcomes. Joining us for this conversation are leaders who are shaping the future of media investment and marketing strategy. So with a warm round of applause, our first panelists on stage. Let's give it up for Prakhar Jaiswal, Head of Brand and Media, Pizza Hut. Thank you so much, Prakhar, for joining us. We'd also like to take the opportunity of welcoming on stage Amit KG, Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer, Ashirwad by AliAxis. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Amit, if I may request you to sit as per the creative at the back. Thank you so much. Peravi Rangarajan, the Vice President and Head of Marketing, Zydex Paints. Let's give it a warm round of applause. Pratik Udeshi, CPG Sales Head, Amazon Ads India. A warm welcome, Pratik. And to steer this conversation and moderating this session, please give it up for Prabhavir SAMMIE, the founder and CEO, StratPulse Tech Labs. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Thank you so much, Prabhavir, for joining us. We'd like to leave it in your able hands to take it forward.
No, I was joking. I realize we've been sitting for a little over 2 hours, so in case you guys want to stretch, set up, we can do that. And this session is actually the surprise test that the principal ordered. We never shared questions, and I categorically chose not to meet these guys before the session and the panel begins. So, I'm completely off script. Before we kickstart, I think the last panel and the panel before that was quite intriguing. A lot about AI, but before I jump in with my questions, is there any burning question that the audience should ask now, which I might potentially forget or overlook? Now is a good time to ask your question. Okay, we give it 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, never mind. Let's start with the basics. I think we have a mix of audience, which is advertisers, publishers, and friends from agencies, and also people who are starting their career with digital advertising. And on our panel, we have almost all advertisers, with the exception of Prateek, who comes from the publisher side. There's going to be an interesting mix. Let me start with some baselining, because I think baselining is very important before we jump into the nitty-gritties of it. And we have 3 very broad topics to cover: CTV, programmatic, and retail media. And anybody can go. And the baseline question is, how do you establish a business case for any one of them? For any one of them? Yeah, I mean, whatever works for your business or your particular brand. I'm sure, Prateek, it might be a little different for you. You might give us an outside perspective, but as a brand, how do you go about building a business case for any of these platforms? Given that CTV is still relatively new, programmatic has been here for a little over a decade now, and retail media is also relatively new. So how do you go about building a business case? It'll help a lot of people understanding the conversation we have further on from here.
Well, hi. So, I mean, when you said business case, my mind quickly ran to, it's the same question could be asked of any marketing campaign, right? I mean, how do you build a business case for it? And that's where probably the answer lies is, what is the problem we are looking to solve and what is the success metric, right? So over the years, so many times you are asked, what is the ROI on a marketing campaign, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times the expectation is sales, and that's unfortunately not how it works more often than not. But then you also need to come back with, look, sales, yes, that's the end goal, but the intermediate goals, right? So for my industry, if I were to say, I am doing this campaign to increase consideration, purchase consideration, and I will track it through, a customer survey, And we stand here today. This is where we'll stand after the campaign. I think that's good enough as a business case. Yeah, it could be any of those cohorts. It could be plumbers. It could be dealers. It could be the end buyer, right?
Yeah.
For us, probably, and I think Bhairavi may agree, because paints and we are in the building materials industry. It's not one end consumer. It's multiple people, stakeholders with purchase influencers and so on. So we could have different objectives. As long as that objective is satisfied and there is a success metric, I think there is a business case.
Okay.
So, yeah, I agree with what he said, and just to add on to it, I think it's also very important to define, like he said, there are multiple stakeholders. So how you kind of reach out to each stakeholder is very important. That plays a role. And apart from that, also being very clear as to what the platform can accomplish. Because, time and again, I've seen people expect a platform to deliver on something that it is not meant for. So there are certain platforms that are, that do great for building your brand visibility, but don't give you good conversions, and vice versa. So while creating a business case, it is very important to stress that out, to mention how long you're going to monitor it, and also if you can do some kind of a multiple way to measure it. What I mean by that is you obviously have your campaign KRAs or KPIs, whether it's reach, it's click-through, it's conversion. Apart from that, can you mount a BLS? Or say after a certain period of time at your flagship stores, can you do a walk-in survey or a survey to the people who come in and ask them, how have they heard about your brand? Or identify, with the trade chatter, ask them, where do you last remember seeing a brand? Which platform you saw it? And then you kind of start marking it out, because also doing pilots, if you're very unsure, works a lot. I mean, that's how I have identified new platforms which otherwise, it would have been impossible to start off with a massive budget. So I think these things also play a crucial role.
Okay.
I think my answer would be very similar to this, but I've worked in various industries. So for let's take an example of automobile. We'll probably start with the question whether it's a brand campaign, awareness campaign, which is a brand campaign, or it's a tactical campaign, for a business push. So from there, the business case starts. Most of the time, it's a campaign for a bigger launch or a brand building. Then the KPIs are certainly different. So in a industry like automobile, we have a very, very clear funnel that what kind of impressions or reach is required for particular walk-in, then test drive of the car, then booking, and then the final retail. So basis the objective we have, we plan the overall funnel. When it comes to the tactical campaign within the same ecosystem, then our objectives are completely different. We don't probably look at the top funnel much. Whatever top funnel campaign we have done in past, we try to capitalize that into a programmatic and performance and things like that. But that doesn't help if there is no top funnel done in past. So I would say it's more of a balanced approach, where I would probably burn my at least 50-60% spends for the branding and awareness, and then I may capitalize with the performance. To build a business case, it is very simple as far as the KPIs are aligned, and for that one needs to know their funnel well. There could be a business KPIs, there could be a brand KPIs, and probably a Google search and things like that can probably help us bridge between a brand track or the brand KPIs and a business KPI. So that probably is an approach, at least I try to take.
Okay, Pratik, you want to add a publisher view?
Yeah, I was just sort of waiting for to hear the inputs, right? I think this is helpful, and in some ways it is like music to my ears, right? Because a lot of times you only hear bottom funnel conversion focus. So this in ways sort of opens up that conversation, right, on what should be the right allocation and what should be the right sort of way to measure that allocation. So I think it's great to hear some of these responses.
Okay. So as we go down, I think let's kind of bring the focus down to specific channels and categorically focus on connected television and retail media, because I think Prakhar would have some views on that as well. Programmatic fundamentally becomes the horizontal layer that cuts across channels as an execution option. So between, and as you answer, so just pick which particular channel you're talking about, and walk us through what has been working for you on that particular channel over the last 6 to 12 months. So you can talk about connected TV or you can talk about retail media, but tell us what is working for you and what is helping you achieve those business goals in that particular working.
Sure. So we actually, for us at Ashirwad by Alexis, and again, I'll just quickly bring my previous experience here is in FMCG, and I mentioned that earlier, is that in FMCG, it's all about reach and frequency. That's what I learned, and the end consumer is the decision maker, right?
Correct.
With my automotive lubricants background, I learned that there is influencer, which is the mechanic, and there's a retailer as well. Now, in my current industry, everything comes together where I need to generate consumer pull and also plumber recommendation, right? It can't work one without the other. Yeah. Now, which of my, can a single medium give me that? The answer is probably no, right? And which is where the whole connected ecosystem comes into play. So at least for us at Ashirwad by AliAccess, we have to put our eggs in multiple baskets. Not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean spreading out thin, but it has to be a planned approach. So if I'm building the top of the funnel by doing a CTV or a programmatic buying, it's not leading directly to a purchase, because that's not my category. My category is not bought online. It's not a impulse category and so on. But I'm building brand preference. Yeah. And then for me, the retail channel is actually the shop, right? Which is where a lot of the brand visibility and the product proposition comes into view. And the online and the offline have to work together. The consumer preference that I've built through the CTV or the programmatic buying, combined with the on-shop, the last mile push to convert it into the bottom of funnel. So that's that it has to be a connected ecosystem, not a single medium for me. Yeah.
And before Barry jumps in, so I'm in the middle of building a house and renovation. And what I've learned is brands don't sell directly. It's the distributor, then the retailer, and then the implementation partner that comes in. And obviously you have the area sales guys who bums around saying that, okay, come try my product. In a world like that, Barry, as you answer this question, I think it's not fundamentally just about advertising or creating awareness. It is also, like in my case, looking for the best wiring for the house. When I looked at what were the brands I could recall, I could only recall a few of them. But when the experts come up, they talk about 5 other brands and they kind of categorize each one of them. And some of them, they don't even advertise. But as a consumer, because they don't advertise, I don't know them, right? So if I don't know them, how do I trust them? And the standard answer is, this is all used in high commercial properties, high building. So how do you solve that particular problem with some of these mediums which are designed for either mass consumption or one-to-one targeting? Then I'll come to Pizza Hut, which is the other extreme of the spectrum.
So rightly said, I mean, so even my previous organization that I worked in was in the building material space, consumer durables or sanitary ware brand. So, there are a lot of stakeholders or business drivers. It's predominantly, if you look at it, there's a lot of B2B action going on. So there are a lot of influencers, you have your architects, you have your designers, you have at times your contractors who kind of, or your plumbers and painters, as in my current company, who influence the consumer. And so there's a lot of outreach that is planned towards them and engaging that audience. But it also becomes very important, no matter how B2B you are, to build a desirability in the end consumer. What is it that you're doing, that you even exist? Like you rightly mentioned, if they don't even know about you, how do you kind of go about it? So when we talk about, you're talking about one-to-one versus, how do you reach out? I think it also matters which stage of business the brand is in. So for example, my current company, it's a different category by itself. It's a silicate mineral paint, which is very different from your, currently existing acrylic paint category. So over there, a lot is dependent on reaching the broad mass audience, broad audience, because your stakeholders can be anywhere. So it becomes necessary to spend a bit more on reaching out there. Whereas if the brand is a bit more established, then maybe your focus would be more on, your more centered targeting and your commerce conversion rate. So that is how we kind of see the difference and build it. Yeah. Is there anything that I missed?
No, I think Pratik, you can add contrast to what these two have talked about versus the categories that you work with, which is FMCG/CPG. What do you see of other, things which are standing out versus between what they are saying versus what you experience day to day?
No, I think couple of aspects, right? I think the influence building kind of 100% makes sense, right? And the angle of both retail media and CTV sort of comes into play, where I would say that you want to figure out a way to reach that consumer, be it the end consumer or the influencer, right? And like say from an Amazon context, at least Prime Video and MX Player have come together as a single service now. So at least it gives you that breadth or width of, hey, are you reaching each strata of that influencer segment that you want to, as well as the end consumer that you want to. In this case, unlike a growth account or a grocery or a FMCG account, the end conversion, as you rightly said, may not happen immediately, right? Or may not be in the spur of the moment, right? But I think what also plays out is that over time, B2B preferences are also moving, right? So for example, if you look at online shopping has evolved from I will buy a phone to I will buy grocery to now I will buy lubricants to I will now also buy a bike or book a test drive of a car online. And I think that delta in experience sort of helps you define that, right? So, when we were doing a partnership with one of the paint companies, the whole conversation was around, are you able to provide that experiential delta, on a platform where your end consumer is, where then that consumer helps you define or works with the influencer saying, you are telling me A, B, C brands, but is this brand better or not? And help me evaluate or understand, right? Instead of the consumer going blindly into, hey, this is what these panel of experts have recommended, I will just go in with that, right?
Sorry, I'll just like to add one more thing. It's, it's also very important that while you may have, business influencers whom, the consumers also rely on for credibility, unless there's a market pull, beyond a point, nobody can really influence the consumer. So, a brand that the consumer has not even heard of, has never seen before, can get a little tough even for the best of influencers, to convince the end consumer to take. So it becomes very important while you do the, take care of your business ecosystem, your B2B, B2C, you need to also create a market pull and you owe that to your brand and the business partners who are working with you.
Akar, your views from a food category?
See, I mean, for us, again, there are two ways of looking at it. So let's say when we want our consumers to go to a store, and enjoy the pizza and, food there, then the approach is a little different. Versus when we want them to, probably order from, our own app or an aggregator app. So the, strategy or the media approach is very different. So I'll focus more on an offline channel because I think the experience, you get at Pizza Hut is, probably a differentiator for us. So for any offline, consumer store visit and, footfall campaign, awareness becomes very, very critical. We have tried, looking at, performance marketing or digital media in performance also, as well as in awareness also. It has to be, a good balanced. It doesn't work otherwise. So what we do, we take awareness as a, a basic approach and build, either retail media or anything, to add on that. Now, when we talk about awareness specifically, whether it's a TV ad or a CTV ad or probably even, any other offline channel or even a digital channel, these mediums are planned in a way that you can achieve awareness or, probably a performance as well. So you need to probably understand the role of the platform first and then plan. And after the platform, specific role of the vehicle. So, if there is an awareness media, which I would probably like to implement, I may look at TV, I may look at CTV or probably any other digital platform, which is giving me, incremental reach. I would probably optimize on the reach. Maybe, after the campaign has been run for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I may probably activate other medium, which is more on a performance so that, what demand is, created, ultimately get captured. But again, it is very, very difficult to attribute anything. We can just simply say that we should keep on doing the awareness so that the base sale remains, intact for years to come. The moment you stop, media spends on the awareness level, we have seen in various categories, not just probably, QSR, that the base sales, decrease. which is not good for the long term. So I would say it's a balance of long term brand building so that the brand pulls remain intact over years, and then we can operate to push the sales further. But for offline, we prefer to do awareness much more.
Yeah, I think a big factor is also how much money you have to spend on marketing. Switching gears here, I think we've gone through establishing base case, business case for the different application to understanding what is working from you. We're now also living in a world with every pitch deck gives you enough information about the channel, the capability, the targeting, and we're probably measuring everything as we discovered the session before the last one. As a marketer, when you're deciding a channel, what more do you want to know today from a data point or from a field point that propels you to use that channel more over the other? Anybody can go.
That's a very good question because there's so much data available now, right? I mean, you have everything from the engagement to the action taken to clicks to absolutely everything. So what more could we want? Well, we can always be greedy, and we can look at also possibly the quality of viewership, the context of viewership, right? So you could buy an extremely efficient media in a certain channel, but I want to give you a very simplistic example for this. If a brand ambassador is Virat Kohli and there is celebration, the campaign talks about celebration and Kohli's just got out for 0 and your ad appears. I'm just saying, can we also look at context as one of the data points that how can we, that whether our ad ran in the right context and the quality of viewership, that will be very interesting. So if it's a household, especially, it becomes even more important. Because yes, it's a connected TV, but who exactly is watching it? So is it the decision maker, and I know you have your profiles today on every single OTT platform, but it's not necessarily you watch everything in your profile and so on. So yeah, there is no dirt to the demands from marketers in terms of what kind of data we want. There's always more, but I feel that. What is as important is what you do with the data you currently have, right? CPM, view-through rates are great, but are they achieving incremental reach? And are they achieving the success criterion we talked about earlier? That is what you need to benchmark against with the current data. And obviously, you can always have more data.
I think let me throw it through Prateek because they probably has the most amount of insights into it. And I'm pretty sure you satisfy everything what Amit is asking. When the handshake happens that we have context, we have the right reach, and we can deliver incremental reach as well, does Amit give you more money? And Amit, when you give him more money, does he give you more incremental reach? Prateek, go for it.
I think I would change the question, right? I don't think brands are asking questions hard enough, right? And they are not demanding what they should be demanding, right? Which in my mind is, why are we still talking about only reach and incremental reach, right? You need to care about, or I would strongly believe that brand needs to, in today's context, care about contextual reach and are they in market for something at that time, right? So even if you have 600 million, or 800 million users on the internet, doesn't matter. Like not everyone is buying XYZ product at that time. And I think what I would care about at that time is, in that moment, am I hitting the right customer with the right messaging? And then am I able to measure it down to the full funnel, right? I saw this ad on video. I saw this, targeted to me programmatic when I was, making a phone call or doing something else. And then I went to purchase. I was able to tie that whole loop back, saying, hey, this is the consumer who saw my ad, and this is the consumer who ended up purchasing it, right? And then if you are able to do that well enough, for a period long enough, and you build the right attribution windows and models and so on and so forth, that is the outcome that as a brand marketer and the hat I used to wear in my previous role at Amazon is what I would sort of care about, right?
Absolutely bang on, which is why I added the context part and the quality of viewership part, because you're right, you could have 1 million views, but for example, typically you end up building a home only once or max twice in your lifetime, right? Is that customer or consumer watching me at that point in time? So for example, plumbing pipes is otherwise a completely, it doesn't occupy any space of your mind. But when you're building a home and when you're about to take that decision, the involvement is pretty high. Am I reaching him at that point in time? And secondly, what you just said is that, am I also completing the loop when he, so fine, I've placed the ad at that moment, but when he goes to the store, if the plumber and the retailer are recommending some other brand and I don't have a signboard there, then it's kind of lost. The case is lost. So I also need to check that. Yeah.
Okay. We've got last 9 minutes roughly. Let me come to the last question. I think this is, are there any publishers in the room? If you can just raise your hands up, a few of them, other than folks from Social Samosa. I think we've come to a point where we have established some basic ground, but at the end of the day, we've looked at measurement, we've looked at frameworks, we've looked at ROI, we've understood incremental reach. I know after we satisfy everything for you, ultimately you say, oh, my CPCV was higher than benchmarked. So the question is, and this is something I gather talking to a few other people in the market today, specifically on the publisher side of the ecosystem. And they said that budgets are now being used as baits, right? Baits that, you know, we have so much budget and you should come pitch for our business. The delivery is broken, right? It's all running in different walled gardens. And that's evident if you look at every possible report, 70% of digital media is concentrated between 3 or 4 different platforms. Who is actually connecting the dots? And if you're a publisher, not an advertiser, what should a publisher do differently so that those budgets go from baits to more meaningful conversations on both sides of the table? Anybody can go. This was a hard question that publishers said, you know, you got to ask. Monies are shrinking, too many people to take away that money. Everybody says they got lots of money, but when I get the campaign, it is too small. And then the brand says, oh, they did not work for me, and goes into that loop. How do we break that loop? Tough question. I know it's a very tough question.
So if I was a publisher, and that's why I was waiting for him to answer that. But if I was a publisher, and the way I would pitch this is, I mean, one cliched way to look at it is, let me bag all that budget and show numbers in terms of what I can deliver, and the pitch is mine, right? The other way to do it is to actually say, what is the business challenge you're facing? And while you have all this money, I would only want 70% of it on my platform, and here's my suggestion with the remaining 30%. You should put it on offline engagements, for example, and we will try and see how our online 70% of the budget connects with those offline 30% and delivers you your business results. It goes against instinct, is to grab all that budget, but I think that would make you stand out as a publisher, and your brand would be far more willing to listen to you as a trusted partner.
Okay, Pratik, do you agree with what Amit is saying?
Yeah, I think I'll use a terminology, right? I think it's like a hat, haircut, and a tattoo, right? Think about those 3 things, right? If you're looking to buy a hat or wear a hat, you will quickly buy one, and you will look around and you will figure out the options. You will buy one, you will change it, and you will be okay with it, right? If you get a haircut, then you have to live with that for a little bit longer, right? Essentially, you know, bear with it for that decision for a little bit longer. And then for tattoo, you know, you have to really be convinced, right? So some of the areas, like the pipes that you mentioned, right? I mean, that's like, that's like a tattoo, right? You are not going to rip out all your plumbing to change it if you made a bad decision. So I think budgets, allocation, consideration, which publisher, what mix, I think truly depends on what you really want to get as an outcome, and then you will sort of work backwards from that, right? There will be a lot more awareness and consideration building in say, a tattoo equivalent versus a combination of awareness and hey, like, let me drive the conversion as a part of the same flow. Right? I mean, with quick commerce, right? I mean, you watch a Korean show and you can get Korean noodles delivered in like 10 minutes, right? Or a pizza delivered in 10 minutes, right? So from that perspective, you want to move across channels a lot faster versus what you would in the traditional sense, right? And that fungibility, I think, marketeers and advertisers are smart enough to sort of move that around and not buy or think of it in the same fragmented media planning ways that it used to earlier, right? I mean, the media plan was fragmented. The consumer was not, right? It's the same guy or the girl who's looking at this across the board, right? So how do you sort of bring that together?
There we Prakar, anything different from your side?
Yeah, so sorry.
Please go ahead.
So one thing that I would probably pitch, or even as a marketer, maybe this is coming from that lens. Sorry, I'm not able to switch roles. But it would be if, someone could show, or what I would like to see is how it moves across the entire consumer funnel, across the journey. It's not just about just being present on awareness that I can give you so much inventory, placement, this kind of premium positioning, this kind of content format, and which is only geared towards awareness. But how can I, channelize that, curate the interested audience and move down the funnel? I think that would be a very good pitch to make.
I also feel the same, that, when a publisher comes, there are few publishers who come with, lot of data, lot of, I would say good content to make us understand why this may work and is aligned with your larger objective. But there could be a case when the objective is something else and, the publisher is pitching something else. And here I would say probably the role of agency comes, into play. How, the one unified objective is achieved basis various publisher and the objective of the campaign. And probably, I somehow sympathize with the publishers because most of the time, they hear, campaign didn't work out. But what actually it means, no one asks. And that's a question they should ask the brand, brand side, that what do you mean when you say it didn't work out? You didn't achieve your specific, let's say a footfall or whatever KPI you were aiming for. So I think probably those discussions are important, but that quality discussion can happen once there is, tri-party meeting like agency, brand and the publisher. So somehow in the loop, I think, one or two, mostly one is, always missing. Either it's a publisher or sometimes it's a brand or sometimes it's agency. So I think that will probably, help us understand better why specific this publisher, basis what role it will play. And, of course, the objective of the campaign is well known. So I think if these three, sit together, problem will be much, much easier, than it is.
Okay. I think a tough panel this was. We were supposed to focus a lot on CTV and retail media and some bit of measurement, but we got some parts of it. And I can tell you, like, the same thing is happening in this part of the industry as well, where, maybe you will narrow down on a set of geysers or heat pumps or pipes or whatever that might be. And one party will never show up to educate the end customer to say, hey, this kind of fulfills the needs. I think that's a B2B classical challenge across the ecosystem. So if I have to summarize this last 30 minutes, fundamentally everything is still focused on establishing ROI, whether that's a B2B business or a QSR. I can't call you B2C, but you are a QSR, which is very impulse-based, and the competition is only grown over the last 5 years. And Pratik is the only publisher sitting in between all of these guys, has seen the other side of the picture. And I think the appetite for data is only increasing, and everybody has different relevance of their data into their decision making. And towards the end of it, I think there is money on the table. It's just that the right conversations are not taking place between the buyer and the seller, with some mediation that needs to happen. With that, we'll wrap it up. We're almost on time. These guys are around to take questions, but we'll pause here and thank you for being an amazing panel this evening.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue that applause for all our panelists. Thank you to each and every one of you for for joining us. May I please take the opportunity of welcoming you on the center stage. We would like to click and create a hashtag SAMMIE moment right there with all our panelists, and I'm sure our audience members will appreciate that with an applause. May I take the opportunity of requesting Tirtha Vedak, the AVP Client Solutions and Events Social Samosa Network, to please join us on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists. Starting with our moderator, Prabveer. Prabveer, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amit, for joining us. Thank you, Bhairavi, for being a part of SAMMIE. Thank you so much, Prateek, for joining us today and giving us your valuable time. And of course, thank you so much, Prakhar. Thank you for joining us. And with that, if I may request all of you to join us together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic discussion, and it's all happening at SAMMIE. Now, in a world where short-form content is trending, maybe it's time for shorter breaks too. So instead of having a high tea, I would now like to invite you all for a lovely cutting chai. Let's stretch our legs. Let's get refreshed, and please do join me in the next 10 minutes. Thank you so much, and let's resume in the next 10 minutes with our upcoming discussion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request everyone from the pre-function area to kindly join us back. To all the ones in the pre-function area, kindly join us back. And if you still haven't finished anything on your plate, feel free to bring it inside. It's a casual seating, so no harm in bringing the food inside as well. So may I please request and urge everyone who's outside, please to join us so that we can restart with SAMMIE. Thank you. To all the ones outside in the pre-function area, can we please request you all to join us inside? If you still have anything in your plate or in your hand, be it a cup of coffee or your lemonade, feel free to bring that, and let's restart with SAMMIE. If you can hear my voice outside in the pre-function area, may I please request everyone to kindly join us inside. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers who are waiting for your presence. So all the ones, if you still haven't finished what's on your plate, albeit outside in your hand, may I take the opportunity of re-welcoming you back at SAMMIE. One final announcement, all the ones in the pre-function area, please to join us inside. Thank you. Well, our speakers for the next session have joined in. May I request the audience, I know it's a short break, but like I said, we love short content, short form content. So we are giving you a cue that let's change the way we pace it up. And may I please once again request, I know my voice might not be extremely audible outside, but for all the ones in the room, please feel free to dial in your colleague and let's restart with SAMMIE. For all the ones who've joined us back, thank you so much. May I please urge you to keep your phones on the silent mode. And for all the ones who are still in the pre-function area, if my voice isn't audible enough there, for all the ones in the room, please dial up your colleagues. Let's speed up the process in bringing them back. I had said it is a short break, but looks like we all love networking, don't we? So let's try and bring everyone inside. Thank you all for joining us once again at SAMMIE. Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit 2026 by the Social Samosa Network. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed my honor to be your host today. Well, I hope you had that refreshing break and, of course, some great conversations over the high tea. Before we resume, I'd like to take a moment to once again thank our partners, gifting partners being Fabel Chocolates, Sweet Karam Coffee, The Curl Co., The Skin Deli, and Brand.me. Well, we've spent the first half of the day exploring the changing realities of marketing, the evolution of intelligence, and the future of media. As we move to the second half of today, we turn our attention to perhaps the most transformative force shaping marketing today, which is artificial intelligence, which we would like to further our conversations on. Our next panel, titled Building AI Muscle, What CMOs Must Get Right Before the AI Sales. While AI has moved beyond the experimentation phase, scaling it requires much more than just adopting new tools. It demands the right organizational mindset, capability, governance, and thereby leadership on the same. The brands that will create lasting value with AI won't necessarily be the first to adopt it. They are the ones that build the right foundations for it. And upcoming, our conversation highlights such panelists who have done just that. So let's learn the success story from them. Starting with, I'd like to take the opportunity of welcoming our first panelist, and we'd request our panelists to sit as per the creative in the background. May I please call upon Ibrahim Alapith, President and Group Head, Marketing Service Quality, Value-Added Services and Innovation, Thomas Cook India, and SOTC Travel. Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for joining us. May I now take the opportunity of welcoming Naveen Murali, Vice President Marketing, Sugar Cosmetics. Let's give Naveen a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome him. And Siddharth Shakdher, the ex-Chief Marketing and Growth Officer of Paytm and Hotstar. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome Siddharth. Moderating this discussion, please give a big round of applause as we welcome on stage Amrish Godbole, the CEO of PDX India and Chief AI Experiences and Solutions of Publicis Group India. Thank you so much to all our panelists for joining us. And Amrish, I'd like to leave it in your able hands to curate it forward.
Thank you. Good evening, folks. Assume everyone is refreshed after the coffee break. So we've got a great discussion lined up for you. I think the topic of AI is now not new to anyone, right? And I think over the last couple of years, we've done so many pilots. Everyone in this room, everyone on this panel has experimented with plenty of pilots, and now's the time where the rubber hits the road, right? We need to know what are the AI systems that are actually moving from pilots and experiments to actual operating systems. And for that, we've got a fantastic panel here with us today. Right next to me is Abraham, who comes from the travel industry, which is obviously everyone's favorite activity and very high involvement. But then we've got a very different perspective.
it not as a tool, but more as a colleague or as a companion that helps them drive business growth. And in order to do that, they have to understand what is their business objective, what do they want to grow, where do they want to be, work back from there, break down and redraw the whole map. You know, for far too long we've thought about these are my channels, this is my template, these are the messages I have to send out and all that. I think you have to redraw that whole schema and think of AI more deeply than as a execution or a replacement tool. And I think the people who build that muscle and are able to use it with that mindset will be the most successful people with AI.
I think you made an interesting point about breaking things down and rebuilding them, right? And to that effect, I actually wanted to ask all three of you that, you know, our marketing teams in your organization or the ones that you see around you, are we actually transforming how marketing is done with AI coming in, or are we just trying to do the same work faster? Any view on that?
Yeah, so I'll actually answer. It's a slightly long answer. Please bear with me. So two parts to it. One, I think, is, as I said, our focus has really been about driving business results using AI. So we've actually entered into a JV with the AI startup to actually 50-50 JV to build a suite of products, identified in advance so that the JV was built around that suite. And each of them is focused on addressing a very specific business problem. For example, easy thing is, of course, the chatbot and voice bot, multilingual chatbot, which makes sure no call is unanswered, whatever time it is. All visitors to the website can interact without calling anyone, which, as you know, Gen Z and Gen Alpha typically don't like talking, so it's easier to make them have a conversation with the chatbot. And we've got things like an agent assist for the call center agent, which real time is prompting them with information and ways to actually come across more convincing, more knowledgeable, etc. Because the customer at the other end has typically got a lot more data than the typical call center person. And as you know, more and more calls now are being diverted to a call center. We realized that that was a weak point. The education levels are not very high, turnover is very high. So how do you equip them with an AI solution that can actually assist the agent real time, have a better conversation to increase conversion? We also got a QC bot which listens in to every call and evaluates against a set of parameters what that agent's doing right or wrong and identifies coaching areas. And of course,
it's almost an auditor agent.
He is auditing every call, number one. And of course, critical errors, then the person gets taken off. Non-critical errors, how can we train them, specific inputs to improve and so on. And obviously driven with a goal to productivity. And in which case, of course, the agent gets rewarded more from a sales incentive. We are also creating, and very soon, by the end of the month, hopefully, we'll launch something that allows you to actually design a holiday from scratch, real time. That's the easy part. The second part is real-time pricing and real-time availability confirmation, so that without talking to anyone, they can design a holiday completely. We'll get the best of breed worldwide, airlines, hotels, everything plugged in, so that without talking to anyone, real-time sitting, you know, on a beach somewhere, you could plan your next holiday. So that's on the business side. On the marketing side, obviously, we've created an avatar of our chatbot. We call it Tacy at Thomas Cook and Easy at, we actually use Tacy as a personification, wearing our brand colors, etc.
So this is a digital avatar?
Digital avatar, both for our digital and even our offline campaigns, where you can scan and go straight to the chatbot to talk to Tacy. So essentially, you need a digital handshake even in a traditional media. So I think the way to make this happen is really weave AI and the usage of AI and make it intuitive, simple for customers to use, and make it really useful for sellers and actual business people to see the advantages and themselves realize it commercially, as in the case of the sales incentive.
Wow, that's an entire playbook that you laid out there in terms of what travel companies can do. Very interesting. Naveen, you were saying something.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, to your question, when we started out at the org, it started off like most of how everyone here would have started off. People went on to ChatGPT, Gemini, all of those tools largely to start creating content, be it first social media content, be it copy below that. That's the early journey. But what we have realized since then is that, let me just pick fun function. Let's say our performance marketing as a function. In performance marketing as a function, today we have a connector from Facebook or Google that's enabled, right? So what we have since then realized is our entire campaigns of performance marketing, which was happening externally, and then we had a team internally. We have completely restructured that team today to ask, why can't Claude run this entire thing for you, right? And we were initially skeptical. We started off putting actual money to Claude and giving it freedom to take calls, where only thing we asked is, please ask us every day before you do it, right? So we had to press enter every day saying, okay, this is good, go ahead. But what we realized is we were actually, once the system learned it enough, it was taking far intelligent calls than what my agency was taking, right? So then the meetings that we started having with our performance marketing agency, for example, was to say, can you beat this? If not, what's the value you bring to the table, right? So what has evolved over the last, let me say, 1.5 years is, it has now pushed everybody to deliver something else. The focus earlier was on delivering hands. I think AI has just made that table stakes. Infinite options, be it performance marketing, creative, ideas, strategies on table. What has pushed all of us is, can you take finite good brand decisions, right? So that's something that's been pushed onto the table for all of us, which is where I think the game will be next.
It's very interesting because it's basically changed the shape of your organization internally and how you deal with partners, and it's pushing everyone to take things to the next level. Siddharth?
Yeah, so I think, the beginning was, of course, there was the ChatGPT queries and all of that stuff, but also in silos, the teams went and started looking at what they would use, right? For example, in Hotstar, 4-5 years back, my team started working on Wall-E and Midjourney for posters, right? So it was just about compositing the posters using Midjourney, Wall-E. Very early times, we didn't even have enough of a copyrighted library available within Midjourney and Wall-E to make all of that stuff. But anyhow, so it was these standalone tools that everybody was, copywriters were working with Jasper at that time and experimenting a little on that. So everybody doing it in their silos. But I think what's evolved over the last couple of years is that everybody's realized that to actually keep growing with it, keep evolving with it, and keep improving things with it, we have to have systems that are integrated and are self-directing in a sense. So that means two things, that if somebody creates an output with AI, putting it back into a manual process creates a bottleneck. Because there's one system that is going really fast and another system that is then not going that fast, right? So how do we kind of have a system where the throughput doesn't suffer at any stage of the, initiative, workflow, whatever it might be that we are doing, right? Secondly, how do we ensure quality? Initially there was a lot of slop. I mean, people who are not doing it properly are still producing a lot of slop because AI is giving them that capability. But more evolved teams have figured out that how do I stop the slop, because eventually it's going to harm me, right? And thirdly, I think there's a lot of focus on now finding self-directing systems that can measure, course correct, and that is the nature of AI, to feed its intelligence, to feed it itself the intelligence and become smarter. But you need to have those systems built in that can help you course correct. AI systems itself, right? So all of those aspects are getting built in now so that they become self-directing systems where the throughput doesn't suffer at any point in time. So I think that's what we are looking at now, and that's how the team has evolved.
I think you made a very important point. I mean, one of the findings a year or two back, even for us, was that AI is unlocking individual productivity, but it's not translating into team productivity gains. And like you said, because there are choke points and so on. So since you already touched upon it, and you've been in the platforms world, right, where I'm assuming AI has applications for everything from customer acquisition to customer service to content and what have you. So could you talk us through in a little more detail about what you've seen happen over the last year in some of these companies? What's an actual journey, for example, of what AI is doing for you?
Yeah, so I think a lot of what is happening, and it differs from company to company because everybody has their own use cases to solve for and the functions that are using them. But like to give you some examples, any company that has, any business that has large size for a digital business on app, on platform, say Hotstar, for example, has very large size on the platform, right? It is important to retain people. It is important to have a very high throughput CLM platform, for Hotstar, right? So, for example, at the start of a match, we have to send out within 20, 30 seconds, we have to send out 100 million notifications. That is throughput that almost nobody in India has or does, you know. It's live. And initially when it was all manual, there was a lot of struggle and we worked with partners, etc. But now with AI, we were able to the first thing we did is we were able to segment who should get what kind of a notification at the beginning of a match, right? When we solved that problem, we realized that the ability to push through the pipe then becomes a bottleneck, right? When we solved that problem, we realized that the partner itself has a problem in the ability to push out the notifications, right? So at all of these stages, we had to bring in AI solutions to actually make sure that the throughput doesn't suffer and that we still get to the intended goal, right? Because if we don't, then the person who used AI effectively at the beginning has not really gained anything, right? So I think that's an example of how it has evolved. But I think what is happening is that at the core, we have a function or a person who takes the responsibility to audit and ensure that everything is working well together, and whatever isn't, working well with systems that are driven by AI, how do we solve for that? So I think you're looking at this techno marketing kind of a function, which is essentially taking the reins of the thing and ensuring that technically, as well as from a business perspective, as well as from the marketing data perspective, as well as from a creativity perspective, the system is working to fulfill all these 4 parameters and deliver whatever you want to do. So I think that's something that we've arrived at as a broad framework to solve things.
Understood. No, that's a very interesting use case, and I mean, it basically is transformational for the business that, say, a Hotstar is, for instance, right? I mean, just coming to you, I picked up on the fact that you mentioned supply chain and so on. I thought when we talk about beauty today, we'll be talking about creators and videos. So what are some of these interesting applications that you're seeing within your industry, which is transforming how your business is done or marketing is done, whichever?
So possibly I'll start with partly the supply chain problem coming into marketing. One another problem which has been, not problem, one another good thing possibly that's happening in the country over the last 4 years, along with AI, is this journey of quick commerce. So what's happened for us is quick commerce is it's not necessarily a demand creation platform as much as a supply fulfillment platform. So what has happened is, in the past, we used to run a campaign for an e-commerce brand that's online, let's say Nykaa or Amazon or Flipkart, there are multiple platforms. When we run a campaign, it was simple. Is the product available on Amazon? Do a campaign, land the consumer on Amazon, and the sale was over. Now Amazon will ship it to you either in 1 day if you're close, 5 days if you're later. The problem in a quick com world was, if I was doing a campaign and the consumer was landing on Blinkit, very likely if it's not available in that one store next to his house, the campaign has already failed, right? So a lot of our effort in the last 12 months has hence then gone to figure out how do I just build this full journey for a quick commerce consumer, for example, right? And that started off by simple analytics on what is a dark store availability day level. Now a dark store availability day level is just a tricky equation to go hit every day, figure out what's happening, is the stock there? So we just started off by simple journeys. We just triggered this journey, which is it available? If not, can we trigger an automatic order fulfillment from our side to them, right? Which is one end. Second end is, if it's not available, and if there is a campaign that we are running today in, let's say, Andheri in Bombay, can I just pause that campaign in that pin code so that this is not serving anymore? So how do I trigger a notification to the brand team saying, please don't do anything anymore there, right? And the next step was on quick commerce. How do I then go on to track, hey, you've done this campaign. Can I win market share? What more are you doing? So what we went on to do is a very simple app, which was actually created by a key account manager within quick commerce, right? And maybe an app was not required. But today, when the key account manager in quick commerce opens her app, on the app, she gets a notification saying, hey, pause the campaign for this right now, which is actually synced to Blinkit or Zeptos of the world. She presses a button from here, and actually it's connected to Blinkit and Zepto. It pauses the campaign spends there. The moment order is low in a particular touch point, she's getting a notification there. We have, of course, kept it today with a button enablement so that the decision is still not automatic. But she gets a trigger saying, hey, in Hosur, the stock is out. Can you trigger a buy? And the similar thing from a purchase side, which is any payment cycles which is due, auto triggers, auto emailers to their senior hierarchy with whatever is there. So I'm just taking a simple journey within quick commerce where we build this full trigger. But the other side, which we were talking about, content, one thing we realized today is we initially started off by creating a lot of content using AI. It was just simple, right? Gemini was giving you 8-second clips at rapid speed. Midjourney and others were just helping you get there faster. Where we are today, I just got out of a meeting on AI training today in the morning in the office, where the entire discussion team was having is, hey, can we go back to shooting non-AI pics, right? Because in our category, authenticity trumps the scale, right? Authenticity, the consumer who's there to buy on beauty, today doesn't want to see how a pimple looks artificially created. They just distrust the brand who can't afford to do it real. They distrust the results, right? So we have actually been pushed to the other direction, which is how do you create more authentic content? AI can of course make content at scale, but we are today saying no, we'll go to 10,000 creators, make content through them. So where we are today is at this intersection of figuring out, hey, this journey is nice. So what do you use AI for? Getting scripts at space, shortlisting the right creators, looking at the creators who are giving output, but then channel it back to the engine. So.
Yeah, that part of it I actually think is heartening. Personally, I think we've seen it all around, right? Even some of the bigger platforms are struggling to have people adopt their AI-only creation platforms. But the first part that you spoke about was very interesting because it's a great example of business, marketing, and communication all working together at the same time, right? And that's absolutely fantastic. Of course, that's driven by convenience for end user. Coming to a slightly more high involvement space, which is travel. Abraham, you already spoke a lot about the things that you are doing with AI, but there's also a significant amount of trust involved, right? I mean, people's journey with you doesn't end with just booking a holiday. There's also the entire experience of the holiday when they come back, So are there interventions where you say that, I can solve even the experience there using AI, and are there places where you say we should not use AI because, it'll spoil the experience or reduce the trust?
That's a great question, and I'll also link it to what he said earlier. See, at the end of the day, brands like us have been built on the basis of multi-generational trust, right? We're 147 years old. And the way we've stayed relevant and successful has been, you can trust us to get you out of a tight spot, among other things, right? So I think in today's world, we're very conscious that those are the values that built this brand, and we should not squander that away. And I think trust is, especially for a high involvement, high value transaction of services, which is a bundling of services that we do, involving the family, very often children and so on, this is a very, very critical asset. So what we are essentially doing is one, we ensure human in the loop, because I think that human touch is what people reach out to us for versus some of our respected competitors, I won't mention their names, because what I would say if I were to say the difference between our esteemed competitor and us is this is a largely online, impersonal transaction. Here, I want to have an optimal balance of both. I want that expertise, I want that human being, and I want somebody to help me if I have a challenge, right? And we're built that way as well, which is a hybrid distribution, physical infrastructure as well as online, and allowing the customer to migrate or even do a hybrid transaction. So our entire business model is built on the assumption that we must have cutting edge technology. We must allow the customer to adopt technology to the extent they want to, but at the same, always back it with human expertise and a human touch wherever they falter or need assistance. And keep in mind, our category is the kind of category where for a visa application, etc., things are changing so fast and you can't afford a mistake. AI can't say, oops, my visa application will get rejected, right? I can't learn by mistake here. So things like that have to be physically filled, have to be endorsed. Foreign exchange. The RBI mandates site, physical meet, signature, and so on. So perforce, I think that's creating a hybrid environment for us. And I think that's important. And why in each of the products that I spoke of, the first point I made, we've built it around a human. A solution to empower and extend human capability so that the human's more empowered and can do more with the time and resources they have and be more productive, because that's really the, to me, the magic.
As CMOs, with the, I'm sure all of you are tasked with AI transformation for your organization in some form or the other. So what are the metrics that you're being measured against or you're setting for yourself either ways? Or to say that, okay, I'm actually making a difference?
So, the business metrics don't change. I mean, you are chasing the metrics that you're chasing, but I think how you're doing it is the key question here for me, right? And there are two ways to go about it in my view, right? One is you use AI as an executor or as somebody who's doing it to drive efficiency in whatever they do, right? So then you use it as an execution tool, you use it as a replacement tool, and the other way to do it is where you use it with a more innovator, more a founder mindset, where you don't use AI to help you execute and execute better. You use AI almost as a product. So I think, in a sense, I've been telling everybody on my teams that you need to be a product manager now. Every marketing person, in my view, the future marketer, is a techno-commercial marketing product manager. Because my approach is that you have to build a product. You should not, there was a time when we were building stacks, like you would say, okay, I need to improve this, I'm going to use this AI tool. I need to improve this process, I'm going to use this AI tool. I need to understand share of voice, I'm going to use this AI tool. I think the future marketer is actually building a product using AI, and that product he's putting in a business problem, he or she's putting in a business problem, and the AI product is giving him the solution to it, right? So for example, today you can build a AI to improve your performance marketing channel, you can build AI to improve your referral channel, fraud, etc., right? Or you could build a product in which you could put in your audience set, and the product will tell you what is the right audience to use your performance marketing on, what is the right audience to use your referral on. Once you've goaled it for whatever you are going for, it actually tells you where and what is the right product to use for that audience. So that for me is the metric for any AI-enabled team.
Got it. And I love the part where you described every marketer as a product, techno-commercial product manager. What you described earlier was pretty much that, right?
Yeah.
So Naveen, Abraham, if you want to talk about the metrics you're measuring to see the success with the AI transformation.
Yes, so I principally start, right? The business metrics don't change. At the end of the day, we want to go back and see, is your brand more loved than yesterday? And no shortcuts to that. But like what you talked about, which is one, moving ahead a bit from execution at scale, which is one part. The second thing that I think a lot of teams should do is listening at scale. Because that is fabulous at, right? Like just listening, getting your feedback. If I go today to Nykaa and want to read the number of reviews about mine, product of mine, and if I start doing that for the 600 SKUs I have, it's not going to end, right? But I can get AI to do that for me fast and then give me an actionable input, which I can then choose whether to action or not, right? So I think listening at scale is going to be rapid, large. One thing that we've tried to adopt is every single member in the office, in our case, has to be on AI. So that moved from people sending emails, and I was one of the cases that I was just talking to you about. We had a hackathon like about 10 days back in the organization. It was very simple. You could be a person in the warehouse or you could be from the HR team. Everybody had to mandatorily create an app on AI in the next 4 hours, right? And that was not what was surprising. What surprised us was the person who won this was a 50-year-old warehouse manager, beating the coders from my tech team, creating an app because his problem was genuine. So what we realized over time is the next people who succeed on AI are not going to be coders, not going to be people who love AI, people who have a very sharp definition of what their problem statement is and what do they want out of it. And right, and that blew our minds out because I've heard this said in enough number of panels. This was a live case in action happening, right? So I think the number of people who genuinely solve problems and want to solve problems, if they can write it down, define it, you will have AI today bridges that gap in the past. Like I want to solve a problem. Earlier I had to go to a coder, tell him, can you create this? Go to somebody else to do a research, do 100 things, come back. Today, if I can just define it properly, I'll get the outcome. So that's what I think the next move would be.
Interesting. So product manager mindset is not just limited to marketing. It's even for warehouse and whatever else that you do. Abraham?
I think I completely agree. I think the key to AI adoption and real muscle is going to come from large-scale adoption. And people not seeing it as a threat or an alien force that's going to in some way affect them negatively, but a very useful ally and sort of force multiplier. To my mind, everything that I'm doing from an KPI point of view regarding AI usages, well, of course, business outcome, results, numbers are the final output. What's very key in the early days is to have those lead matrices, right? Adoption as an early case point. 2 is quality scores. So even the agent assist, the agent who's being assisted is actually scoring the quality of assistance she got. So that I'm actually measuring real time with every agent what's the value he or she got in a way that he or she is being more objective, because if they give low scores, they know they're going to get less assistance. So there's an incentive. I give the AI a good score because then it gives me more assistance, and so on and so forth. So I think the key is to really have those lead and lag matrices, because if you, and we've, as I said, we've invested in a JV, so obviously the business case was important. So we have presented to our board an entire business case for each of these products. So that's the final output will be measured on. But these lead qualitative matrices, starting with adoption, starting with usage, getting that real-time feedback loop. So you create a virtuous cycle where more people are using it, the AI learns faster, the AI gets better at aiding the human, and the human gets more productive.
Understood. Well, this has actually been a crash course for me in, the AI applications in 3 very different industries. We have a few minutes, so I'd love to end with a, few quick-fire questions that our audience might find interesting. So I'll just shoot them. Each of you go, just try to answer with as much brevity as possible. So one AI use case CMOs should stop obsessing over.
Using AI for creatives.
AI for?
For creatives. It's done to death by now, I think.
No, I completely agree. I think this is the place we've asked to exit. No more creators using AI.
My sense is that I'm not saying no to using AI for creative, but for sure, let there be a genuine creative thought or idea in the campaign. AI comes up with the creative and the idea. I don't think we should do that. That's outsourcing creativity.
One AI capability every marketing team should build this year. Just one, the most high priority one.
The ability to build schemas, flows, and finally objectives around the levers that you require to put them all together in order to build an AI solution around it. I think that's the one skill that's most important for me.
Yeah, I would say just simply moving from queries to workflows. As simple as that, because everybody is using for a single
input.
Simple
to say, but very difficult to implement.
Very difficult.
Ibrahim?
I'm going to come at this left of center. I think we've got all CMOs have to think about DPDPA and the implications.
Oh yes.
I think we need to start thinking of how AI can help us manage this, because the implications of violations are severe. So yeah, I think that's
100%. One area which I didn't consciously touch upon is the whole data governance aspect of it, because that's an entire panel discussion by itself. One red flag in an AI vendor pitch to you.
Sorry, an AI what?
Red flag in an AI vendor pitching an AI solution to you.
I think when a vendor comes and says, I'm going to implement the solution and in 6 months my system will start showing you results. Basically, I think that's a scam. They are learning AI on your dime. So.
Yeah, for me, no real use cases that they have delivered and just jargons from others doesn't work.
Yeah, any vendor who's not willing to put some money, put the money where the mouth is in some form or fashion, you should be suspicious of, because I completely agree. Most of them are trying to build a POC at your expense.
Okay, and one last closing question for all of you. What is the one thing in your business AI should never be allowed to do unsupervised?
To me, I think, as I said, our entire brand philosophy is human touch. So we will always, at least as long as I'm around, make sure human in the loop. We will not allow a final experience to go to the brand name without taking responsibility for it. And I can't outsource that to a machine.
Yeah, same. I think principally anything to do with the brand. AI can give me infinite possibilities, but the finite choice has to be made by the human.
Don't outsource decision making.
So I would say one, of course, I second creative and a brand voice. I wouldn't go AI on that right now. And I think second thing is talk to an unhappy customer, because it is frustrating to talk to AI when you're unhappy. So.
Haven't we all experienced it at some point? No, I think this has been wonderful. I mean, honestly, this has been a masterclass for me, and I'm sure the audience would have found it interesting as well. Thank you so much for all your time and your inputs. It's been truly enriching for me as well, and hope it has been for the audience. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we express our gratitude to all our speakers. May I please request you to stay back with us? Of course, we want the hashtag SAMMIE moment right there on stage. And may I also take the opportunity of welcoming Siju Raju, the AVP Business of Social Samosa Network, to please join us. A big thank you from the Social Samosa Network team to all our speakers here. May we please request you to stay back. We also would like to take the opportunity of course, thanking you and giving a token of appreciation from the team side. Starting with Amarish. Okay, we'll go ahead to Siddharth. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Naveen. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Abraham. And thank you so much, Amarish. Thank you for joining in. I think Siddharth's in a hurry to go for a travel vacation soon. I think Abraham will have to take note of his travel intentions. I'm sure all of us can encourage them with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Well, SAMMIE is turning out to be great with all the conversation, giving us some key insights. We also feel that after having fireside chats and panel discussion, it's also time for us to now go ahead to a masterclass. And why do we include a masterclass in SAMMIE? Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, the person whom we're going to be welcoming is going to be touching upon what every CMO needs to understand about AI systems. AI is truly changing marketing at an unprecedented pace, but beyond the buzzwords and its rapid adoption lies a fundamental question. How do AI systems actually work? And what does every marketing leader needs to understand to make those smarter decisions? Whether be it content creation, consumer insights, media optimization, or decision making, the marketers who understand the fundamentals of AI will be better equipped to unlock its true business potential. Leading this masterclass is someone who has been at the forefront of AI-driven business transformation. Please join me in welcoming at SAMMIE, Kedar Ravangave, the AI and Business Transformation Leader. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome Kedar.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me at the end, backside? Superb. Okay. All right. So I don't think I know any of this. So I'm going to share some of the experiences that I've had and what I've learned out of this. So probably the next 15, 20 minutes are more about my reflections on having built systems and what I've learned through that. So if there's anything that is probably contradictory or something in the audience who knows better, happy to learn post the session. All right, let's go. Is it not projecting the first slide? All right. I think it's been a long day for everyone, and I'm sure by now everyone has a long list of things to carry, what to do, what not to do, so on and so forth. What I want to do is take away a few things that perhaps would have been added to your list of things to take back. And I would want to start off with a list of things that we all ask today. And when you look at this, whether it's GPT, Claude, Gemini, Midjourney, these are all different tools. And one of the big questions that I hear a lot of CMOs ask is, which AI tool should my team be using? And many times, it's a function of, oh, this new tool has come, and hence, this is probably better. If you are an X version, this version is perhaps not as good. But when you ask me, I think it's a wrong question to ask when you're asking your team, saying, okay, which tool are you using? And I'm not saying this because the tool itself is irrelevant, but when you see the role of these tools and what has happened in the past history, or let's take the last 3 or 4 decades, all of these tools in isolation have never ever been able to make any dent or a shift. So it's not, the real question is not about which tool you're using, but it's really about, is AI being used with the right mental model? And I'm going to throw some light on what's the right mental model that one can look at and how that can be leveraged. Before that, I just want us to reflect on a few changes that we have all noticed. In isolation, just an Excel never made any difference. Excel, in the way the finance team used, or let's just say the way macros were built around it, the way this got integrated into various workflows of finance, is where the finance team could see a value of it. It was a system around this that kind of made a change to that function, and not just a tool called Excel. Likewise, even when you think of ERPs or when you think of CRMs, these are all examples which were tools, but in the way this got integrated across multiple things is where things started compounding, or let's just say things started becoming more magical. While these were some of the examples on how other functions could kind of benefit or get rewired around what systems started evolving, let's just go a little deeper on marketing. I think marketing has kind of undergone through 3 broad shifts, and I'm very happy to have witnessed and led some of these changes to now going through one of the biggest changes that we all are seeing. I think the first thing was more about traditional marketing. And traditional marketing, if you look at it, was purely about brand equals one big idea, one big thought, and the media spend that you're doing. To the era, which was 2005 onwards, to until 2024, I think it was the digital era. What changed with digital era was measurement. So you had Google and Meta selling measurement, not media. And it was very convenient for the marketeers to use the measurement as means of justifying what we were investing and why. That is the era where brand became more about performance data, less about the brand in which one would feel. This shift wasn't very big because digital was still additive. When I say additive, it did not replace everything that traditional media was doing. It was brand plus performance. So it was kind of an additive thing that was going in parallel. It just made more space for a new channel. When you look at AI, I think AI is where there is adaptive intelligence that is happening. And because there is adaptive intelligence that is happening, it changes the way entire marketing as a function would start having to work, or at least start having to think. And I'll kind of touch upon what do I mean by intelligence impacting all the different sub-functions of marketing, and how this is completely seismic in the way that it is replacing a bunch of things that we were doing earlier. So, like I said, this is not additive as what digital era was. This is an architectural shift that we are witnessing. And also, at one end, where digital gave us more channels, AI changes who makes the decision. That's very, very important. The relevance of all of us was also in the way we were making decisions, whether it was the smallest decision of what should be the headline, to which medium to be placed on, which channel to be present, so on and so forth. I think now you're able to get AI to really do those decision making for you. So in one line, if I have to leave you all with what is this shift and how does it impact us? I think in the digital era, a human decided and a machine was executing things. You had your plans, performance marketing, growth marketing. You knew you would to make that choice, and then from there on, everything used to happen as machines. In the AI era, a machine decides inside the guardrails that the human has set. Most issues in an AI system happen when you've not been able to define the guardrails or the contours in which your agents or your multi-agent system needs to function. That's a big skill set, a new skill set, where all of us will have to learn on how do I make a system work, as opposed to how do I get campaigns out or how do I deliver on the KPIs that I've been assigned to. So I've used this word many times, and so what is really a system? This is nothing new. We've all seen these systems work. Call it system, call it ecosystem. I think some of us would have experienced this. You would have done some payment getting here or buying something somewhere. The whole UPI was just an enabler. What happened around it, how fintech got built around just an enabler called UPI, how the entire cross-selling from there on happened, knowing which product to kind of pitch to whom, was all built around just one capability that India had, which is UPI. Exactly the case with entire AI. It's one capability, but what you do around it is what will define. I had to include this being a triathlete. Similar, when you look at any triathlons, it's never just the individual sports that kind of defines what the whole outcome can be. It's in the transitions. Think of F1, what happens in a pit stop. It's never about the person who's just fixing the wheel. It's about the entire system around it, fixing it for it to operate. These are all examples of what systems can be. And if you were to strip the analogy and get to the bare bones, it's basically people compounding processes, compounding data, compounding AI. First big mistake, when you look at it only from AI, then you are making everything else zero. What happens if you replace this in an equation, which is a multiplication equation with a zero? Everything is zero. It doesn't compound. So a system is basically when you have people, you've got data, you've got AI, and you've got certain processes for it to operate. So that's one big mental model shift. If you really want to get big things done with AI, then think of AI more as systems, not as tool, and systems could be with this. A good test to really know whether you are working with tools or you're working with systems. Any CMO here should just try and answer this question. Is your marketing measurably smarter this quarter than the last quarter? For a reason other than a person who happened to remember. And if the answer is no, then you're not having a system. So if insights don't carry forward, and if it is not getting looped back into every action that you take, then you're missing a system. And that's where AI can be a big game changer. Let's just understand what are these systems, and when you think of a marketing function, how does this translate? And when you're thinking of these systems, what does it mean? And also kind of go a little deeper on what is the impact of AI in these 5 big areas. This pretty much sums up any marketing function. You've got research, you've got content creation, you've got deployment, which is media, then you've got journeys, and then you finally have measurement. There are 5 things that are there. Earlier, we used to refer this as pillars. Now, these pillars are no more holding things. They are systems in themselves because they have the capability of thinking and making a decision, which is the difference between, deep learning, ML to Gen AI and agentic AI. Next 5 minutes, I'll try and go deeper in each of these systems and what is the change that we are witnessing. And then kind of understand when all of these 5 things are changing, what it means to a marketing organization. Like I said, digital era was different. Digital only had an impact to an extent on media and in the way you were able to measure things. The rest of the three were still kind of intact, but right now with AI, all these five are kind of completely getting disrupted. So what's the difference? I think when you look at research, we've all by now know synthetic data. We've heard what are digital twins. What we know is perhaps just the tip of the iceberg. What we don't know is conscious being introduced into digital twins. The moment conscious is introduced into digital twins, what these digital twins can do for you as a consumer changes. Essentially, these digital twins can now respond to you just like how a human would have responded, except that humans are not articulate and digital twins are far more articulate. So what happens with that? Your base around which you're doing your research is very, very different. What happened in research is, you went, you recruited consumers, spoke to them, got some quant data, ran some analysis on it, and then reported back. What happens with digital twins being available for you? It's a real-time intelligence. Think of you wanting an answer of whether I can run this ad or not. Can you test this and do a link test for me? These digital twins with a model run on top of it can give you an answer in 5 minutes. Something that could have taken us at least 15 to 20 days to just getting a top line. Essentially, the way research is being done and the way prediction that happens with the way pattern recognition is done, I think it's changing the entire game in which all of research is being done. Which is why you would have noticed IMRB, Nielsen, Kantar, pick up anyone, look at their stock prices. That's what it is. So research tells us what happened. It was the rear view mirror that we were to look at. To research ask continuously, what happens if? What does this mean? We've all seen in the digital era, performance marketing was A/B testing. Now please imagine A/B testing to be done for mid and top funnel. The moment you're able to do A/B testing for mid and top funnel, you're basically not just pre-testing, you have a simulation engine that you can use. With a lot of people, I heard the earlier panel having complete disregard on what content studios with AI can do. Would love for a great one-on-one conversation on what can AI do, even in the space of doing on-brand, deep emotional work. I think the difference is today we are all outpaced. Pick up any agency, pick up any organization. We are outpaced by the number of content piece that one needs to really deliver. And at one end, when you have a simulation engine available, which is what the research part was, if you have a simulation engine available, you cannot have content being produced at a snail's pace. You just produce a lot, the simulation engine tells you whether it is good or not, and you move. And that is what the world is moving on to. There are many companies which have already kind of moved on to content studios, where you have a trigger come in from your research, and that can do any form of creative, which is your video, static, or audio. All forms of ad to be done. So instead of delivering campaigns, one has to think of how do you really build content studios which are more virtual, which are more AI-backed. Once that happens, you've got an engine which is kind of giving you real-time understanding of things. There's a system which can produce continuously for you. You cannot have media deployed by humans. And look at the way the industry is going. You've got API integrations to everything. 80% of the media is anyways digital. In that, you've got Meta and Google taking the lion's share. A few RMS is coming in, which is also digital. When you've got the entire media, which is now, you just plug in with APIs and drive media, you could also get a lot of media being pushed at a very fast pace. So whatever content you create, because of the API integrations and the way the planning and deployment can happen through machines. By the way, every company is now already got an agent who could do deployment for you. There's a regional print publication who's moved to an agent who could do print rates for everyone, and you could just buy it with that agent directly. I'm talking about a print regional publication. So you could only imagine what happens with the digital moving to all agentic. And it's just a matter of time where you'll start seeing you would want an agent to go and do the buying for you. Journey is we've all seen this. This is essentially a good example of how journey is getting disrupted. There is a capacity of how many calls that the call center could take. So we moved on to IRMs. We moved on to having virtual calls and a lot of systems, chatbots, which could do, to now voice agents. A lot of companies haven't been able to get it right, but a few of them have got that really correct. What it means is that the capacity to handle the amount of queries that your entire sales funnel, because now you've gone into publishing a lot of content with API integrations into media, imagine the number of queries that one can get, and those number of queries to be handled, having a chatbot which is non-intelligent to do that for you just doesn't work. You have voice agents which are very smart, predictive, can understand from your voice texture what is your mood, and hence change the pitch on the go and give you the right product and help you complete your journeys. That's just one part of where journeys are changing. There are many more, but this is where the fourth system out of the 5 which makes for marketing is completely changing. I think lastly, measurement. When you've got something which is real time, where it's a simulation engine, then you need a measurement, one dashboard, one place where you get to see everything, and not have time spent in just collecting data, but being able to get the right insights out of that. The good part is that the kind of inciting that any LLM could do for you with a bit of engineering around it on what way you would want to do your measurement, I think this is a big enabler. So you've got something which is a real-time measurement. So every campaign trains the one that happened in the past. So earlier, measurement systems were all about reporting and helping you take a call on which way you want to change your campaign, to now where this could feed in whatever you're going to create as the next stimulus. Think of this as going back to the pillar of research, which is where the entire consumer understanding happens. Every output from here goes into research to be able to then tell you what is the right thing to go. And that is where compounding happens, and that is what beats any individual tools, or that is what beats any capability of any humans trying to bring this as a compounded system. Now, what happens when you have all of these 5 changing? The JD changes. The job description completely changes for a marketer. The role is to now leverage the operating system to be built for your organizations, which could then run for you, and you are just doing macro delegation and micro refinement of the system. It's a very, very different skill set. It's a very, very different kind of job role that you'll start seeing. I'm not talking about just the forward deployment engineers who are now in demand, whether it's an Anthropic or an OpenAI who's willing to pay an arm and leg to get them. But this is about people who know how to work with systems, and that's where the change is. With that, there are a few myths that I have kind of learned, and I think some of them in your own journey as you start adopting to AI systems, you would probably grapple with. The first thing is that AI is another marketing tool. Much of my presentation was about it's not a tool, it's a system, and if you were to rewire yourself as a system, you would probably approach it very, very differently. It's an organizational infrastructure. It's a layer. Go back to the analogy of Excel. If you think of Excel as a tool, it's very different, but when you think of an Excel or a UPI as a layer around which you build everything else, you will go back and redesign the entire workflow, how you look at it, as opposed to just putting band-aids and a couple of changes in terms of the way you adopt AI. The second one, I've heard this a lot, AI replaces people. Have led a large-scale organization with over 200 people, and one of this was very real for me as I was trying to implement the entire system. But what I learned is that AI systems especially are just replacing workflows, and they are helping people upscale. It's not dislodging people as much as redefining the workflows. In the redefining of the workflows, you could certainly find roles, and much enriching roles in what humans can do. Lastly, my agency will handle AI. And that's where it becomes where you feel, okay, creative तो बन रहा है, agency वाले सब tools use कर रहे हैं, वहाँ से AI use हो रहा है. Research वो भी use कर रहे हैं, so pretty much we are using AI. your agency can't adopt AI, only you can redesign your operating model. And that's a big difference. Everyone will have to think about all the 5 systems changing, what does it mean for us, and how does a CMO really navigate this change around it. So for 20 years, we competed on campaigns, media, creative agencies. The next decade competes on organizations' learning speed, which only a system which will compound will help, which will be a big differentiator for many organizations. And every generation of marketeers mastered the tool of its era. If you look at it, whether it's a relationship with an agency or the way performance marketing was built or the entire measurement tools were, all of that were the tools in which you built and used it. But this generation will be remembered for designing the system of its era. And trust me, you will start hearing which marketing system to plug in and which marketing system is better for my business are the conversations that we're going to have. This is what it means, finally, to the job descriptions that I allured to at the beginning of my deck. It's no more going to be chief marketing officers. It's going to be more about chief marketing architects who are able to build as orchestrators all of these systems and bring them together, working for an organization where it allows you for macro delegation and you do micro refinement with these systems. I leave you guys with this thought. If you have an answer yes to this, you have a system. If you have an answer no to this, you are on tools. And my humble appeal would be start thinking systems in which you could help build lasting legacy for yourself. And that's the change that I see coming our way. Thank you, everyone.
Check. All right. Thank you so much, Kedar. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big, big round of applause. May I also? I think a masterclass by him, come on. We have to be much more graceful with that applause. I'm sure a lot of us learned a lot. May I take the opportunity of inviting on stage Rohit Dave, the Head Growth and Monetization of Social Samosa Network, to please join us on stage. A hashtag SAMMIE moment right there, wherein we celebrate our leadership. Thank you once again, Kedar, for joining us. Of course, as he said that as AI continues to reshape marketing, one message stands out, that understanding AI is no longer just the domain of the technologists, but it is becoming essential that every CMO makes this as a part of their understanding, and the future belongs not just to those who use AI, but those who understand the systems empowering it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to another incredible topic at SAMMIE, but before that, just a reminder, I know a lot of us have taken pictures, taken those notes, and let's not confine it just to our phones. But let's also put it out on social media. Let's tag Social Samosa Network. Let's also take the opportunity of using the hashtag SAMMIE as one word. So I hope to connect with all of you online. Let's get that trending. And of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our next topic of conversation. Our next panel explores one of the most competitive currencies in marketing today. Let's talk about attention. From festive moments and sporting rivalries to entertainment and fan communities, consumers are constantly choosing where to invest their time and emotions. Even in our fireside chat, our speaker did say how they use trust as their core focus in an attention economy. For our brands, the challenge is no longer just to be visible, but it is about being relevant, authentic, and being memorable at the same time. Our next session focuses on festivals, fandoms, and the battle for attention, where we examine how brands can tap on to those moments that matter and build deeper connection in an increasingly crowded landscape. On that note, allow me an opportunity to please invite on stage our panelists. We maybe request the panelists to sit as per the creative in the background. First off, it's an honor welcoming on stage Binda De, the Chief Marketing Officer, Knight Riders Sports. Come on, Mumbai, we can be much more gracious with our applause. Thank you so much. Binda, always a pleasure meeting you. May I also take the opportunity of inviting on stage Ravindra Jain, Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer of GSW Motors Limited. Amit Bhuvan, Senior Vice President Marketing Z Studios. Amit, thank you so much for joining us. And curating this conversation, let's welcome on stage the founder and CEO of Social Samosa Network. Let's give it up for Hitesh Rajwani. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us. Over to you, Hitesh.
I think these lights are too much. Now that I'm here, I realize, the plight of people sitting on this stage and getting this straight into your eyes. But I think that's the attention that you get when you are sitting on a chair. So to set some more context to the conversation, I believe that festivals or even sports IPs or entertainment releases in general are like a masterclass by design. And these are masterclasses on how culture moves people. And when I say culture moves people, it is about binding people with a certain thread, like binding people with certain rituals that come with it, binding people with something that they all relate to en masse. And from that perspective, I feel it's like a marketer's dream to be a part of one of these moments in people's life, one of the biggest sports moments or cultural moments or festival or an entertainment release too. And I don't think, I think we've had a overload of AI conversations in the last 2 hours or so. And I thought that it's good to go back to the basics of how can brands build lasting values by associating with something like sports or a festival or entertainment in general, which is a part of people's daily lives. And I have a great panel here with Binda, who's representing an intersection of sports and entertainment. I have Amit, who represents entertainment, and then I have Ravindra, who represents the brand fraternity, who ends up investing a lot in these sports / entertainment / festival kind of IPs. So I'll quickly start with a quick question to each one of you. So festival sports and entertainment offer brands an access to an engine of attention, and it's not just like classic reach and frequency kind of a access which any other avenue would give, but it gives you incremental scale, it gives you a lot more power, which is probably more tangible than any other investment. So I want to understand from each one of you, how should brands decide which sports IP to invest in or which festival to invest in, or how do they structure investments in entertainment? Probably we could start with you, Binda.
Hi. Thank you, Hitesh. So basically, it depends really on the brand, what their business objective is, where they are on their growth phase, what, partnering with any sports property or an, film or any content helps you with is, when you're talking to the, people who are following that sport or watching a content, the connect is very strong, it's very emotional. It's not just a rational connect, right? When you're supporting a team, following a sport, the connect is very emotional, and that's what a brand can leverage when they are partnering with a specific property. Or even if it's a festival, again, that is something that is, it's a celebration, it's a joyful moment, it's an emotional outlet. So that's what, depending on the business objective, and the budgets, of course. So if a brand needs awareness, the objective will be very different versus someone already established brand. If you want to create a differentiation, the objective will be very different for each.
Ravindra, from your vantage point?
So, I mean, the way any brand can start thinking of first, I mean, in what category you are operating. For example, if you are, the brand is in high involvement category, then for you, the loyalty, the consideration, the trust becomes extremely important. And that is how you would start thinking about the intensity of the property, whether the property is intense enough to trigger those emotions. Whereas if you are in low involvement category, then you would rather focus on your reach, your awareness, because the emotions are not so high. So first filter, I mean, a brand should, or a brand could put is the start from the category definition, then where the brand is in the journey of its evolution, etc. And then, of course, like what Brinda said, I mean, the other things in terms of the business objectives, where you are, what you want to do. And the last thing is, I mean, the kind of fitment that you see from between the brand and the property. For example, I mean, you see a strong connection between what the brand stands for, what the brand wants to communicate the emotion, and the property is same. Then I think that is the best fit. The brand should be able to celebrate the property rather than just become a sponsor. So that is how I think the brands should start thinking about the properties.
I think the first question I would think as a brand POC would be, am I spending to buy eyeballs, or am I spending to invest in obsession? Right? That's where my journey into this entire universe of fandom attention would go in, because whether it is an early stage brand, whether it's a brand that's already done, salience is known and wants to take it to the next level, any money at any stage that you're spending should be towards driving obsession and encouraging and enhancing the obsession of the audience in the particular space that the brand operates in. So I would focus on enhancing the experience for the consumer with your ad spend instead of interrupting it. An ad space in a match or at a festival, a music festival, or a passive banner in a film, or a film scene where there's a force-fitted orange juice brand in the center while a very serious scene is happening. These are just monies that are getting you awareness, and you are interrupting the consumer's experience in that moment. What would help is if the same thing was integrated into the narrative in some or the other way. And that narrative integration should enhance the experience of the consumer without forcing your brand in the consumer's face and stopping the consumer from experiencing what he or she is there in that moment.
True, true. And I think that is like a fair establishment that when you invest in fandoms, your expectation should not be about a logo presence. It should be far more deeper. It should be about having a place in that scene without sounding someone who's just shouting out loud. And I think, Ravindra, you touched upon it, that it's not just about logo presence in general. It's about like achieving certain objectives as per the journey of a certain brand. So to ask you, because like Binda and Amit both are working on the fandom side of things more at this point. So to understand from you, like how have these investments in one of the fandoms, whether it's across sports or entertainment or festive, led to moving the business needle for you in your position as the marketing head?
Okay. So I think, I mean, to be very fair and frank, I mean, my experience has been both ways. Largely, I mean, the such properties have given good results. And I mean, just to give an example, I will start with the India's biggest property, which is IPL. And I think when I was working with Tatas, we were there for 8-9 years. And I mean, if you see the way the brand integrated that particular property, the way we started owning the cricket, the T20, and at the time T20 was pretty new. You start owning, you start living that same life, and you start involving brand as one more team. So there are 8 teams or 9 teams, then you become the 9th or the 10th team. Don't think as, where my logo would come, how much impressions have I got, how much time I have got, whether I am there on the screen or not, but start owning the property. And that is when the brands start reaping the benefits of this. Some of these properties are very, very big, and I think, the brand would not do justice if we start measuring in terms of impressions, etc. Then there's no point in doing this for large scale properties. So one, it definitely moves the needle on the consideration side of the brand. As an automotive brand, which is a high involvement category, the consideration and the trust are extremely important. And I've seen for many years that big properties like IPLs or marathons, etc., they definitely move the needle and they improve the consideration of the brand. It also converts into the sales also, and we had done this study multiple times, that these properties, if done properly, they start moving the business, they start giving you the results, and that is when the entire management also gets confidence that we have done the investment for maybe 2-3 years, but for next many years we'll start reaping the results. So that way, I think if the integration is good, if the brand has thought through, and if the brand is willing to leave the property, willing to own the entire narrative, then I think it works fantastic.
And Amit, you mentioned about investing in obsessions. What is the premium a brand should be willing to pay for investment in such an obsession, where, because all these inventories that we're talking of, like inventories or investments we're talking of, are very large scale. It's not something that can happen in a whiff. So how much is too much in terms of an investment into something like this? And like, what should be like a framework a brand should follow while looking at these investments?
So I think the scale of the investment varies, especially when it comes to my field, which is content, right? It could be a small budget film, it could be a Shah Rukh Khan film, it could be the biggest Hollywood blockbuster. Having said that, I think the scale should be, for a brand, should be, what am I getting out of it in terms of a narrative shift, right? Again, going back to how well is it integrated into the storyline, how well is it integrated into the experience of the consumer, and like he mentioned that over a period of time, there are multiple avenues to reap the benefits of the investment. For a film or a content piece, the avenue is shorter, the time period is shorter, so then can I expand it to other parts of the film going experience, right? So am I, as a brand, if I am in the story, am I able to work with the film's pre-release campaign period with specific merchandise that brings out the characters or the storyline of the film in tune with my brand philosophy and my brand identity to my consumer, helps you delight the existing consumers, helps you bring consumers who would never have seen or looked at your brand the same way, but are in love with the franchise or the film that you're working in, to expose them to your brand, right? Can I do special screenings for the fans? Can I do stuff like, run online campaigns where they are dissecting the fan theories, or aid those already existing cinephiles who are talking about the film? Find ways for your investment to do your work without, again, going back to what I earlier said, without interrupting what the consumer has come to the content for, right? So I think that is what a brand should be looking at. The investment then is how much do you want to scale this and how much will it cost you? It could be something like lesser than what you would buy billboards across Bombay sometimes. It could be a year's campaign, like a year's marketing budget, but end of the day, the brand needs to know entertainment, festivals, all of these are high risk, high reward situations, and you have to work and look at the 360 side of your integration and not just I have money, I have paid the production house or the creator or the festival, I have a hoarding, my job is done.
So, like, if you could give me one example of like an investment that you feel was very on point, it could be something that's been with your studio or something that you've observed from the outside.
Yeah, I think I can give you two scales, right? One was a very smaller scale, a film that I had done last year, Param Sundari, where I worked with a brand that typically we would exchange media space. I would put up my posters, links. They would give me some banners passively. What the brand came back and what we worked with them was curate a whole menu on the app, which was in the theme of the film and which was with special offers and special communication to the two leads fan bases, right? Just takes the storyline of the film, merges it with the brand's identity and the purpose of the brand in the consumer, gives the consumer a good delight while the rest of the film is doing its job of communicating that the film is in theaters over a month. A larger scale would be Barbie, right? A film that was supposed to be a chick flick, a film that was supposed to be not for a certain kind of audience who love that movie. You had brands from Crocs to high-end designer brands. You had Airbnb who had a whole, Airbnb themed around Barbie. Every single part, every single slice of the film was made into a brand integration moment, right? So both of these work at the different scales. The investments are very different, but the reward is the fact that you are going with the consumer at every point of the content's drop in joining the celebration, not interrupting them with an ad.
Nice. I think the examples make a lot of sense and put a lot of things into perspective. Binda, I think when I was talking about the intro as well, I felt that you worked on both sides of the spectrum, whether it's entertainment fandoms or sports fandoms as well. And like you've seen this journey through and through. So tell me, where do brands, even in today's day and age, are under-investing or underpaying fandoms as a concept? And where is it that they are very over-invested and it doesn't really help them with something tangible?
Right. So, just adding on to what, the previous question to Amit was, so when a brand is looking at a partnership with any sports, film, or, any kind of entertainment property, they should actually consider the budget threefold. If you're paying X amount for a partnership, you should have 2x more budget for activating it, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Like just pasting the logo, like I work for KKR, putting your logo on the jersey. There are 10 teams. You can do that, for all the visibility. There's some variance, more or less in the ballpark. If you're doing front of jersey, upper right chest in the same way. But so how do you differentiate? Like that is why you need to partner with the right, brand where there is a confluence of, what your objective and what you stand for and what the brand team is also. Like for me, what KKR stands for. There needs to be a synergy there. And that's how you select the partnership and also keep the budget to activate. Otherwise, it just remains very passively. You tick all the, thing on media evaluation report, the visibility was there. So that's where I think when, you're putting whichever scale, if it's an IPL, you're doing any other sport, or you're doing a local festival, if you are, sponsoring something, you need to take, the reason why you're doing it is because you want to get into the social conversation. Without, as you said, Amit, without interrupting the flow, you're organically getting into the conversation. So the connect is then, it's not just about making a sale. It's you're part of their life. And that's why you need to keep in mind that you need to have a separate budget and consider when you're partnering, make that, when you're doing your ROI analysis at the end of the season or end of participating in an event, keep that budget aside, because otherwise it'll be underutilized. I think that is where, sometimes a brand goes overboard in investing in a property, put money for 1 year, they think, oh, I didn't get the result. First of all, in any of these, even if it's IPL or any other sport, you need to have a slightly longer term view. You won't see the result in year one. First year, you'll actually get a lot of learnings. And genuinely, you need to, act as a partner, like sit with, if someone is sponsoring any of the teams in IPL, you need to actually, like for me also, I would sit with the brand and actually ideate. What are they looking at? Does this partnership even make sense? What is the campaign they are building around? How can we really help them leverage that? And think of the budget and do the whole planning that way.
Could you share an example for something where a brand has actually taken that extra mile with you or your franchise?
Right. In fact, this year itself, we had Vida as our front of jersey partner. It's a multi-year partnership. But what they did very right, it's a EV product. What they did very well was 2 months before IPL, they got everyone on board. Like in their head office, we all went to Gurgaon, their mainline agency, digital agency. 2 days we sat down and brainstormed. What can we do through the year, across the year? And that enthusiasm, it's not just about the money. Of course, that partnership, there's a commercial discussion, one side of it. But that enthusiasm and that energy really goes a long way. And of course, the planning and also the understanding, having very clear, understanding in this first year of partnership, in first 3 months, this is what we are looking at. Across the year, how do we leverage? IPL is a 2.5-month property, right? There's a lot of hustle bustle like a month before that. But what do we do across the year? How do we use a Durga Puja? How do we use a Diwali? How do we use New Year's? So that has to be a partnership. If a sponsor just wants the brand, we are happy with it, we are getting the money. But then if they sit, actually they can get so much more out of the partnership. That has to be driven by both the sides.
So I think I get two things, like two macro things from this. One being that if you're accessing a fandom, if you're buying premium access to a fandom, you need to either find a place in their world or extend their world or make that world meet your brand's universe, like whether it's your example with Vida or yours with Param Sundari or what Ravindra mentioned about IPL and Tata. So this is now like an open question to all of you. If you had a chance and if we keep all factors similar in that sense, like all other factors are constant here, would you rather invest in a fandom which is fairly large, very established, and be like one of the part of that fandom? Or would you invest in a very niche, deep community where maybe the scale is not as much, but your presence or your presence as a brand is much bigger than any other established IP for that matter? What would you choose and what makes you choose that? I mean, the factors behind that choice. Maybe we could start with Amit first.
I think it would completely depend on what my product is, what my brand is, right? And though as personally, I would say go for both. It's almost like today with fandom, the analogy I think of is a brand taking a hoarding inside a stadium, as well as a brand doing what she mentioned about what can you do beyond the match months, right? So yes, of course, you will have that one time in a year which will have a mass reach. You'll have a large part of your TG or extra, outside your TG that is ready to interact with you via your partnership vehicle. But you will also have those smaller niches which will give you a steady inflow of new consumers, and also a bed for you to test and bring back to the massier one, right? Things that because of the scale of the bigger event that you might not have risked upon or you might not have time for to run a test and see how it works. These smaller niches will help you. In my field, a recent example would be Backrooms and Obsession, two films which have very niche fandoms. Work with them and see how the fandom opened, right? And especially with attention and fandom, it's a question of smaller niches start talking, the voices become bigger, and then they get into the mainstream. So ignoring what is small today might result in you missing out the next big thing in a year or two.
Ravindra, for you?
So I would not say like it's a binary choice. It's not either or. And I agree with what Amit said. So depending on where is the brand is in its journey, some places you would choose a big property having a large reach. Somewhere the brand would go into niche properties. And this answer would also not remain constant for all the time. Even the brands would go through tough phases. The brand would also go through phases where they need to reinvent their diversification, new markets. So again, these things will keep on changing, and the brand has to be adaptive enough to make sure that where is the brand journey and where they fit, integrate within their journey. So it depends on the situation, depends on the brand, and the answers will keep on changing even for a single brand also over a period of time.
Yeah, just adding on to that, I agree, it's not either or. For instance, again, coming back to where I work in Night Riders, of course, our fans are all about cricket, sport, but for us also we realize when we are talking to a brand, sometimes, just a massive budget and just visibility is not the objective. So what we've done is actually create these niches. We have these IPs around food, being from Kolkata and food being such a big part of the city, and of course every part of India too. So we've created one unique IP on food itself, and there is another unique IP on fitness. Fitness and sports goes hand in hand. So, there are offerings like that where a brand wants to partner with us, not just for KKR and the full fandom around IPL, but you just want to do a digital IP, which is around a specific, category like that. And beyond, of course, KKR, beyond sports, I think a lot also the decision depends on where again you are in the growth stage. If you want awareness, quick awareness, I think some of the bigger properties partnering with that helps. But sometimes if you want to really be set up a differentiation and stand for something, maybe going a little more micro and going with those kind of festivals or events which stands for something and supporting that actually helps you develop a very unique voice for the brand.
I think I made the question very obvious, but probably I'll try to structure it better in a way. Probably I'll try to flip it where, say, when is it that a brand should be investing in a very niche, small fandom and become a big part of that small fandom? And when is it a brand should be like a small part of a big fandom? And each one of you can chip in, because that makes it, I think, more pointed, more specific.
I think it should be, the brand should decide on the big or the small niches depending on what the fandom that it is targeting is doing at a point, right? I could have a massive blockbuster film which will have a huge fan base. I have started that journey, say the brand has started that journey with that fan base. The brand cannot wait for the next big action film or event tentpole to come to reach the fan base again. What the brand needs to then start doing is, if there were 10 people, 2 would have a special niche, 3 would have another niche. Talk to those niches, in those niches and walk along with the brands, right? So it's almost like having a friend, a fair weather friend who will come in school to say hi, hello, and talk to you just before the exams, or a friend who sat with you through the year, through good and bad times. That's how a brand should look at these niches. So again, it has to be, and like he said, your stage will decide, of course, if you're a new brand, whatever your budget is, what you are able to contribute to this investment will decide whether you start via small niches and jump to a bigger niche, or you start via the bigger niche and then percolate down to the smaller ones.
Okay, so two things in which I would think about this. One, if I'm as a brand, I want to target consumers who are very passionate, etc., then I would go with the second choice, be a big partner in a very niche event. But if my target audience or the consumers are not so passionate and there are categories because of which, then I would go with the first one. That is one way of looking at it. The second way of looking at it, and purely from CMO's perspective when you are managing the budgets. So there are certain cases or situations where you are under pressure from the budget side also. You want to do something which will shake the market, which will give confidence to your sales, etc. And then the second choice works fantastic because the budgets may be smaller, but you put in a lot of energy, re-energize the entire channel and show that marketing is standing right behind you and will turn it around. So two lenses through which I will work on it.
Very well put.
For me, like a big, project would be if you want instant awareness, attention. But if you are in the long-term play and you want to create a separate differentiation, then I think going with micro festivals and standing for something in particular that is very unique and building a story around it over time will help you do that.
Got it. I think like if I combine your answers, like the three of your answers, I get a larger lens, whether if and when I want to go mass, or when I want to go mass, there is a certain route. If and when I want to go deep and wide, probably the investments are otherwise. I think we are short of time, but I'll just take one last piece of advice from you to this room. Like when they look at, because we have just wrapped up a busy sports season, we are entering into the big festive season. So one last piece of advice for marketers in the room. It could be about this subject or otherwise as well. We could start with you, Binda.
Yeah, I mean, festival marketing, of course, is many times, depending on the scale of the festival, very crowded. Be it Durga Puja, or Diwali. I mean, a lot of brands kind of park their marketing budget to, do a big splash around it. So if you are looking at utilizing, or even IPL, if you're planning to utilize that, spend enough time on building your communication well, your campaign well, for it to stand out. There has to be a differentiator because it's very easy to kind of get lost in that clutter. So take that time, think that through, take enough time. You can't just festival marketing specifically, you plan it today, just 2 days before a big festival, just sponsor an event. Your brand will be visible but might get lost in the crowd.
Two small points. One, if the brand is in multiple sports or entertainment events throughout the year, then first advice would be don't rehash the content. Okay, think fresh, think from that property itself. Second, for any single property, and that's what I've learned, plan it in a way that you don't spend more than 35% of your annual budget, whatever may be the property, because things do change over a period of time, and maybe one property may not suffice for the entire year, so it's better to keep something in hand. So that's the two advice from my side.
I think I would say stop chasing views, stop chasing YouTube view numbers, stop chasing how many likes on a reel or a post, start chasing how many shares, start chasing how many memes get made from your messaging, from your integration. Stop chasing stop chasing brand purity. Start chasing how are people making fun of what you have put out, because that is fandom. Fandom integrally means they will mock you, they will morph what you have put out and then keep sharing, and that is your real investment ROI. It is not the YouTube views, it is not your what follower level of the creator that I've worked with. It is this part which more often than not gets lost in the measurement part of a campaign.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Binda and Ravindra, for sharing your thoughts. I hope I had a great learning experience. I hope the audience also had a lot of takeaways from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got those key insights, let's encourage them with a big, big round of applause to all our speakers who are here with us on stage. Thank you so much, Hitesh, Binda, Ravindra, and Amit, for joining us. Of course, first, let's try and get a moment together as a panel. Hashtag SAMMIE, right there for you. If I could now request Hitesh to give the token of appreciation. First up, Binda De, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Ravindra. Binda, if you can just stay back with us on stage. Amit, thank you so much for joining in. We now want to see the difference in smile after getting those gift hampers, so that's the reason why we get the second photo clicked. Come on, I think we can continue that encouragement for all of them. Thank you, each and every one of you, for joining us. And thank you so much, Hitesh, for curating that conversation. Well, before we move on, it is that good juncture to make a quick announcement for all the marketeers and brand leaders in the room. If today's conversation on festive marketing inspired you in any aspect, we'd love to see you back on stage at our flagship event, Festive Marketing Camp, taking place this September. We are currently accepting speaker nominations and profiles. If you'd like to be a part of the speaker lineup, or you know someone whose insights deserve to be heard, please write to content@socialsamosa.com. Ladies and gentlemen, as we arrive to the final panel of the day, we have come to a full circle to the question we've been exploring since the afternoon today. What really drives India's marketing economy? Well, products don't exist in isolation. They're shaped by culture, discovered through content, and of course, increasingly purchased through seamless commerce experiences. The brands that are winning today are the ones that understand how these three forces come together to influence consumer decisions. Our final panel, culture, content, commerce. What makes India buy? Now that's what we're going to be exploring, how marketers can build those brands that don't just capture attention, but inspire action and drive growth. Because ultimately, it's all about that. Joining us for this conversation are our eminent panelists. May we request them to be seated as per the creative in the background. Starting with, if I could call upon stage, Petal Gangagurde, the Chief of Brand and Culture, XYXX Apparels. Let's give her a warm round of applause as we welcome her. Apeksha Gupta, Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Galleries Lafayette, India, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. Also, can I request the team to remove that extra chair? Meanwhile, may I also take the opportunity of welcoming on stage Varun Kandhari, the Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Wellbeing Nutrition. And ladies and gentlemen, moderating, oh my God, you're so kind, Hitesh, thank you so much. Moderating this conversation, let's give it up for Prashant Chalapalli, the founder and CEO, Gravity Integrated. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause, please. Well, Prashant, I'd like to leave it in your able hands to curate the conversation forward. Once again, welcome to all of our speakers.
Thank you. I'll try and do my best. Good evening. We'll get straight into it. I know it's the last session. You're waiting for the awards and the drinks after, so we'll get straight into this. The topic for this panel is culture, content, and commerce, what makes India buy. When you look at the surface of it, they seem like three different topics, but I think one leads to the other. My personal belief is culture is India's real currency, content is how it travels. And for marketers, like the three marketers we have on the panel who get the first two right, it definitely translates into commerce. So that's the sort of discussion, and I'd like to, they've already been introduced, so I'll just start off with some key questions. Petal, you made the transition from, you were one of them, now you're on the other side of the table, from an agency person to, your official designation is not CMO, right?
No,
What's
it's Chief of Brand and Culture.
Chief of Brand and Culture. So XY, XX, right? It's usually stuff all men wear, but we don't talk about it. Does culture play a role at all for you in the brand that you're building? And what parts of it are harder for you to crack? And what parts of it is something which comes easily for the brand to adopt?
I think the brand, the inception of the brand really was rooted in culture because India didn't have innovative men's underwear. 8 years ago, underwear was very, very commoditized. There was no innovation that was happening whatsoever, and really understanding the Indian consumer and the aspiration of the Indian consumer, right? So, premiumization and all the other stuff that we talk about is more stuff I would say is still recent, but really understanding the consumer problem, so to say, and also understanding the aspiration of the tier 2, tier 3 consumer. That's really what drove first the product decisions and then the brand and marketing decisions. The other piece was, of course, really getting the distinction right? Because when there are legacy brands which have great dominance, and then really making sure that there is a brand that is standout, or there is a brand that is, truly distinctive, not just in terms of the product, but also communication. So, we were the first brand where a celebrity was actually wearing the underwear, which was almost unheard of. Before that, usually all underwear ads had men wearing white vest, and then they would have an underwear. So that sort of was, a distinction in itself. The difficult part there. The question I want to ask you, getting a celebrity on board, was it to crack awareness, or was it to bring a taboo topic out into the open, that if this guy can wear and be photographed, it's no longer something you talk in whispers behind closed doors? Actually, it was bizarre to me, so a very, typical question in marketing is that you have to be a wearer. We were discussing this before in the speaker's lounge, that you have to be a wearer to really understand, the brand or the product. I'm not a wearer, but it was bizarre to me that you were advertising underwear with a vest, right? So, I think it was more existential. It was, of course, to bring awareness, but our ethos has always been about superiority of product. And bringing the celebrity that we had at that point, KL Rahul, on board was really because he was not the flashy or the, macho image at all. He was more rooted, he was more, all about the substance, which is what our brand represented. And that's really where, so awareness, of course, was a metric that we were tracking, but really finding a face that was, that had as much substance as we had as a brand was really the agenda. I'll move to Varun, and I'll come back to Apeksha last, because I think Apeksha, you're solving for a very unique problem which neither Varun nor Petal are solving for. Varun, you represent a brand which India has traditionally, a category that you represent, is traditionally been dictated by a doctor, right? Now everybody's popping pills and they go to ChatGPT, ChatGPT tells them take this medicine, they're doing it. But when the whole well-being, the wellness category started, India was predominantly, I will not do anything if the doctor doesn't tell me, right? How did you crack? And it's a very cultural, hard-coded into culture. How did you crack that as well-being nutrition? I mean, you've worked with Mars, you've worked with Campari, very different brands, very different categories, and suddenly you're selling pills and nanotech strips to people who are saying, Dr. Ji, main kya loon? And now you're basically saying, go ahead and have it, you don't need a prescription. And you're also on one hand maybe competing with Big Pharma and your D2C. Where does culture play a role for you and how did you crack this?
You're right. I was earlier selling chocolates and being passionate about fitness, and now I'm in a way creating a culture of fitness and also being passionate about it.
So you're literally touching the rainbow right now.
Exactly. And I think it's a very interesting question when you talk about and when you look at fitness through the culture angle. And earlier, when I look at, if I have to define the culture of health or fitness or wellness, it was exactly like, there is a problem, then I will try to find a solution. I will go to an expert, and whatever the person prescribes me, I will simply go to the chemist and get that solution. I will not doubt it. I will simply follow that regimen. Now that is changing. In fact, that I would say has changed. Now, for us to define the culture that we want to create, we have pictured an image of our target audience. And the person who would see our communication, and we call that as informed explorer. And there is a reason why we called, because then we can define the culture this person lives in and what sort of a culture we want to build for that person. So for us, this informed explorer is somebody who is interested in science, in fact hungry for science, is somebody who's proactive about their fitness, not just looking for that problem and the solution, is somebody who's label literate, would want to see, would want to apply. In a way, they're skeptic also. I will simply not hear your point of view and follow that regimen. I will apply my own logic and reason to it. So keeping that in mind, that's the cues which we are taking, because that's a culture, because what I described is what we saw when we met various consumers who were into fitness or were planning to get into their health journey. We saw these cues are the ones which are changing and we can leverage to build a culture around it. Hence, if you see, we include a lot of science in our communication because it appeals to the skeptic. Yeah. At the same time, we are making health into a culture by making it part of your lifestyle. So we are part science and part the spirit of well-being, which is the lifestyle.
One question, and you can answer it now or you can come back to it later. Traditionally in India, health and car batteries are same. Till it fails, you don't worry about it, right? We've grown up in a culture where mujhe kuch nahi ho sakta. Acha, the other guy has a problem, nothing will happen to me. What you're doing, the category you're operating is proactive. Before health becomes a problem, it's like insurance. You're saying take care of your future self by consuming what we are selling. And that's a huge behavior shift. It's not advertising, it goes beyond the science. I mean, and that to me is fascinating because that's a fundamental change in human behavior which for decades in India has not changed. Maybe now, maybe you want to sort of think about it and come back on that.
No, I'll quickly add my 2 bits to this. You're right, well-being is now part of your daily routine. It is not a separate activity which you do. Yeah, it's part of your daily routine. It's, in that sense, now part of your culture. Look at how the prevalence of various run clubs are across all metros. And they are not just for running, they are also for people to socialize. So, wellness, that culture is becoming a lot more prevalent, and we do have some role to play in this as well. I think that's how we connect with our audience. That's how we are making audience aware of, for them to be proactive and the benefit of it, and at the same time benefiting from this culture.
Apeksha, the reason I came to you last is, both Petal and Varun are trying to solve for their Indian brands, born and brought up in India, trying to tap into Indian culture. You have a very unique problem. You're saying, I represent a brand which is a 130-year history in Paris, your Parisian culture, and you're coming to India, or you're bringing the brand to India and saying, now you're not trying to tap into Indian culture, you're trying to make your consumers understand and adopt and then therefore pay you money for embracing Parisian culture. What are the challenges there? Do you think it's even important for your brand to tap into Indian culture?
Actually, I'm going to start with, because we're a new brand, we're 9 months old. Anyone in the audience, just a show of hands, how many of you have heard of Galeries Lafayette? Okay, some. I'm going to quickly introduce the brand to everybody here. Galeries Lafayette, like Prashant said, is a luxury department store in Paris. It is the world's largest single luxury department store, much like what a Harrods would be or a Selfridges would be, and I'm guessing those are names audiences are quite familiar with, yes? I'm also going to wake you all up. So we've, Aditya Birla has tied up with Galeries Lafayette, and we launched our store in October, November last year. So we're just 9 months into the space. We have multiple sort of layers to engage with, right? First and foremost, the luxury audience is an exceptionally difficult, very, very difficult audience to work with. I personally have worked across spectrum of industries and therefore segments of consumers. Luxury by far ends up being a very, very difficult segment to get through. Cultural connotations for luxury, surprisingly in India, would be so dramatically different for the rest of India, right? Like my promoter is my audience, right? Mr. Birla is my consumer. And it's very fascinating how the luxury HNI, UHNIs, as units and individuals, they're obviously very small in the country, but they're culturally actually a lot more Indian. As you would understand, most of them actually still live in joint families. They all work with, family businesses. So it's a very different cultural nuance from what people like all of us are, right? Like all of us are probably nuclear, we're traveling all the time, we're free to be here and there, but there is a certain code of conduct that the HNIs, the old money HNIs associate with. Then there is the new money HNIs, and then there's a young money HNI. So there's a bunch of very stratified luxury audience one is dealing with, and culture to them, Indian culture to them, is either very, very deeply rooted or somewhere on the surface, much different from rest of us. But let's remember that all of these HNIs are actually global citizens. So while they have very deep roots in India, they're also very, very, very well traveled, very well exposed. So they're very global on the map. So when you bring a Parisian brand to a country like ours, I don't think we're trying to emulate the Indian culture. I don't think we're trying to accentuate the Indian culture. Neither, honestly, are we trying to bring Paris culture to India. I think what we're trying to do is be a cultural icon ourselves. End of the day, as retail, I'm a space that people come to have an experience. So our attempt is to be able to give people a slice of Paris, not as what the travelers or the tourists would see it as, but what a well-heeled, H&I would see it as. So it's a nuance of Paris, it's the mystique and the magic and the romance of Paris. Even if people haven't heard of Galeries Lafayette, I'm guessing everyone's either been or wants to go to Paris, right? Yeah? Like Paris is this very, very, very beautiful, magical place. So I think our attempt is to be able to get a slice of Paris here, and therefore in doing that, ourselves be a cultural icon and not just a fashion store. And that's how we have been trying to and continue to try to build ourselves.
So I'll jump into the content piece, and since you mentioned this, I think it's a nice segue into that. So when you talk about content, again, in the luxury space, content is very different from what a Petal would create or what a Varun would create. and you just hosted an F1 experience, right? So is communication content for you about creating experiences, or is it about selling what you just said about Paris, the mystique, the luxury, the romance of it? Or is it specifically brand focused? Because you have about 200, 300 brands, most of which most luxury buyers also in India would not have heard about, because we only know the top 10, the LVs and the Gucci's. And so when you talk about content, what part of it translates into content? How do you create that? It's not like you can just talk to a random agency or a PR company, and this is a problem that you're mentioning, that I'm looking for somebody who's a really good luxury boutique partner. How do you solve for content creation?
Yeah, like that's my toughest thing to do at this point in time. So what is content supposed to do for us? Well, from a very business-centric perspective, content currently is my currency to be able to help spread awareness and educate. I think education is the single largest requirement we have, because like you said, nobody knows Galeries Lafayette. There are 250 plus international brands, 70% of them first time in India. Very, very, very few people know about the brands. So education becomes an important part of it. The HNIs and our target audience are very, very well aware. But now it's come back home. So for them to be able to experience the brand, etc., content has to do the business, or has to do the job of enabling people to really understand the craftsmanship, the legacy, and so on and so forth. This education is one part of it. But I think that's going to take forever to do. Content for us really is going back to, it's about building the mystique of storytelling. I think my brand is singularly based on the codes of elegance, chicness of Parisian mystique. And I feel if my content is able to consistently tell different stories, and we have so many stories to tell. We have stories of brands to tell, we have story of our own to tell, we have story of our building to tell, we have story of Paris to tell. We have just so many stories to tell. There's so much to do and so much to say. To be able to say it in a very harmonious manner is perhaps my biggest requirement of content at this point in time. So is content really leading to commerce? Yes and no, but content leading to winning a share of heart? 100%. I think that's what my content needs to do, at least at the stage of our existence that we are, and maybe for a long, long time to come, because luxury, lifestyle, fashion, they're all very superfluous feelings, and it's what content has to be able to translate to.
For all the agency owners sitting in the audience, that's the clearest pitch brief you'll ever get from a marketing head. And for all the agency owners who are chilling outside, it's a big opportunity loss. So if you manage to get in touch with it and you have a pitch, all the best. Petal, I'll try and not be crude about this, but what kind of content do you create for underwear? I mean, yeah, you have KL Rahul and all that, and
we don't anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you create about 300 videos every month, and you do not now have a celebrity.
A lot more,
But
actually.
what can a innerwear brand do in terms of content? How do you make that even interesting?
So we actually had a very viral campaign just about a month ago where we, for the first time were talking about, so we do innovative products, right? And one of our innovations is an invisible vest, which is a first time ever made seamless vest for men. And, we did a campaign with Veer Saini, who's a creator. And I mean, the idea of, what if men wore bras, right? I mean, like, so we really do very, very path-breaking, distinctive content. That's actually been our USP in the past 7 years of our existence. 8 years technically, but I've been on the brand for 7 years. So distinctive content, a lot of product marketing, a lot of, innovations-led storytelling, a lot of science-led storytelling. All our materials are very different from what you typically get in the market, whether it's, and we're no longer just a underwear brand. We, we have very, very distinct apparel products as well. A lot of it also is in the product nomenclature. So we have an invisible vest, we have zero pants. So we really, went away from, like I said, machoism, all the things that were spoken about, or for that matter, really the alpha male, this thing of, men who have arrived and, all that nonsense, which no man today really resonates with. And that's really been the USP of our content, and it's worked. I mean, the fact that we're amongst the top 3 brands across all marketplaces, amongst all Q-commerce platforms, and of course our D2C business is the way that it is. I mean, it's clearly, something that has worked for men across strata of society, across age groups, across, geographies.
So, Varun, I can understand Petal using humor as a way of breaking through in talking about her brand and in a category which people don't really want to discuss. But you have fundamentally violated one of India's principles that in finance, healthcare, even insurance and banking, you do not make fun of, you don't even be slightly humorous, because these are like, it's money, and people's hard-earned, it's about health. Why did you do a hard pill to swallow? Where did that come from? Like, acha main to crack kar dunga humor ka use karke. And you literally, it was a pun on pill, because you were selling nanotech strips.
Yes, yeah. So we sell...
And you also make pills?
We also make pills. So I don't have any particular favorite in terms of the format. I think we go by the science. If a particular supplement is well delivered through a format like a thin strip, which is convenient, we give it through that. Or if a particular supplement like omega or a magnesium is better delivered through a pill, we have it in that format, because ultimately the consumer or the user should get the full benefit. So that's the part about the pill versus the strip part. But coming to your question about breaking the code of the so-called serious category. See, I think we all are, so before I come to that point, I'll just say that for us, both the things are important. Talking serious stuff, at the same time talking content which connects with a larger audience. The serious stuff is, of course, because we are talking to, as I said, informed explorers who are intelligent people who take care of their health, and we have a good point about science, which builds the trust for us. So we have pure science-related communication, and we see excellent engagement with the audiences. So that also is very important. Coming to the campaigns which you were talking about, why we do that? For me, fundamentally, content has to do 2 things. One is it should educate, which I just spoke about, and I saw the same threads in what other speakers said. And second is simply it has to entertain. But the twist I will give in our category would be entertainment is a doorway to education. So when we have to connect with a wider audience, that's when we adopt a storytelling manner which is entertaining and at the same time rooted into the science of the product, and which is when we came out with this campaign for hard pill to swallow. And that's a thing we've done with other categories. So we came out with a campaign for whey protein range. A lot of people have a barrier that yes, it leads to bloating, etc. So we came out with a campaign, and because that was true to our product also, lighter, quieter whey, no bloats, no fart. It was typically the brief that we gave to the creative team is we would want a fart ad which people can watch even while having their dinner. So it's very important to...
So, I mean, in a way, you've done exactly what your product does, right? Yes. Medicine is bitter, so you sugarcoat it so that people will take it. And what you've used is humor as wrapper for Gyan, that you really want people to understand what you're saying, but you've used humor to, as a wrapper to connect with them.
Yes.
Okay. You're producing 300 videos, he's using humor to cut through. Obviously, you know, it's very easy to talk about culture and content. These are fun things to do, right? But you also have revenue pressure. She has a very different revenue pressure. You have a very different one. You have a very different one. How do you attribute in the era of performance marketing. We were discussing a lot of D2C brands are basically logos wrapped in performance marketing. How do you justify the investments that you make on videos and him? And maybe Apeksha is in a slightly different space because, as she said, it's 9 months old and it's luxury. The tickets value is much higher. She's not talking to mass India. She's talking to an already very informed audience or already existing consumers. So her commercial pressure is very different. But as somebody who's spending so much money on creating content, how do you justify the attribution to revenue? I mean, I'm not getting into the technology of tracking attribution, but how do you go to your CEO, CFO and say, hey, I'm going to produce 300 videos. This is the amount of money I need. And CFO is saying, how are you going to justify this? What is your answer?
I think the fact that we have very high conversion rates, we also have our AOV is something that we track, average order value for the uninitiated, that we track month on month. The fact that we're actually a non-fashion brand. So we don't call ourselves a fashion brand, we call ourselves an elevated basics brand. Within the elevated basics category, like I said, we keep doing innovation. So our product drops actually are pretty much month on month, right? So we're launching new categories month on month. And the fact that we have within 3 months of launch, most of our categories have sellout, we have repeats, we have a pretty much 55% repeat rate, in new categories as well. These are actually ways that we justify. So there are, of course, hero products. There are, of course, core categories. And over the years, we've actually focused on both. So while there is new product development and that sort of takes a certain, budget, we continue to nurture core products, we continue to nurture hero products, and the content budget, so to say, is split in, with the revenue targets. So if something, really does well, right, and does astronomically well, which we've had, sort of a lot of wins season on season, that sort of then funds. And once you're in the content flywheel, to be honest, there's no stopping. The possibilities become endless. So I think content today, even the way Meta algorithm is, currently sort of structured, I think I'll reiterate, once you are in the content flywheel, the possibilities are endless.
So it's a question to both of you, because she sits in a very different bucket purely from, if I go by designation and title. She's brand and culture. Both of you have a very common title. I want to understand if it comes with the same responsibility. So you're both chief of marketing, also growth, right? Now, those two have never usually traditionally been associated from a classical CMO role. Does that mean that everything that you do as a marketing head, when you wear that hat, also has that little bit of a pressure, shadow, or that little rational voice talking to you about growth? And what does that mean in terms of commercial outcomes?
To me, marketing right now or traditionally, I would like to believe, was never just a comms role, right? Marketing is supposed to be at the center of strategy and business solutions. It's just being called out explicitly now, marketing and growth. End of the day, marketing, to be honest, is the center of business solution providing. And I think it's because it's the brand and the consumers, you bring it together, it's got to be that. How is it resulting for me in growth? I mean, look, as retail, our singular holy grail is to be able to drive walk-ins into the store. And in my case, it's not just walk-ins, but quality walk-ins. Yeah. We obviously do not want any and every walk-in. We require very specific set of quality walk-ins so that our conversions, so that our average bill values can be of a certain caliber. So our challenges are actually very, very acute. No matter 9 months old, fact of the matter is there is a projection and business has to work towards that projection. To that extent, marketing is supposed to be over-encapsulating of all of this.
No, completely agree with what you said. I think any piece of content has to come from the business problem. It cannot be in isolation. It has to solve the business problem and it has to lead to a commercial outcome. When I look at content specifically, content has to be relevant. If it is relevant, it will be engaging. If it is engaging, it will drive results, commercial results. Question is, can we calculate results and attribute in short term? Maybe not, but can we over a longer period of time? Because over a longer period of time, every piece of content has to deliver. Yeah, you might or might not be able to isolate it to that particular piece of content, but it has to move the measures. The proxies that you would do is, of course, you will look at mind measures, you will look at what I call as the input indicators. So are we doing the right things, and then the outcome will come. So to answer your question, content is driven by commercial. If it's not solving for that, it's of no use.
Apeksha, you want to say something?
I'm going to just jump in to say that, this conversation was about culture, content, and commerce. Actually, to me, if I add another C to this culture, content, community, three of them together will give you commerce. And I think that's the only place where marketing has perhaps changed from earlier to today. Today, it is true that culture and experience and community together have become so inseparable. And I think every brand, be it ours or be it the ones of my panelists, I think everyone's seeking to being able to create a community-driven brand experience, which will therefore necessarily come from culture. And like you said, content becomes the way of telling that story. It will eventually result in commerce.
I love that you introduced the community angle. It's not part of the discussion, but earlier today in the morning, I was talking to somebody else, and this whole community thing popped up and how every brand now wants to build a community. The question to three of you is, do you think genuinely a brand can build a community, or is the role of a brand to look at existing communities and figure out how they can be part of those communities? Because top of my head, I can't think of any single brand which has created a community, a thriving community till date.
I think there are a lot of sneaker brands for sure that have created communities, Gully Labs being one of them that I can think off the top of my mind. But
no, I'm saying on a mass scale, Gully Labs is still a very small. So the more small niche you are, your audience size also is that much more. I'm not saying it's easier, but I'm just saying you will see that happen more often.
But that's the result. I mean, community will be inclusive and exclusive by nature of it being a community, right? Like, I mean, there would be, for example, High Rocks is a community, Run Clubs is a community. I mean, these are all...
Yeah, absolutely. And I loop back to the culture part. If you want to build a community, what culture you're bringing into that community? If you're very clear as a brand about what culture you're creating for that audience, for your community, you will build a community. And at the same time, I don't think so community needs to be large in terms of numbers. It needs to be
meaningful.
A set of, yes, people who believe, people who are passionate about not the brand, but what the culture is that you're creating in that community. If you have it, you're a winner.
And to your point, I think a brand like ours, we're trying to tap into existing passions for people with those passions to be able to come together in the moment as a community. So the F1 that you talked about, or the Lacoste that we talked about, or the various things that we keep doing in the store, we do a French market or whatever. The idea is not to build a community or to tap into a community. I think there are so many fragments and so many passions, and people have so many interests today. The idea is to be able to, in that moment for the day, can I tap into X passion of yours? Have you come together at my space with other people who have similar passion and therefore feel a part of a community for that moment? And I think, therefore, as a cultural destination that we want to be able to do that with diversity of interests and passions, as a sum total will make us what we want to stand for.
And having a 90,000 square feet space definitely helps.
Oh, there's not an inch to spare.
Which is to spare.
There's not an inch to spare.
Okay. I think I'd like to, the last part of it, I'd like to sort of open it up to the audience, but one specific question before I do that. Do you currently have an agency?
No, I don't.
Do you have an agency?
Not
an agency on record, like a retainer agency?
No.
Do you usually look for agency people to give briefs to, or do you have an in-house creative team which...
We have an in-house creative team, but at the same time we work with agencies outside because we want fresh ideas. Because inside it could be an echo chamber, right? And that's very good when you're building an expert voice, which we as a brand do because we are a science-led brand. But at the same time, if I have to reach out to people who are non-users, I might get better ideas outside as well. So we're very, so I'm not boxed myself into an idea that in-house is better, outside is not. It's not. It just purely depends upon objective.
So Apeksha, in your case, an agency is a very different entity. From a little discussion, you said, I'm looking for one, but so I'm assuming therefore that you don't have somebody who's a regular partner, external partner.
I actually have a bunch of retainer agencies.
Okay.
PR is very, very, very critical
Sure.
for us. So PR is definitely somebody we partner with on a regular basis. Events, experiences is a very big part of it. So we do have event partners that we work with on an ongoing basis. Content is very important. So we have content. Creative is also extremely important. End of the day, there is brand custodianship that is required. Again, to his point, I don't think it can be an echo chamber internally.
Yeah.
You do need somebody with an external point of view to... So for me, the agency is not really about giving me a solution at this point in time. I think any of my agency partners, we work very, very closely with each one of them, like friends. It's to be able to get on the same wavelength as us. I think if an agency partner is able to start looking at the brand with the same lens and the same passion and the same understanding of it as you, solutions will come. I don't think I'm seeking to say, hey, here's my problem, you solve for it. The problems are immense, and I don't think any singular person or agency is going to be able to solve it.
Yeah.
It's about collaboratively coming to the same page, and that for me is a lot more important. It's the meeting of minds.
So essentially, one of the things we were discussing backstage was ownership and accountability from your communication partners. I wouldn't just say agency. Now, a lot of people sitting here are agency folks. What are the implications for agencies today when a marketer thinks like this, saying, don't just ask me for a brief, don't just react to a problem, but take ownership, take accountability, then you end up becoming a partner and not an external agency. What are the implications? And, maybe open session, maybe, I don't know, Hitesh, do we have time for questions? We kill it here? Okay, sorry, no questions from the audience, but yeah, to end, what are the implications for communication partners?
I think the understanding of a brand and the time required to really invest in understanding the brand in depth, to also sort of understand that our pressures are very different, right? Like, I mean, we look at data pretty much on an everyday basis, first party data largely, and then that data to like sort of use that to make creative content, whatever it is that is required at that point in time. That requires a certain, of course, skill set, but it also requires a certain commitment. And that's something that, at least in the past couple of years, I feel like, agencies are not fully committed to sort of making that, taking that sort of, forward.
That's a big statement coming from somebody who's come from the agency side.
In fact, like, we've been, so we have partnered with agencies, had very good experiences, had not so good experiences over the years, but we've actually not had an agency on record for the past 7 years. We've really moved creative in-house. We've hired great people. And the fact is that, I was telling you this earlier, that we actually have a team that's been with us, both creative, content, brand across the board, who has worked with us for the past 5 years minimum. So the understanding that they already sort of have of the brand, it's going to be very difficult for an agency to replicate offhand. Our PR agency, like we have a PR agency, and that's also been with us for 5 years straight. So I think the tenure, the fact that they've grown with the brand, they've invested, with the brand. I think that sort of says for, why we've not had an agency on record. I mean, I personally have nothing against
fair.
agencies.
Apeksha, Varun, any closing remarks on this?
No, and just on this thought, I think if your agency partner works with you as your internal team, goes into the data or the whole question about internal or external in a way, the whole argument falls apart. And I quite like what you said backstage is don't give me the brief, tell me the business problem you want to solve. Yeah. Maybe I'll go one step further if you have an agency of record that they should know the business problem. And that's when the solutions come.
So I'll just sort of add to that, actually one of the issues that most D2C brands or new age brands have is that the business problem changes every day, right? So I mean, as a result of that, to really, keep on top of that could also be difficult for an external partner. That's probably why, D2C brands prefer to move teams in-house.
Mine is an extremely creative space. It's an extremely creatively fertile space across. It's not about a creative agency. My PR agencies have to be creative. My event partners have to be creative. What I have realized and what I would seek from any partner that I would work with is, everyone has 10, 20, 30 clients. I am not entitled to take their mind space as being their sole, client, and therefore I'm expecting them to understand my business the way I would. I think that's a misnomer. I don't expect them to do that. But what I do expect them to do when they're on the table with me is one, don't be templatized. Right? I keep seeing that at least in my space, everyone comes and says, this is how it's done and this is how it'll be done, and we know how this is, and unlearn to relearn. And that's what I mean to say. The meeting of minds will happen when there is just this whole desire to be, passion and desire to be fresh, passion and desire to every day come to the table because hey, I know you spent your morning with another client and you have an evening with another client. But when you're with us, just sort of, let the baggage be and let's focus on what it is here and just keep your creative cap on. I think for me, that's really important and that'll hopefully do the job.
So you're essentially saying understand the luxury codes, but also be brave enough to break some of them.
I think the bravest is to say, I don't know. I never shy away from saying, I don't know the answers. I'm happy to explore. And I think that's the bravest for any partner to say, I don't know, but here I am, putting all of my knowledge, experience, expertise to figure it out now. That's what I think works for me.
Or be fearless and speak the truth. Like if you don't agree, we can agree to disagree, but at least let there be a point of view on the table.
Understood. I'll just wrap this up in the interest of time. I think very clear, culture is not fluff, it's not decoration, it's not campaign. It's actually the three of you in your own ways. It's a serious investment you're making in. And as you said, sometimes it doesn't show up in the short term in terms of commerce. Sometimes it shows up. But I think it's a game of patience. It's a game of ownership. And as Apeksha and you also said, it's for brave people who are willing to challenge existing codes. For me, that's a big takeaway. Thank you all of you. And sorry to guys keep you waiting for the Daru session and the award session. But thanks for the patience.
Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists for joining us. Firstly, thank you so much for being so patient with your time, and we would now request you to please join us on the center stage. Well, I hope the audience doesn't say the same. So we're going to be leaving on that note, but we're going to be requesting all of you to please step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture you on one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that they were here with us sharing their knowledge, please let's give them a big and their due credit of applause right there. May I also take the opportunity of inviting Gurleen Bhupal, social media lead of Social Samosa Network, to please join us. Gurleen. Of course, first we have the group photograph, and Gurleen, now we request your presence on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists, starting with Varun. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Apeksha. We wish you all the very best with your venture, which you're leading. Thank you so much, Petal. Some great insights from you. And of course, a big thank you, Prashant. Thank you for accommodating and being so kind with your time and expertise. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we thank all our eminent panelists who have joined us. And as we come to the close, thank you so much. Thank you. As we come to the close of SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit 2026, thank you to all our speakers, moderators, industry leaders for sharing their perspectives, experiences, and insights with us today. We'd of course like to thank each and every one of you who've shared your thoughts as well on social media with the hashtag SAMMIE. And now we are moving ahead to our next exciting bit. After that inspiring day of discussions and insights, it's now time to recognize and celebrate excellence in social media marketing. And if you're being honest, it's the moment many of us have been waiting for rather eagerly. The conversations may be over, but the celebrations are just beginning. It's time to bring out those medals, capturing those winning photographs, hearing all of you with your joy, and celebrating the work that has set new benchmarks for the industry. On behalf of Social Samosa Network, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, welcoming you all to Social Samosa's SAMMIE Best Social Media Awards 2026, co-powered by Snapchat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we do so, we always talk about originality, right? And today the team at Social Samosa have given us a surprise, and a rather very musical surprise. So I don't want to transition from the summit to an awards just by all of you sitting, having your starters, and I'm just here talking, right? I want all of you to please stand up with me. Can we all stand up? All of us, come on. I'm going to play a music and let's see who can groove along. And remember, this is the original by Social Samosa Network. Let's see how many of you can groove along. All right, at the count of 3, 2, 1, let's go. And pump up the music, come on everyone. Come on everyone, put your hands up. We're at SAMMIE 2026, everyone. Come on everyone, put your hands Come on everyone, this is the official All right. Take a bow. Come on, everyone. Give yourselves a big, big round of applause. Wow. Now, this is what I call blockbuster. Why? Because you can use this original soundtrack. Pick it up from the official Social Samosa Network. They've used it in their reel. Take that original soundtrack, make your own reel, hashtag SAMMIE, and let's make it trend. Are you up for it? Oh my God, the yes is getting. Come on, are you up for it? Perfect. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, these awards recognize the brands that have not only built a strong presence in social media, but have also created meaningful engagement, driven conversations, and shaped culture through their work. More importantly, these awards celebrate the people behind the brands. Behind every social media brand is a group of people who've showed up every day. And I know all of you have done that. You've built those connections, sparked those conversations, and created that impact. Before we kickstart, I would like to take a moment to thank our gifting partners for Bell Chocolate, Sweet Karam Coffee, the Curl Co., the Skin Deli, and Brand.me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially commence the event, I would like to call upon stage the founder and CEO, Social Samosa Network. Please put your hands together for Hitesh Rajwani.
Hi. So again, like I always start these addresses when I see such a huge crowd that I'm not prepared for something like this. I'm not prepared to stand in front of you and the awards that you're going to receive. But I really like what Bhavna did, where she warmed you up with a track that we'd produced, not this year, actually, we produced it a couple of years back. And this is a shout out to Tala, who's made this track, sang it, composed it, and he's worked on the creative side of it. He's he's worked with TVF, he's written shows, scripts. So big shout out to Tala. If you're watching this, thank you so much for giving us this. And I don't want to go tom-tom about what SAMMIE is, because you already know what it is. You've been entering the awards and the categories every year. I would just give a shout out to each one of you, because all that we discussed here today is what you do day in, day out. And I'm not saying about the theoretical discussions, but you live this life daily. Some of your JDs when you would have started your career would have been that, do you live, breathe, eat social media? And there was a time when we had to make a case for brands to be on social. And 10 years now into this journey, I think there is, social media has kept all of us relevant, including Social Samosa and each one of you. So a big shout out to each and every one of you who battles the algorithm every day, who fights a new battle to drive relevance for their respective brands and businesses. I think even the installations outside are a part of our reality, that each one of us aspire to break the internet. Each one of us is navigating the algorithms to win on social. And I feel that each one of you in this room who's entered some of the great work and are going to be rewarded today are the ones who are winning on social. So congratulations to the winners in advance, because I might not come back on this stage again. But congratulations to each one of you, and I look forward to celebrating this night with a lot more energy and enthusiasm from you guys. Looking at the numbers, I'm pretty sure that it will be a ruckus at the end of it. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome to SAMMIE, Best Social Media Brands, co-powered by Snapshot.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Hitesh a big, big round of applause, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we present our first award, we'd like to acknowledge our partner who has co-powered the awards, Snapchat. Let's take a look at how Snapchat continues to shape the future of digital storytelling.
We're the Gen Z, and we almost never have time. We just have moments, and we snap them. Like each one of us, a snap has its own journey. It's the hype, the chaos, the win, the grind. But also, it's the real stuff. The moments that actually matter. This isn't a performance. It's not about who we impress. It's about how we express. We're showing what we feel. Telling is so last season. Snapchat. Say it in a snap.
Thank you so much to Snapchat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin with Social Samosa SAMMIE Best Social Media Brands Awards 2026, co-powered by Snapchat. This year, ladies and gentlemen, the awards received over 400 entries from brands, agencies, marketeers across the country, each showcasing creativity, innovation, and impact in social media marketing. Selecting the winners was no easy task. Every entry underwent a rigorous evaluation process, carefully assessing against the highest standards of creativity, strategy, execution, and results. This wouldn't have been possible without the expertise and dedication of our esteemed jury panel, whose experience and discerning perspectives ensured a fair and robust judging process. So it's extremely important for us to take that moment to acknowledge all our jury panel. Our distinguished jury members include Amrish Kodbole, CEO PDX India and Chief AI Experiences and Solutions, Publicis Group India. Mr. Amit Wadhwa, Chief Executive Officer, Dentsu Creative and Media Brands South Asia. Anuya Jakatkar, the co-founder and Chief Creative Officer of Bare Bones Collective. Chandni Shah, CEO Connect and 22 Feet Tribal. Harshal Karya, founder and CEO Shebang. Manoti Jain, COO and founding partner, Kulfi Collective. Neeraj Ruparel, creative tech maverick of WPP India. Sonia Khurana, founder, superstuff.ai. And Viren Sean Nurana, the co-founder, The New Thing. Let's give all our jury a big, big round of applause, please. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the awards. And remember, the original soundtrack is waiting for you on the other side on the social media. Let's capture those moments. Let's use that soundtrack. Let's create those reels. And remember, let's make #SAMMIE trend tonight. Starting with that, allow me an opportunity for the first set of awards to welcome our first presenter. Let's give it up for Aarti Desai Jasani, the CGO and co-founder, The Blur. Let's give Aarti a big, big round of applause. So as Aarti is here with us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to take the moment of celebrating our first set of winners, starting with the first award, ladies and gentlemen. The best social media brand, automobile, four-wheeler, the silver goes to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Tata Motors Commercial Vehicles and the agency and Brand Partners Private Limited. Come on, Mumbai, this is your chance now to celebrate every win. Let's make it count. And we'd also like you to take a gift hamper as well to the team of Tata Motors, please. It's only going to get you to smile a little better. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the best social media brand automobile four-wheeler, the gold is. Congratulations. Skoda Auto India, congratulations. With the agency, MSL India and Nutcracker Communications. Do we have? Yes, we do have Skoda Auto India. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, please.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता
just request our presenter as well to join us.
बधाई हो जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the four-wheeler, we go to the two-wheeler. Let's talk about the best social media brand, automobile two-wheeler, and the silver goes to. Congratulations, Vida. The silver for the best social media brand automobile two-wheeler.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ
Come on, Mumbai, there's so many of you in the room. Let's make every win count.
मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next category. We're talking about the best social media brand beauty cosmetics. And the gold goes to. Congratulations, K Beauty.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी
Come on to all the ones who are joining us on stage. Let's bring in the vibe. Let's do some celebrations. While says, congratulations to K Beauty on the gold.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए
Winners, do remember, we've got a lovely gift hamper for each and every one of you. If you do not take it now, we're not going to give it to you later. Let's just make that clear. I think that's going to be easier for all of us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to the next category. Let's get set as we talk about the best social media brand beauty skincare. And the gold goes to. Please give it up for Indy Wild. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our next category. We're talking about the best social media brand, BFSI Banking. And the silver goes to Kotak 811. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ
As we now transition to our next award, we're talking about the best social media brand, BFSI Banking. And ladies and gentlemen, in this, our next award, silver, goes to HSBC. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई
I'm sure if you're going to be on stage, you would want everyone to clap for you. So let that applause continue as we make this as a vibrant night of SAMMIE 2026. Now let's transition to our next award. We're talking about Best Social Media Brand BFSI Financial Service. And the silver goes to. Congratulations, Geo Finance.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक खींचो जिप आज वो
Do we have anybody from Geo Finance joining us on stage? I'm afraid not. We're going to be moving ahead to our next winner. Request your attention on the screen as we talk about Best Social Media Brand BFSI Financial Service Gold. And the winner is Tata Capital Limited. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक खींचो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Tata Capital Limited on the gold. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the best social media brand BFSI Insurance. And the silver goes to Axis Max Life Insurance. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक खींचो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Let that applause continue, ladies and gentlemen.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक खींचो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Now for our next category, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about best social media brand, consumer electronics. Well, we don't have a winner in this, so better luck next time for anyone who's put on their nominations and entries for the same. We move ahead to our next one being the best social media brand corporate. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Aditya Birla Group. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक खींचो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Come on, where's your excitement of winning a SAMMIE award? Come on, everyone. Congratulations to Aditya Birla Group on bagging the award.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक खींचो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने
And ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead to our next category, we'd like to humbly thank Atsi for joining us. But may I take the opportunity of also inviting on stage Hitesh Rajwani, the founder and CEO of Social Samosa Network, to please give a token of appreciation to Atsi. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we celebrate our presenters on stage. Thank you so much, Atsi. You've been so kind. We just request you to be with us on center stage. Let's celebrate the moment together. And of course, your applause is what is going to make the difference.
रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल.
And now it is my humble opportunity to invite our next presenter on stage. Please give it up for Anuya Jakhatkar, the co-founder and chief creative officer of Bare Bones Collective. Let's give Anuya a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome her. Thank you so much, Anuya, for joining us. And with her presence, we move ahead to the next category. Let's talk about the best social media brand education. Well, there are no winners in this, so better luck next time for all the ones who put in their entries. We move to our next category, the best social media brand entertainment. Well, here again, there aren't any winners, so good luck, and let's see if next year we can get a winner in this, an apt winner for this title. We move ahead to the next category, the best social media brand fashion accessories. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Titan Watches. Congratulations.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ बाओ
Well, the gold win right there for Titan Watches. Congratulations.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
And on the other side, let's head to our next category. We're talking about best social media brand fashion apparel. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to, congratulations, Enamor.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ बाओ
Let's now segue into our next category. We're talking about the best social media brand fashion jewelry. Well, in this, we do not have winners. Better luck next time for all the ones who've put in their entries on the same. Now we transition for the best social media brand fintech. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Paytm. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause pour in as we congratulate Paytm. We now move ahead to the best social media brand, FMCG beverages. Well, in this, we do not have any winners in this edition. Good luck for the next time. And now we move ahead to the best social media brand, FMCG food. And the silver winner is Right Bite Max Protein. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
And now for the best social media brand FMCG personal care. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Vega. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो. हे कबाओ जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स
As we now would like to put spotlight to our next award, we're talking about the best social media brand, healthcare, fitness. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Well-being Nutrition. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता
Please,
जीता
let's appreciate him with a warm, warm round of applause. Congratulations. We now put spotlight on our next category. We're talking about best social media brand, healthcare hospitals. Well, this year, we do not have any winners in this category. And now we segue to our next one, focusing on the best social media brand, home and living furniture and decor. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Duroflex Limited. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
And with that, a big thank you, Anuya, for joining us. Let's give it a big, big round of applause. We just request you to stay back with us. We'd request Mrinal Mathur Rajwani, the Editor-in-Chief and Managing Partner of Social Samosa Network, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our presenter on stage. Please give Mrinal a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome her.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल.
Please let's give our presenter a big, big round of applause.
की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता.
And I'd now like to call upon our next presenter, ladies and gentlemen. She's been our speaker in the first half of our day today. Let's give it up for Neha Rao, Vice President Marketing, BKG Foods. Please let's give it a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome her. And as Neha has joined us on stage, we move ahead to our next segment of awards. Our next category highlighted on screen is the best social media brand, home and living, lights and electricals. Well, for this category, we do not have any winners this time. Good luck next time for all the entrants on the same. Our next one being the best social media brand, hospitality. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Hyatt. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल.
Come on, Neha is so kind, continuing that applause for all of them. So let's, come on everyone, let's continue.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप.
Congratulations, Team Hyatt, on this incredible win. We now move ahead and let's talk about the best social media brand infrastructure. And ladies and gentlemen, well, for this, we did not have any winner in this edition. Now we transition to our next one, the best social media brand, Instagram. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Let's give it up for Swiggy. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता
Come on, this night is not about just clapping for you and your colleagues, it's about the entire industry. So let's come together as one. Let's celebrate each other's victory. Congratulations, Swiggy, on the gold.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
And we now share focus to our next category. Well, there are always some epic moments in an awards function, so I hope you're okay. And let's move ahead to our next award winner. We're talking about the best social media brand media. And ladies and gentlemen, in this, we did not have any winners this edition. So let's go ahead to our next one. We're talking about the best social media brand retail, real estate. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Oberoi Realty. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल
To all the audience members, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Oberoi Realty.
आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो हे कमाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the best social media brand retail. And in this, we do not have any winners in this edition. So good luck next time for this category. We move ahead to the best social media brand sports. Well, in this category as well, we do not have any winners. I'm sure the competition is tough. Let's move ahead to the next one. We're talking about the best social media brand telecom. Well, for this as well, we do not have any winners. So our jury panel has taken that call, and let's move ahead to our next one in focus. We're talking about the best social media brand travel. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Kerala Tourism. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो हे कमाओ
Congratulations, Kerala Tourism, on bagging the silver. And for our next award in focus, we're talking about the best social media brand technology B2B. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to, congratulations, LTM.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's show them with some applause as we welcome the team.
हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
Well, Well, this is the final award in the main category, and then we move ahead to the special categories.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा
Well, I heard that if you get some food in your system, you are going to be clapping. So come on, everyone. Let's join each other in that applause. Let's celebrate the night forward, and congratulations to LTM on the same. And before we move ahead to the special categories, we'd like to pay our gratitude to Neha. Neha, thank you so much for joining us. But we'd also like to take the opportunity of inviting Abhishansa Mathur, founder and editor at Local Samosa, to please felicitate you further with a token of appreciation. We just want to capture a moment of celebration with our presenter as well. Let's give her a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Neha Rao. Thank you so much. And before we transition to our special categories, we'd like you all to pay attention as we have a special audiovisual from Snapchat, our co-powered by partner.
We're the Gen Z, and we almost never have time. We just have moments. And we snap them. Like each one of us, a snap has its own journey. It's the hype, the chaos, the win, the grind. But also, it's the real stuff. The moments that actually matter. This isn't a performance. It's not about who we impress. It's about how we express. We're showing what we feel. Telling is so last season. Snapchat. Say it in a snap.
Well, thank you so much, Snapchat, for being our co-powered by partners. Come on, let's give them a big, big round of applause for having this beautiful night for us and energizing us further. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, and we're going to be introducing the special categories now on the stage. We would now like to call upon our next presenter. It's an honor to have Praful Baveja, the founder, 6 Degrees. Let's give Praful a big, big round of applause. And as Praful is here with us, we'd now like to take the opportunity of welcoming our next winner. The special category, the first one being the best use of AI. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to, congratulations, Center Fruit, for the agency, Airbnb PR agency.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
I believe they aren't here amongst us, but let's give them a big, big round of applause for bagging the gold. And we move ahead to the next special category. We're talking about the best use of AR. And in this, we do not have any winner. So better luck next time for all the ones who had applied for this category. Let's move ahead to the next one being best use of CGI. And the silver goes to Free Fire Max. Congratulations. And agency Humor Me. जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो हे कमाओ बाओ 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 जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the best use of digital data, analytics, and listening. In this special category, first, the silver goes to, let's give it up to Lodha. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
I'm still waiting for someone to do some dance move when they join us. Let's see who's going to join me on that challenge soon. But let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Lodha for the silver.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
And now for, ladies and gentlemen, the best use of digital data, analytics, and listening, the gold goes to. Congratulations, Center Fresh.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
I believe they aren't here amongst us, but let's give Center Fresh a big, big round of applause for bagging the gold. And ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to the next category. We're talking about best use of guerrilla marketing. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Kit Kat India. Congratulations. Agency Social Panga, walk the talk.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल
I believe they aren't here amongst us. We're going to be moving ahead to our next win in the same category. We're talking about the best use of guerrilla marketing. Now the other silver, ladies and gentlemen, and it goes to Amazon India. Congratulations. Agency WLTD.
आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited for such great winners. Let's pump up our energy. Let's celebrate all the winners. Congratulations, Amazon India.
आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the best use of guerrilla marketing, gold. And the winner is, congratulations, Tinder. Agency, the new thing.
आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता.
Well, I don't know if you want that they crack the right match as one of the reasons for all of you to crack. But come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause and let's continue that applause for all the winners. Congratulations to Tinder for the gold.
जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो. हे कमाओ जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स.
After those incredible wins in the previous category of best use of guerrilla marketing, we're now talking about our next category, best use of performance marketing. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to, congratulations, Clovia.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो. हे कमाओ.
And ladies and gentlemen, in the best use of performance marketing, okay, there's a recall of our winner. Okay, now that since we've already recalled them, both of you, 1 second, give me the gift hamper. I'm not liking that anyone is not tagging along and doing one dance move. And I don't know why I'm getting a vibe with him that he might just tag along. All right, just play that music and you just have to do like this. Sorry, it's going to go viral. All right, come on. Come on, everyone, put your hands up. Come on, everyone, let's give it up for them. Congratulations. Yeah, I know he wasn't coming back for me, it's just for the gift hamper. All right. Okay, Mumbai, I'm used to the time when Mumbai would have late night parties. We would go on till 3, 4 a.m. So I think this is way too early for me, and I want you to continue that energy for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's focus our attention to our next winner. The best use of performance marketing, gold. And the winner is Tata Sampann. Congratulations. Agency Wavemaker Media. Do we have anybody from the team? Yes, right there. Let's continue that applause as we welcome them. जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो Congratulations, Tata Sampann, on the gold. Now let's put our focus to our next category. We're talking about the best use of ORM. The silver, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to Tata Motors. Congratulations. Agency WLDD. जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो Let's give them our congratulations through the applause. Congratulations to the entire team of Tata Motors for the silver. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the best use of ORM, gold. And it goes to, congratulations, Instamart. Agency, let's go. जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो. And with this, before we move ahead to the next special category, I'd like to give a big, big round of applause to Praful. Thank you so much for joining us. And may I please take the opportunity of inviting Tirtha Vedak, AVP Client Solutions and Events, Social Samosa Network, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Praful Baveja, founder, 6 Degrees.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next presenter, I'd now like to take the opportunity of inviting on stage Hemant Shringi, the CCO of Wonder Lab. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's be kind with him. A warm welcome, Hemant. And as Hemant is here with us on stage, let's move ahead to our next category in focus. Let's talk about the best use of social media for a cause. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Kotak Education Foundation.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ बाओ
Well, what a wonderful group with us on stage. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the same category of best use of social media for a cause, the silver goes to. Please give it up for Aditya Birla Group. Congratulations. Agency Brand Movers.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ बाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ बाओ
Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Aditya Birla Group, congratulations. And in the same category of best use of social media for a cause, ladies and gentlemen, the next silver goes to Mahindra Rice. Congratulations. Agency Shebang.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the best use of social media for a cause, silver, and that goes to Raymond Lifestyle. Congratulations, Agency RT Media.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
Do we have anybody from Raymond Lifestyle?
जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
I'm afraid not. They aren't here amongst us right now. But let's give them a big, big round of applause, please. We now segue to our next category. We're talking about the best use of social media for crisis management. Well, in this, we do not have any winners in this edition. So good luck next time for all the ones who applied for this. We're now moving to the best use of social media to generate leads or drive revenues. The silver goes to Green Lamb Sturdo, a product of Green Lamb Industries. Congratulations. Agency VML.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नी कबाओ बाओ बाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
1 second, boys. There's a request which has come from the audience after seeing all of you. That is, you need to vibe along on this. You do have a dancer. Okay? What's your name? Saurabh? Okay, Saurabh Gupta. He wants to declare it out. Social media, take those credentials. Saurabh, you're going to lead the dance. We'll all dance along. All right? Let's play the same music and let's see.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नी कबाओ बाओ
Bow for the award and for the dance. Come on. Congratulations. He's like, after this, I'm taking the entire gifting hamper. That's up to you guys to decide, all right? Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead to the next one, in the best use of social media to generate leads or drive revenues, the gold goes to Maggie India. Congratulations. Agency Social Panga.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी
I believe the team isn't here amongst us. Just once again, do we have Maggie India? All right, we do not. We're going to move ahead to our next one. In the same category of best use of social media to generate leads or drive revenues, the gold goes to L'Oreal Professional. Congratulations.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नी कबाओ बाओ
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
And we now segue to our next category. We're talking about the best use of social media to launch a product. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to congratulations, Lakme. Agency Communic Marketing Solutions Private Limited.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए
And in the same category of best use of social media to launch a product, gold, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Skoda Auto India. Congratulations. Agency Nutcracker Communication and MSL India trip.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the team of Skoda Auto India a big round of applause.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी
Ladies and gentlemen, Skoda Auto India for the gold.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा
We of course got a celebratory goodie bag for all of you.
हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का
Come on, let's give them a big round of applause.
खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the same category of best use of social media to launch a product, the gold goes to ShareChat and Moj and Samsung. Congratulations. Agency Chell India Private Limited.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
Do we have anybody from the team? I'm afraid not. We're going to be moving ahead to the next one, but let's give them a big round of applause for bagging a gold. To our next category, we'd request your attention on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the best use of social media to launch a service. And the silver goes to Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance. Congratulations. Agency Dentsu Creative India.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ
Did you just bring an entire floor? I think we know what we need to do with them after. I mean, I hope nobody is a proxy here. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance bagging the silver. Well, I think we need to listen to the photographer. Let's get that in one frame. Congratulations.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
I mean, and also, do I really need to ask you what you need to do? Do I have to know, right? Give me that. We're not. No. I think I'm just going to let them do whatever they want to. There's so many of them. Okay, I don't know whoever wants to take the lead, but you all need to first step a little forward. Yeah, not like go behind the screens. Probably going to get damaged otherwise. Okay, come on everyone. Let's give them a big hoot at the count of 3, 2, 1, let's go for it.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
all of you put your hands up in the air.
बधाई हो take a bow bow bow
Take a bow for them. Come on. Congratulations. Wow. Please put this in your office group tomorrow. All right. Congratulations. Let's have... Yeah, this is true happiness, what it looks like. They forget the goodie bag. That's absolutely okay. Congratulations. We're just going to be moving ahead to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the best use of technology. And the silver goes to Royal Stag Packaged Drinking Water. Congratulations. Agency WPP Media India Private Limited.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता
I believe they aren't here amongst us in the room, but let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And in the same category of best use of technology, the gold goes to Cars 24. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो एक बाव बाव जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स
And
कैंपेन्स
before we move ahead to our next special category, I'd like to appreciate and thank Hemant. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. But I'd also like to take the opportunity of welcoming the AVP Business of Social Samosa Network, Sito Raju. Let's call him on stage. Now that kind of fanfare only he can get.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Well, thank you so much, Hemant, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, we'd like to take the opportunity of once again re-welcoming on stage somebody who was a moderator for us, and he's been so kind and waiting it out. And we'd, of course, like to have the privilege of once again inviting on stage Prashant Chalapalli. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as we re-welcome him as our presenter for our next set of awards. And as Prashant is here with us on stage, we'd now like to move ahead to our next category. Let's talk about the best use of UGC/co-creation strategy. And the silver goes to JBL India. Congratulations. Agency Rep India.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो एक बाव बाव जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने
Congratulations, JBL India, for the silver.
स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो एक बाव बाव जागा दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया है.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the same category of best use of UGC/co-creation strategy, the gold goes to. Congratulations, IQ Community India. Agency, Winer Media India.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ
Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue.
बधाई हो एक बाओ जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई.
And for our next winner in the same category of best use of UGC/co-creation strategy, ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to. Congratulations, Swiggy India. Agency, one hand clap.
रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता.
Come on, Mumbai, let's pump up our energy with that applause for Swiggy India bagging the gold.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our next category. We're talking about best conversational brand on social media. And the silver goes to Amazon MX Player. Congratulations. Agency Hawk Gozook Group.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स
Congratulations.
ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल.
And now for the same category, best conversational brand on social media, and the gold goes to. Please put your hands together for Instamart. Agency Young Gun.
हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप
I believe the team isn't here amongst us. We're going to be moving ahead to our next one. Our next category in focus is the best use of memes. The silver goes to congratulations, Airtel. Agency RVCJ Digital Media.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Airtel for the silver.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ 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 जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, where is that applause? Congratulations to Airtel for the silver. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the same category of best use of memes, we're talking about the gold goes to. Congratulations, Spotify. Agency WLDD.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता
I mean, how can we not clap for these wonderful people who have joined us with such incredible energy? Congratulations, Spotify, on bagging the gold.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue.
जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
And now for the best use of memes, we've got the gold for. Let's give it up for Mentos. Congratulations. Agency Avian We.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल
Do we have anybody from Mentos?
मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई
I believe not. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Nevertheless, congratulations for the gold. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our next category, being the best use of short format video. And the gold goes to Meta. Congratulations. Agency Communic Marketing Solutions.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause.
नीका बाओ बाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए
And now for the same category, the best use of short format video. And the gold goes to Google India. Congratulations. Agency Let's Go.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ बाओ
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Google India a big, big round of applause for bagging the gold.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी
And
हो गई
after short format video, we move to our next category. Let's talk about the best use of long format video. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to congratulations, Google. Agency Bare Bones Collective.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Please, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Congratulations, Google, on the silver. And now for the best use of long format video, our silver goes to Tata Capital. Congratulations. Agency Shebang.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Tata Capital for the silver.
जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
And ladies and gentlemen, in the best use of long format video, our next win for the silver goes to, congratulations, Piramal Finance.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we congratulate Piramal Finance.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
And our next win in the best use of long format video for the silver, and that goes to Tata Motors Commercial Vehicles. Congratulations. Agency and Brand Partners Private Limited.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज.
And ladies and gentlemen, for the best use of long format video, the gold goes to, congratulations, Happy Dent.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए.
I believe the team isn't here amongst us. Congratulations to Happy Dent. And before we move ahead to the next special category, we'd like to express our gratitude. Let's give Prashant a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And let's take the opportunity of now welcoming on stage our next presenter. The co-founder, The New Thing. Let's give it up for Viren Norana. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for our next presenter, Viren. As our presenters here with us on stage, I'd now like to take the opportunity of going ahead to our next category. Let's talk about the best use of video. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Tata Capital. Congratulations. Agency wife.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई
Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Tata Capital for the silver.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा
I'd now like to go ahead to the same category of the best use of video. The gold goes to. Congratulations, Flipkart. Agency, the new thing. And what a coincidence, we have Viren already with us on stage. Viren, do you want to re-record that when your team joins in? Okay, Hitesh, why don't you join us in giving the award? Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give it up for the founder and CEO of Social Samosa Network, Hitesh Rajwani.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी
We just like to capture one more frame. Congratulations, Flipkart, for the gold. And Viren, stay back with us as we've got a lot more in store for you. We'd now like to go ahead for the best use of video gold, and that goes to Google India. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for Google India. Agency, let's go.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो Big bow bow
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we congratulate Google India for the gold.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
And we'd now like to move ahead to our next category. We're talking about the best use of branded content. And the silver goes to L'Oreal Professional. Congratulations, Agency Shebang.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
L'Oreal Professional for the silver.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स
And for the best use of branded content, the silver goes to congratulations, Piramal Finance. Agency The Womb.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Let that applause pour in as we congratulate Piramal Finance for the silver.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
And next up for the same category of best use of branded content, our next win for the silver goes to congratulations, Vida. Agency White Rivers Media and Creative Land Asia.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ बाओ
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause for the silver. And next up in the same category of best use of branded content, the gold goes to. Congratulations, Center Fresh. Agency Avian Week. Do we have anybody from the team? I believe not. We're going to be moving ahead to our next one. The best use of branded content. Thank you so much. Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. You know, I think I'm going to sleep with this. Can you please send this to me as a ringtone, probably? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, next up for the best use of branded content, gold, and that goes to Skoda Auto India. Congratulations. Agency Nutcracker Communication, MSL India trip. Come on, let's pump up the volume, everyone. Let the applause continue as the team of Skoda Auto India is rejoining us. You know, we might have to break in something for them.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
अच्छा रुकिए 1 second. He knew it. Hello, hi. Please. You know the guys who... No, you're also joining in. What holding? Nobody. Hello? Excuse me. 2 kadam piche. No? Hey, we have to get him on stage. Oh my God, he's gone like as if he's out of the venue. Okay, boys. Yeah, sure, only one. Okay. Now, Skoda Auto India, thoda sa aise bhi kar lenge, kafi hai. Just some steps along, all right? Please, the 4 of you first here in the center. Come on, let's give it up for them. A big, big round of applause. And let's play the music. Come on.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. And who was the shy guy of your... What is his name? Who ran away? Pratik. Oh my God, he's giving the entire credentials. I don't need that. Pratik, thank you so much for running away. You made the spotlight on these 4 boys. But come on, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations to the entire team. And we move ahead to the next one. Let's talk about another integral special category. We're talking about the best use of influencer marketing. And the silver goes to Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance. Congratulations, agency Dentsu Creative India.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. Hey kabao, badhai ho. Hey kabao, bao, bao.
The mega team is back. Don't worry, we're not going to make you dance this time. But a true thumbs up for all of them. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance.
Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. Hey kabao, badhai ho. Hey kabao, bao, bao. जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause at the Birla Sun Life Insurance for the silver.
जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
And next up, for the best use of influencer marketing, silver win goes to, congratulations, WakeFit. Agency The New Thing. May I also request Hitesh Rajwani to please join us on stage, the founder and CEO, the Social Samosa Network.
जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई. जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
Hitesh, we'd request you to stay back with us for this category. We're talking about the next win in the best use of influencer marketing. And that goes to the silver, ladies and gentlemen. Flipkart, the big billion days. Congratulations, agency Idiotic Media.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल.
ये खुशी तो बहुत सारी शॉपिंग के बाद ही आ सकती है. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause to Flipkart, the big billion days.
हे कमाओ बधाई हो. हे कमाओ बाओ बाओ.
Mumbai, we can be much more louder with our applause. Come on. Congratulations to the Flipkart, the big billion days for the silver. And the next one, the best use of influencer marketing, gold. And ladies and gentlemen, that goes to Maggie India. Congratulations, agency Social Panga. I believe the team isn't here amongst us. We're going to be moving ahead to the next win. In the category of best use of influencer marketing, gold goes to Vaseline HUL, agency The New Thing. Congratulations.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई. जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो. हे कमाओ बाओ बाओ.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue as we congratulate Vaseline HUL for the gold.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई. जीता सैमी जीता सैमी.
Thank you so much. And Viren, it was such a pleasure having you on board as our presenter. But please, we'd like to take the opportunity of welcoming Karuna Sharma, Associate Editor of Social Samosa Network, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our presenter. Come Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a big, big round of applause. A big thank you to Viren, and thank you so much, Karuna, for joining us. And up next, before we move ahead to the next special category, we'd like to call upon our next presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder and chief creative officer of Tonic Worldwide. Please give it up for Sudish Balan. And as we have Sudesh with us on stage, let's move ahead to our next category. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the best use of content marketing. And the silver goes to, congratulations, Big Basket, agency Humor Me.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause pour in for Big Basket.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया.
For our next win in the same category of best use of content marketing, the silver goes to South Indian Bank. Congratulations, agency Yas Media.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो. Big bow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause for the silver, South Indian Bank. And now for the best use of content marketing, ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to, congratulations, HSBC, agency VML. जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, for the gold, it is HSBC. Congratulations. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. And for the best use of content marketing, our next win in gold goes to Philips One Blade Intimate. Congratulations. Agency Omnicom Media. I believe the team, do we have? Okay, we do not have the team of Philips with us here. We're going to be moving ahead to the next category. We're talking about the best use of social media for occasion. And the silver goes to Maggie India. Congratulations, agency Social Panga. Well, the team of Maggie India still hasn't arrived. We're going to move ahead to the next one. Our silver in the best use of social media for occasion goes to Google India. Congratulations. Agency Let's Go.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो. a bow, 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 bow. जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले
Well, I'm sure if we encourage them with a big round of applause, they're going to be only happier in the times ahead. Congratulations, Google India, for the silver.
जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
And our next one in the best use of social media for occasion, the next silver goes to Bridgestone. Congratulations, Agency Shebang.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो सिम आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ बाओ
And ladies and gentlemen, for the best use of social media for occasion, our next win in silver goes to Renault Kiga. Congratulations, Agency Omnicom Media.
कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो सिम
Do we have anybody from Renault Kiga? I'm afraid not. We're going to be moving ahead to our next category. We'd request your attention on the screen as we talk about the best use of moment marketing. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Kerala Tourism. Congratulations, Agency Stark Communications.
कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो सिम आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ बाओ
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Best use of moment marketing, silver, Kerala Tourism.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो सिम आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो
Our
गई
next silver in the best use of moment marketing, and that goes to Crocs India. Congratulations, Agency One Hand Clap.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो सिम आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Come on, let's bring more energy.
हे कबाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ बाओ
You know, when we're in a mood of celebration, all we do is display that energy. Come on, Mumbai. Let's continue that applause as we congratulate Crocs India for the silver. And our next win in the best use of moment marketing, silver, goes to Yes, Madam. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो सिम आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नीका बाओ बाओ
Congratulations, Yes, Madam, for the silver.
कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और
We would now like to put spotlight on the best use of moment marketing, the gold winner. And that goes to ChatGPT India. Congratulations, Agency WLDD.
कितने ideas कितने memes campaigns चले साथ साई ऐसी skill इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो नी कबाओ
Well, I can hear some requests from the audience.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, ChatGPT India for the gold. And see, this is coming from the audience. I have nothing to do with it. No, 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 no. Oh my. Okay, okay, boys. ChatGPT की इज्जत रखो. चारों. नहीं. आप भी वापस. My God, the women. All right. Okay, one last chance. Any of you want to join us back? Okay, they'll join us for the after party. Now, sorry, you're all with me.
Put in a spot.
Yes, you're already in the spot. He's like, are we going to be put in a spot? You are. Okay, let's. All right, lot of. Okay, so.
जागा रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
All right, everyone, let's give ChatGPT India a big round of applause. Well, they said something, unless, just in case. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up for the gold in best use of moment marketing. And the winner is Instamart. Congratulations, Agency Young Gun.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
I believe the team isn't here amongst us. Before we move ahead to the next one, I'd like to humbly thank Sudish. Thank you so much for joining us, but please do stay with us on stage. I'd like to invite Gurleen Bhupal, the social media lead of Social Samosa Network, to please join us on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation and a gift bag.
जागा रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया
Please let's give Sudish a big round of applause and thank you so much, Gurleen, for joining us.
कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
And now, since we edge towards the tail end of our awards, we've got two more presenters joining us. Our first presenter, if we'd like to have the opportunity of having Praful Akali, the founder and MD, Medulla Communications. Thank you so much, Praful, for being with us. I'm so excited. All right, thank you so much, Praful, for joining us. And with that, we move ahead to the next category. Let's talk about the best use of moment marketing. And in the same, the gold goes to, ladies and gentlemen, Fevicol, congratulations. Agency Shebang.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी
Let that applause continue.
जीता सैमी जीता जीता
The best use of moment marketing gold goes to Fevicol.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी,
Congratulations.
जीता सैमी।
And with that, we move ahead to the best use of creators IP. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Candyman SARS. Congratulations. Agency White Rivers Media.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल
Congratulations to Candyman SARS for the silver. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the best use of creators IP, our next one in silver goes to Britannia Industries Private Limited. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात
Agency Shebang.
मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले
Let's now put spotlight on our next category of best use of creators regional. And the silver goes to ShareChat and Morgan Maybelline. Congratulations.
जागा रात
Agency
दबाई मेरे हाथ
Wavemaker.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट
I believe they aren't here amongst us, but congratulations to the teams. We now move ahead to our next category. We're talking about the best use of creators, celebrities. And the silver goes to Titan Watches. Congratulations. Agency Ad Factors PR Ripple Links.
कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Come on to all the ones in the room. Let's continue this celebrating each and every winner on stage. Congratulations, Titan Watches, for the
मेरे
silver.
हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल
We'd now like to bring in the focus to our next category, being the best use of creators / influencers, and the silver goes to Bosch. Congratulations. Agency Tingworks
मेरे
LLP.
हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का
I believe the team isn't here amongst us. We're going to be moving ahead to the next one in best use of creator / influencer. Our next win in silver goes to Tata Capital. Congratulations. Agency Influencer.in.
कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई
I'm sure all of us, if we clap, it's going to be a wonderful night ahead. We now head towards the best use of creators, gold. And that goes to ChatGPT India. Congratulations. Agency WLTD. Best use of creators / influencers.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Requesting the team of ChatGPT India to join us on stage for the gold.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साथ
Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue. ChatGPT India for the gold.
बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो
Next up, for the best use of creators / influencers, our gold goes to Wellbeing Nutrition. Congratulations.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ
For our next category, ladies and gentlemen, the best use of Quora. And in this category, we do not have any winners this edition. And for the best use of YouTube, well, in this category, we do not have any winners in this edition. So on that note, we'd like to firstly thank our presenter, Praful, for joining us. Thank you so much. But I'd like to take the opportunity of welcoming Richa Bhanushali, lead branded content and IP, Social Samosa Network, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our presenter. Come on, everyone. Let's give them both a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Praful. Thank you, Richa. Thank you for joining us. And for our final round of accolades, our next presenter, we'd like to take the opportunity of welcoming on stage the Chief Operating Officer of Hawk, the Gozoop Group. Please give it up for Prem Kumar Iyer. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. And with that, we go to the final leg of our awards. We're talking about our next category. We request your attention on the screen, the best use of Snapchat. And the silver goes to, congratulations, Nika.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल
Team Nika.
बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
I believe the team isn't here amongst us. We're going to be moving ahead to our next win. The best use of Snapchat, the gold goes to, congratulations, Swiggy. Agency Pivot Roots. Do we have anybody from Swiggy? Do we have anybody from Swiggy? I am afraid not. We're going to be moving ahead to the next win on the screen. Let's talk about the best use of LinkedIn. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Instamart. Congratulations. Agency, let's go.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Congratulations to Instamart for the silver in the best use of LinkedIn.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई.
Congratulations to the team, and we move ahead to the next one, being the best use of X. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Swiggy. Congratulations. Agency one hand clap.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता
Let the applause continue, ladies and gentlemen.
जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ
Congratulations, Swiggy, on the gold. Next up, for the best use of X in gold, our next win is congratulations, Instamart. Agency Young Gun. I believe the team is in tier amongst us. Congratulations to them. We move ahead to the final category. Request your attention on the screen. We're talking about the best use of Instagram. And the silver goes to Adani Ambuja Cement. Congratulations. Agency Story Digital. Do we have anybody from Adani Ambuja Cement? I believe not. We're going to be moving ahead to our next win in the best use of Instagram, silver, and that goes to Tata Play Binge. Congratulations. Agency Humor Me.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ.
Congratulations, Tata Play Binge, on this win. We move ahead to the best use of Instagram, our next win in silver, and that goes to Panga Triangles by Haldirams. Congratulations. Agency Voice Digital.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ.
Let's give the entire team of Panga Triangles by Haldirams a big, big round of applause. Tagging the silver.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
And for our next award, the best use of Instagram, the gold goes to congratulations, Instamart. Agency Let's Go.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
Well, their smile reflects it all. Congratulations to the team.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता.
Our next win in the best use of Instagram, gold, and ladies and gentlemen, that goes to congratulations, Meta.
जागा रात रात दबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन्स चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो big bow bow bow.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Meta a big, big round of applause on bagging this win.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक की जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
Just for the final award, we just like to revisit a category with Prem Kumar. Prem Kumar, there's the best social media brand BFSI financial service. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to HSBC. Congratulations. Apologies, the silver goes to Geo Finance. Congratulations. Well, we had 2 silvers. We just like to announce for Geo Finance as a silver winner in the best social media brand BFSI Financial Services. Well, do we have the team of Geo Finance? Welcoming them on stage, the best social media brand BFSI Financial Service, Silver, Geo Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue. And thank you so much to our presenter, Prem Kumar. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. May I take the opportunity of inviting on stage Shrestha Biswas, Senior Manager, Business and Growth, Social Samosa and Social Ketchup, to please join us and help us in giving a gift hamper and a token of appreciation from the team side. Well, of course, we'd like to take the opportunity of thanking Prem Kumar. I think the fact that he's here with us till the very end, I think that gives him a bigger round of applause. And thank you so much, Shrestha, for joining us on the same. Thank you so much. I'll see you around. Wow. I think, wow, it's still not 12, which is what I love. The fact that we'll clock in 12 together, whatever that means. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us. And we'd just like to take the opportunity of once again congratulating all the winners. And also, before we part ways, thank you to all our gifting partners. We have Brand.me for Bell, Curl.co, The Skin Deli, and Sweet Karam Coffee. Thank you so much for being our gifting partners. And we'd also like to take the opportunity of having the special AV of Snapchat before we conclude this beautiful evening ahead. We request your attention on the screen. And let's once again thank our co-powered by partners, Snapchat.
We're the Gen Z, and we almost never have time. We just have moments, and we snap them. Like each one of us, a snap has its own journey. It's the hype, the chaos, the win, the grind. But also, it's the real stuff. The moments that actually matter. This isn't a performance. It's not about who we impress. It's about how we express. We're showing what we feel. Telling is so last season. Snapchat. Say it in a snap.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic night this has been. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. You've been a fantastic audience. And once again, towards the end, let's give it up for the Social Samosa Network team. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to all the winners. Congratulations to each and every one of you. I'm sure a lot of us have already had drinks and dinner, but I would request you and further invite you to continue that celebration with all of us. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off on behalf of Social Samosa Network. We'll see you in our next event. Stay tuned. Congratulations, and remember to use the original soundtrack. I look forward to all your reels. Thank you once again.